Good. Let's call this meeting to order. City Council and Executive Leadership Team Strategic Planning Session for Friday, March 8th. Welcome, everybody. Is there anyone on council who would like to lead an invocation? If not, I can handle that. You will, Jimmy? Jimmy West.
Most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for this day. Thank you for all the many blessings you give us, Lord. Thank you for the opportunity to fellowship with the folks in this room, Lord. Father, I pray that you give us the ability to listen, to learn, and to soak up everything that the manager's given us today, Lord. I know he's worked hard on this plan, and I pray you do with him and all the presenters, Lord. And that you just continue to bless us, Lord. Bless our city. Get us all home safely, Lord. Bless our families. And help us do all things to bring honor and glory to you, Lord. I ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jimmy. And with that, I will hand it over to our city manager, Mr. Jim Palahniuk.
Okay. Well, it's hard to believe that a year ago, pretty much to the week, we were here doing our first strategic planning session with this group, and here we are back a year later. We found that this forum is quite good for this. The setting is great, and we're going to follow something that's very similar to what you saw last year. For those of us who weren't here, we have a series of presentations, a very full agenda, but in every case, this is casual, so that if you do have a question at any point in time, please don't hesitate to ask. But I will note in advance that oftentimes we will maybe cover what you're about to ask as we move farther through the presentation. So, but if we don't, make sure you ask it. We'll give plenty of time to do that. We do have a full day. Oh, well, we gotta fix that. Which one? Bottom?
You got it.
Better? All right. Okay, disregard everything I said. Okay. So we have a full session planned for you today. This, of course, is our 2024 strategic planning session for the Kings Mountain City Council Executive Leadership Team. We have a particular theme this year, and you'll hear it recur time and again, and we're calling it Catalysts and Cornerstones, How to Embrace Rapid Change. We know that as a community, we are going to be going through a lot of change in the future, oftentimes very rapid change. So a lot of what we're going to talk about today is tied in some way to dealing with those issues of change, particularly when it becomes rapid change. So, day one, that's today. Our schedule calls for the following. From 2 to 2:30, we're doing a welcome and introduction. After we go through that brief introduction, I have a brief 18-minute video that I'd like to show you. Hopefully it adds some value. From 2:30 to 3:30, we're going to talk about this idea of catalysts and cornerstones, how leadership itself can be catalytic, the 4 cornerstones of catalytic leadership, then describe and talk about those specific catalysts and those cornerstones. 3:30 to 4 o'clock, we're going to look at human resources and setting the stage for future growth, give you a detailed look at a staffing analysis, kind of where we've been, where we're going, some of the lessons we've learned, as well as looking out to the horizon, looking to the future. We'll take a brief break around 4 o'clock for 15 minutes. Hopefully you'll come back. At that point, we're going to have a session on budget and finance during times of high growth, what to expect, dealing with what we call the lag, then looking at the operational side as well as the capital side. From 4:45 to 5:30, we're going to talk about renewable natural gas. What is that? What will it mean to the city? How does it impact our capacity? And some of the opportunities and partnerships that may come as a result of it. You may recall those who were here last year, we talked about our gas utility and some of the capacity problems. We hope we're solving some of those with what you'll hear today. Then at 5:30 to 5:50, we've got self-serve dinner here. We'll ask you to get your dinner, return back to your seat, leisurely eat your meal, and at some point we'll get started again, back to the presentation. Then at 5:50 to 6:50, we're going to take a kind of a deep dive into the Kings Mountain Municipal Electric Utility. And we think it's really important to dispel some myths. We think there's a lot of those out there, but we're going to tell you a lot about the actual system condition of our utility, the actual system capacity. We're going to talk about how we identify a proper management approach, particularly with regard to rate making, with reinvestment, with contributing to the general fund, and with reserves and to their purpose. Further on that electric utility, we're going to talk about how do we understand value in terms of reliable service, competitive rates, what is serving prioritized customers as opposed to just all customers, knowing what you can't and shouldn't do, and then a future of prioritization and partnership. Customer priorities, residential versus small commercial versus large commercial and industrial. And then we'll finish it by talking a little bit about Duke and Rutherford Electric as partners, not competitors. And then we'll wrap up and adjourn. Now, this is an aggressive schedule. It suggests that somehow we'll wrap this up by 6:50 since we got started a little late and we got a lot to cover. I wouldn't be surprised if we do go past 7, but that's not a problem, right? Oftentimes our city council meetings do go longer, so what the heck. So then on day 2, tomorrow, we're going to ask you to come back. 8:30 in the morning, we're going to give you self-serve coffee, juice, and light breakfast. And then at 9 sharp, we're going to start talking about signage restrictions, how there is a period for non-compliance, and that's sunsetting. There is a time to prepare for enforcement of that sunset. How do we communicate the enforcement? How do we determine the nature and level of enforcement? And should we reimagine our approach? Then from 9:45 to 10:30, we'll talk about special and limited land uses, how to understand each, how and where to apply each, and how each relates to the Board of Adjustment. 10:30, there'll be a break. 10:45 to 11:30, we want to talk about a vastly expanded gateway trail, a loop trail that might actually connect our hospitality and entertainment district to our city lakes, to the Wellman property, to the distillery, to downtown, to residential neighborhoods, to offshoots, and all back around again in a complete loop. From 11:30 to 12:15, we want to talk about focus on Moss Lake, our otherwise underutilized gem, and kind of describe what a water reservoir is versus recreation on that reservoir, some of the revenue issues we have attached to it, opportunities out there for things like a beach, a restaurant, a beer garden, a park, amenities, boat launches, RV campground, what we have, what we don't have, and what we hope to have. From 12:15 to 12:45, again, we'll have lunch. It'll be available here, self-serve. You'll get it, return to your seat for another presentation, which will be on the KM Tourism Development Authority, our current structure and status, the board, the enabling legislation, the revenues and functions, and then our future growth, suggesting perhaps a do-over and how that might impact, again, the board, the enabling legislation, the revenues and functions. And then after that, we're going to finish with about a 30, maybe 45-minute exercise, getting back to this concept of catalysts and cornerstones, and we're going to ask you to look at allocating scarce resources among competing demands, and I won't tell you any more about that till we get to it. And then finally, about 1:45, we'll do a wrap-up, talk about what we learned those 2 days, and we'll send you off around 2 o'clock. So, with that, I want to start today with a video that I saw recently. I didn't attend this forum, but I was very impressed by the video. There's a gentleman by the name of Ron Holyfield, and he runs a company called SGR, Strategic Government Resources, which works with local governments and with city managers particularly. They do a lot of recruitment. But what he also has done recently is develop an ongoing program to teach managers, public administrators, people in the local government field, servant leadership. And it's become kind of trendy, that term, but it's also become something people are getting very involved in. And they hold forums every year. And at this last year, they had a forum, and at the conclusion of this forum, he did a brief presentation, a kind of speech wrapping up that forum to the attendees, who were primarily city managers. But I think even though mostly this was originally designed for city managers, it really speaks to anybody in local government, because it's about leadership and it's about courage and leadership. It's only 18 minutes, so I'm going to ask you to watch this, and we're going to go ahead and present it now. So Karen, I think you can call that up. We're hoping with technology. Alliance Credit Union. I hope this is it. Do you know what's showing? It's saying a 2024 Alliance Credit Union annual meeting.
I can see from where I am. Let me try. It's there.
I need to get back to my, it's loading.
Was there a long? Hold on.
So
There we
that's
go.
not it.
That-
That's not the video. Let's get out of that and go back into my drive here.
Oh, it's something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you download it? Did you draw it from
The
YouTube, or
spike-
what?
the
What
spike
was
starts like right there. Is that?
Okay, so we're obviously having some
That's not- that's not
technical
it.
difficulties.
Okay.
That's something completely different.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go. There we go.
Every year, we
Can you do
try
full screen on that,
to
or is that full
conclude
screen?
the Servant Leadership Conference with real stories of servant leadership role models. And when we listen to the three stories this morning,
Perfect.
there's several commonalities. Number one is the incredible ability for man's inhumanity to man. We've got to recognize that's part of our world. That's part of the environment we're in right now. You're living it as public servants. You're enduring it. And the second thing that we see in today's world is the incredible, mind-numbing cowardice of political leaders who are so scared that somebody might do a mean tweet of them that they collapse like a house of cards. The third thing, the commonality of what you've heard today is ordinary people responding to horrific circumstances and doing extraordinary things. And what you've got to understand is we are in an era in which 25% of American young people don't believe the Holocaust was real. We have a very high-profile political pundit that last week on Twitter questioned whether you should get on an airplane if it has a black pilot. That's happening now. And that kind of evil thrives when good people are afraid that somebody's going to be mean to them or they may become the target. So we hunker down and we sit there in silence, and with our silence we become complicit. Our challenge as servant leaders partially is to have the courage to simply do what we know in our heart is right. and to embrace the core concept of servant leadership, that it's not about me and it's not about now. I am so thankful you've been with us this week. And as you leave, there's 4 principles I want to encourage you to live by. Because if you'll really embrace and walk the talk of these 4 principles, you will find that's the beginning of transforming our world, it's the beginning of transforming your relationships, and it's the beginning of healing our nation. Number 1 is to do things right and do the right things. In government in particular, so very often we are extraordinarily effective at doing the wrong things really, really well. We've got to have both sides of that equation. Part of it goes back to some of the performing with excellence that Colonel Harvey spoke with. Doing things right and doing the right things is foundational. The second is to do right and risk consequences. Now, for those of you who are not Texans, you need to hear this story. For those of you who are Texans and don't know this story, you need to cower in shame. But Sam Houston was the Texans' Texan. Sam Houston led the Army of the Republic of Texas at the time when it won its independence from Mexico. And then Sam Houston went on to become one of the first presidents of the Republic of Texas, and then governor of the state of Texas when it was annexed, and then he went to Washington as a U.S. senator from Texas. And he kept this quote hanging on his wall as a U.S. senator from Texas. And Sam Houston, the hero's hero, ended his career name-called, ridiculed, reviled, and both figuratively and literally spat upon because of his opposition to slavery and secession. We have leaders today advocating things that we should be ashamed of, and we should have the courage to stand up and say, I don't want anything to do with anyone who is willing to advocate for the kind of hate and misogyny and racism and other types of divisiveness that people are getting rewarded for in today's world.
Grant us the insight to make decisions that will benefit all members of our community. Help us to be good stewards of the resources entrusted to us.
We've got to understand when we stand up to do right, lots of times it comes with consequences.
May we always and forever remember.
So part of it is not just willing to do right or to speak up. It's having the courage
Go back
to
full screen
endure
now.
the consequences. And that's hard to do. And it's one of the reasons we want you to hear the kind of stories that you've heard this morning that are ordinary people doing extraordinary things, because we've got to be willing to risk those consequences to do the right things. The third is to do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. It's so easy to say and so hard to actually walk that talk. But if you can truly begin to lead in that style, you will begin to transform your relationships. You will transform your leadership style. You will transform the people who know you and follow you. And then finally, made famous by Robert F. Kennedy in his ill-fated run for the presidency in 1968, some look at the world as it is and ask why. I look at the world as it could be and ask why not. See, part of what's happened, a servant leadership outlook is it's not about me and it's not about now. A lot of our political dysfunctionality is because we have abandoned any sense of thinking about the long-term implications of our decisions. And as we've cowered from the criticism, what has happened, we've become increasingly now-centric. And we don't really do the things that matter for the long term for our communities. The number one responsibility for any leader is raising up the next generation of leaders. To those of you who are relatively late in your career, you need to be putting a tremendous portion of your energy into raising up the next generation of your leaders. To those of you who are younger in your career, I want you to go back to what I shared yesterday from the book, The City Manager, A New Profession. The city management, city management profession, local government professionalism was born as a reformist movement that was swimming upstream. The city manager form of government was founded as a reformist effort to stand strong against corruption and all of the stuff that came with that was so dysfunctional. And we made progress for so many years, and while I don't believe that history repeats itself, it does rhyme. For those of you who are young leaders, this is your moment to become the reformists for our future. We face many of the same issues that the fires are being fanned currently that we faced at the turn of the last century when the council manager form of government was founded. But we also are facing incredible new challenges that, quite honestly, for an old man like me, just makes me tired to even think about it. When you think about artificial intelligence and what changes it's going to create in our society, when you look at what is taking place with climate change, when you look at the misogyny and the racism and the fans that are being flamed by people that normal people that you think are good people are willing to embrace and stand up and support people who are overtly driven by hate, you've got your work cut out for you. But instead of giving up, what I want you to urge you to do is to grab hold of the reformist spirit of the founding of professional local government. Grab hold of the spirit of our profession and what drove its creation and that reformist spirit, and then look to the examples of the people you've heard from and about this morning and dedicate yourself to saying, I have a duty to stand up and make the world a better place. And I have the courage to respond to that duty in the way I live my life. I want to share a song with you here. No, I'm not going to sing it. I want to share a song with you here just a second. If you'll look at the words as they put it up. Don't be naive and think that leadership is pain-free. Don't be naive and think that leadership doesn't come with broken bones, because it does. But live your life in a way so that years after you're gone, and your children and grandchildren begin to discover stuff about you that you never told them, that they go, wow, that's the kind of person I want to be. That's the kind of leader I want to be. The world is changing, and it's changing rapidly. I appreciate your commitment to joining SGR and being on the transition team so that we change the world into a better place, not a lesser place. Thank you for being with us today. Go out and make a difference. Thank y'all.
Time tastes like broccoli you put in a cupcake.
Did you know, there's a really fascinating experiment done on weightlifters.
So the message is
And visualize themselves lifting weights.
that we're going to try to turn that off. Can we? All right. All right.
Dr. Tara Swart. She's a neuroscientist, medical doctor, executive advisor, and best-selling author.
She's here to teach us on how to build mental
Thank you. So the message is leadership is hard. Leadership takes courage. And we sincerely appreciate all of you for the leadership that you provide. And it is difficult, and every day it gets harder. But it's not about me, and it's not about now. That sort of talks about strategic planning. That's why we're here to do strategic planning, because in the end, it's not about me or any one of us, and it's not about now. It's about how we are collectively planning to make a better city of Kings Mountain. We are putting plans in place and policies in place and making decisions so that ultimately when we're gone, when other people take these positions, it will continue on seamlessly and we'll have a great plan moving forward. So that's the reason behind all of this. So hence why we do strategic planning and why we put so much emphasis on career advancement and succession planning and leadership building, so that, as I've said many times, every day I'm working to make myself obsolete, and if I'm doing well at that, at any given day I walk away and it doesn't matter, because there's so many good people around that they step in and we don't skip a beat. So that's the goal. So I hope you enjoyed that brief little speech by Ron Holyfield. He is a guy that a lot of folks in my profession look up to and have followed the servant leadership model, and I hope many people take something away from it. So I do appreciate that. Our next session, we're calling it Catty Corner to Success. Have you ever heard that term, Catty Corner? Maybe Kitty Corner if you were in the Midwest like I am, but means sort of, what does that mean, Catty Corner? Well, Catty Corner is situated across from or adjacent to. Does that sound about right? Catty Corner, across from, adjacent to. So then, does this mean that Kings Mountain we're adjacent to success? Nope, only Catty Corner. Huh? What are you talking about, Palaniuk? Are you out of your mind? No, because Catty Corner means something. What is catty? Catty are catalysts. What are catalysts? We think about a catalyst on your automobile, and what does it do? It does something. It creates something that sparks something else. Well, in the rest of the world, catalysts, they spark rapid change. Because of a catalyst, greater or grander things can occur and do occur. So catalysts become important. Corner, we're using corner as cornerstones, something of significant importance upon which much else will depend. We'll talk a lot about prioritization over the next hours and next 2 days, and these are really tied to that, because when you're going through growth, you're going through change, so much of what you have to do more than anything else is prioritize. And when you start to think about things in terms of, are they catalysts, are they cornerstones, it's a lot easier to prioritize. So, in order for us to create the kind of success that we think we can see, that can occur, that has this potential over the next 10-year period, look out to 2034, what should we do? Well, first we have to imagine what that success looks like and define it with real focus and real intention. And back when I was in 8th grade shop class, I can still hear the sounds of my 8th grade shop teacher, Harry Brown, ringing in my head. And he used to always say constantly, what did he say? Plan your work, then work your plan. So of course I grew up thinking that Harry Brown came up with that saying, and later I realized it was somebody named Napoleon Hill, but I'll always think of it as Harry Brown's. Nonetheless, it was profound. Think about that. How in the world can you ultimately work your plan if you don't plan your work in advance? So our goal, as Harry Brown taught me way back in 8th grade, is to first plan our work, because that's again going to allow us to work that plan. So, catalysts, let's talk about them. They spark rapid change, and because of them, these grander things can occur. Now, leadership, as we started talking about today, very much can be catalytic, so that the them in those grander things starts with the right people. And it isn't just selecting the right people, but teaching people to become catalytic as well. So what are the 4 cornerstones? Got you again. See, we incorporated cornerstones with catalysts. And there are 4 cornerstones of catalytic leadership. What is the first? The first is to build credibility. Think about that one. That's pretty obvious, right? A catalytic leader has got to exhibit behaviors that are essential for developing trust. Does anybody pay much attention to someone that they don't trust? Not usually. If they don't communicate effectively, and if they don't generate a shared belief in what can be achieved, it's very hard to build credibility. So if you want to be a credible leader, you got to keep that in mind. What else do? They create cohesion. A catalytic leader will always exhibit behaviors that coalesce relationships, that bring people together, that find common ground among people, that speak a language that will allow others to understand and come together, even if they're from different backgrounds. And they propel mission-oriented action. They generate momentum. They're energetic, they have excitement, they have enthusiasm. A catalytic leader will exhibit behaviors that elevate. They bring people up, they excite people, they engage people, and they accelerate the performance of those around them. And finally, the last cornerstone, they amplify the impact. So a catalytic leader will exhibit behaviors that promote excellence and encourage innovation. So in everything that we do and we work on and we work toward, we're always working to improve in the sense that we're promoting excellence and encouraging innovation. But as Ron said in his speech a little while ago, sometimes in government we do extremely well that which we shouldn't do at all. So it's also important to understand when we're doing well at things we shouldn't do at all. We only want to do well at things we should be doing. So let's also understand in our situation, these catalysts that aren't just about people and leadership, but specific to the city of Kings Mountain and how we can look at and see and identify and work on some of the things that are real catalysts in our future and that we'll be dealing with in the very near as we work through it. And one of those is streetscape, wayfinding, celebrating the public realm. That includes what you do with parks and trails and public amenities and public art and signage and creating plazas and gathering spaces and ornamental lighting and street furnishings, all the things that make the surroundings in a public space more attractive, that make people want to be there, that make it easier, that make it more comfortable, so that people really gravitate to a place. And over again, we've seen in downtowns where streetscape improvements, wayfinding improvements, celebrating the public realm, creating these third place attractive spaces, bring people there. They encourage and they engage your local citizens, and they also bring people there because it's a destination. So that thing is a catalyst, but what does it catalyze? It catalyzes private investment. So you don't just do it because it does look good and it feels good. You do it because it also generates 10, 20, 30-fold of what you spend on it in catalyzing private investment around it. Businesses can thrive because they too want to be in that environment. It makes a difference consistently. We see in all of the various research things that we find that investment is always a catalytic result of the investment you put into it. A second catalyst that we happen to have that almost, well, I wouldn't say almost nobody, but very few places do. In the state of North Carolina, well, there's only one other, and it certainly doesn't exist within a metropolitan urban setting. That is a casino resort. We don't have that yet. But again, we're looking to the future. So even though we got a bunch of trailers that are a casino, someday in the relatively near future, it's going to become a casino resort. It's going to have 404 luxury hotel rooms. It's going to have 5 restaurants. It's going to have 75,000 square feet of gaming space. And it's going to have all the bells and whistles that come with likely a $700 million casino resort. So what does that catalyze? Well, we believe it can and it will catalyze the best entertainment district destination in the entire state of North Carolina, maybe in the Southeast. But that's largely dependent on some of the decisions that we make relative to as it starts to move forward. So what might exist within that entertainment district? Well, there will be a lot of things related to sports and recreation, aquatics, pickleball, fitness, golf, the Top Golf, the Chicken Pickle franchise, the things that involved, the Great Wolf Lodge with the aquatics, those kinds of things. Whatever the state of the art in that sports and recreation, expected to be there. Entertainment. Well, there'll be opportunities to come there for movies and concerts and comedy shows and touring plays. Arts and culture, galleries, performance spaces, amphitheater. Now, this is in my vision when you do it well. It could also have the pawn shops, the strip malls, the Taco Bells, and the big gas stations. So the point being is you got to make the right decisions. But again, what could it catalyze? Lodging, hotels, Airbnb, RV parks, dining, high-quality restaurants, bars, pubs, breweries, distilleries, tasting rooms. Of course, you do have to have the services. You got to have gas. You got to have convenience. You got to have the most successful city-run and owned ABC store in the state of North Carolina, of course. And you also have salons. In the retail side, typically specialty retail is often associated with any of the above. But it will be large, it will be substantial, and it sure will produce a lot of people coming and going at Exit 5 in the city of Kings Mountain on I-85. Another catalyst. Now this one I think I can say almost no one else has anywhere. And that is the idea of a large-scale, hard rock lithium mine and processing center that takes up some 12% of all of the land in an entire city jurisdiction. Now that's different, that's unusual, that's remarkable, and that is truly unique because it doesn't exist, to my knowledge, anywhere else in the world. Now, what, in fact, though, can that catalyze? In many cases, we think of it as potentially negative. Well, there are lots of negatives, but what positive can be catalyzed from this circumstance? Well, there will be on-site investment. There will be jobs that do get associated specifically with the mine itself. And hopefully we'll do a lot to catalyze off-site support jobs and activity. There will certainly be lodging visits. A lot of people come and go even now to and from Albemarle because they support through engineering and consultant efforts and legal issues and a lot of other things, and that will only grow over time. Now, perhaps the biggest thing, and this is what we hope for, is something on the order of substantial economic opportunities for us as a host community as developed through a very well-developed development agreement between the City of Kings Mountain and the Albemarle Corporation. And further, some clean energy spin-off opportunities in effect, and we're already seeing the first of that. And I think you're aware that the City of Kings Mountain received one of only 2 grants in the entire state of North Carolina for the EV charging infrastructure, Durham being the other city. We received $823,000 from the federal government to build charging infrastructure for the electric automotive industry. We hope, certainly in the future, to partner with many other entities, hopefully Albemarle, Duke Energy, Tesla perhaps, to make those dollars go a whole lot farther. Maybe it becomes several $million dollars, so that we really are a model for not just North Carolina, but maybe the entire Southeast when it comes to having effective, well-developed, well-located EV charging infrastructure for all those people that are going to be coming to our community for that other catalyst, the entertainment district, as well as for our downtown and for so many of the amenities that you're going to hear about over the course of the next couple of days. Another one, this too is kind of unusual. Certainly not many people see this. So we got a theme going on here. City of Kings Mountain is pretty darn unique. A wastewater treatment upgrade and Bethlehem Road sanitary sewer improvement and expansion project. Last I looked, we received $78,385,000 from the federal and state government to vastly expand and improve our sanitary sewer and wastewater treatment collection system, along with another $3 million for some additional sanitary sewer expansion work, so that the combination, and with what we're putting into it, we're spending well over almost $85 million improving, upgrading, and expanding our wastewater treatment and collection system. Now, what does that catalyze? Well, because so many areas around the Charlotte metropolitan area no longer have a lot of sewer capacity, or they don't have extensions of sewer in a lot of the development land areas, it will accelerate a lot of new development. And of course, we're seeing a lot of that already. On the residential side, we know about Dixon Ridge. There's a big development, 74 to the west, that you'll be hearing about in the near future. There's areas along Crocker Road, areas along Kings Mountain Boulevard, El Bethel Road. Lots and lots of potential for new development that will spring up as a result of this. On the commercial side, we are allowing that entertainment district to be fully served. We are allowing Albemarle to continue their operations. We are allowing for these various county development agreements where the city simply agrees to extend our sewer for a specific multiple of system development fees, higher rates, and other things if developers outside of our ETJ want to do certain projects. So, we also catalyzes Kings Mountain as the next big thing. So, in many cases, whether we want to be or not, we will in fact be the next big thing. How about partnerships as catalysts? One of the most important catalysts that you can have, and one of the catalysts that most communities do rely on, because they don't have any of those other things that I just talked about. But we also can use partnerships as a catalyst, and only, though, when they become win-win. It's got to be where the whole becomes greater than the sum of the individual parts. Because it's not a partnership when one is taking advantage of another. It is a partnership when both sides are winning or both sides are sharing sacrifice. But anything short of that is just somebody taking advantage of somebody else. But what does that catalyze? So, Our opportunities are City and Albemarle. We are working on a development agreement. We hope that that will mean good things for our community in terms of opportunity for economic improvement, for gaining some level of control over the land uses associated with the large Wellman property, for assisting our renewable natural gas project, which you're going to hear more about, with assisting the trail work we would like to do, which you're going to hear a lot more about. How about a partnership with city and counties? And I'm saying counties, not just county, because we are part of both Cleveland and Gaston County. And there are real opportunities in the future, I believe, for service sharing, for economic development. We've talked about doing a downtown parking deck to support our boutique hotel, in which we would partner with Cleveland County, each benefiting from it. There are other joint effort opportunities that we have. How about a city-tribe partnership? We don't have one now because, as I said, a partnership is win-win. It's not where one side takes advantage of the other. So perhaps we can reinvent that relationship and create something that looks a whole lot more like a partnership. How about city education? We know that workforce preparation is probably the most important thing to economic development. We don't currently have a specific, large-scale intentional presence of a community college in our community, but most communities, as they grow and develop and become more complete and vibrant, have some level of higher education. Well, it sure would be nice. We have Cleveland Community College, we have Gaston College near us. How about having the opportunity for a partnership to bring a community college to have a permanent presence here? A further catalyst could be reimagining our Kings Mountain Tourism Development Authority. And right now it's kind of small, it doesn't do a whole lot. However, the future, it will matter a lot more because it's gonna produce a lot more revenue because it comes from occupancy taxes. So there will be a revenue stream for capital financing of potentially large-scale destination facilities that will be supportive of our entertainment district and of tourism. Things like, imagine, conference or convention center. Think about a performing arts center. Wouldn't that be nice? Not DPAC, but KMPAC, or the Peace Center, or the Tanger Center, or Blumenthal Center for the Performing Arts, Regional Sports Park. Our small neighbor, Bessemer City, is just building a beautiful small regional sports park. There are other examples around where it really becomes a tournament venue. Few people don't go chase all over the country when it comes to their kids and their kids' sports. If you've ever had a kid in sports, you travel almost anywhere with them when they're doing their tournaments. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of economic development and a lot of value that comes from all those people that follow in their kids to these tournament venues. How about an amphitheater where the real concert venue, not the small scale stuff, but where Garth Brooks shows up or people of that size. So those kinds of things are potentials for the future if we can see them, imagine them, and put the right things in place to make them happen. Cornerstones, moving on. Those were the catalysts. So what about the cornerstones? What is a cornerstone? Well, you all know what a cornerstone is. It's that first big, important building block upon which you build the building. So it is those early building blocks whose significance or heightened importance establish the very foundation upon which multiplies thereafter. So they're more important than a lot of the things that come after them. So we prioritize the cornerstones. When you have limited resources, when you have limited time, when you have limitations of any kind, attention, you prioritize. So I mentioned earlier, as growth happens, one of the most important things becomes what you prioritize, how you prioritize. Cornerstones become important because they make more impact than other things. So if you prioritize them, you put your resources, your time, your effort to them, it makes sense. So one of the cornerstones we're imagining is this downtown boutique hotel, with a destination restaurant and a parking garage. So why is that important? Because if you have 76 people staying permanently any given night in the center of your downtown, and they really have nothing else to do other than the work they're doing or the other reasons they're in town, then to be there and spend their money, it's kind of nice. You know, what makes a downtown more successful, vibrant, and thriving than anything else is to have a permanent presence of human beings living, residing, coming to that downtown. So one of the ways to rapidly jumpstart large numbers of people in your downtown is to have a hotel there. And we know the demand is already there. So it's not like it's build it and they will come. They are coming. No one has built it. We did a demand study. We already know that. We know that people like Albemarle are bringing in large numbers of people all the time. And then they're sending them at night to Gastonia, to Shelby, to Charlotte. The Duke Energy Education Center, every day, every week, all the time, bringing large numbers of people. What are they doing? They send them to Gastonia, to Shelby, to Charlotte. So it's not a question. The amount of construction people that will be here every day over the next however many years, the consultants, the engineers. Remember, I think I mentioned we're spending over $80 million building sanitary sewer infrastructure. That's a lot of people that are working in, around, supportive of just all that effort. We ourselves are sending away a lot of people to Gastonia, Shelby, and Charlotte. The other thing, downtown, urban scale residential. So the more that we can approve, support, and get built apartments, market rate apartments, townhomes, infill, where there's vacant lots and people can build new homes, flipping of older homes, all that is helpful. What I'm calling the gold rush is Gold Street itself, the opportunity to do the boutique hotel, to do the Mooney Village project, the 26 acres where they could very well have as many as 170 new townhomes. Huge difference all along that street by bringing that kind of infill, that kind of difference there. The Parks and Rec Master Plan being realized is and can be a huge cornerstone as far as the Gateway and Trail Plan. If we start creating and connecting prioritized components of a new Gateway and Trail Plan, and we're going to give you a sort of sneak peek and thoughts on some of that tomorrow. These development agreements. So we're working on a development agreement with the folks at the Mooney Village Townhome Project that would assist them in getting it done, but bring a brand new, beautiful park to downtown that will connect to a trail and be supportive of that project and make it all better for everybody. And the thing is just identifying some of these early wins, prioritizing what they are, and then budgeting for them. So we talk about the fact that we do all this in advance of the budget because we want you thinking about some of these things, what to prioritize and why we might budget for something and what to expect with the budget itself. Then, of course, obviously, a cornerstone is this hospitality and entertainment district. It's kind of got this term Catawba Village. That's what the developers have called it. And what does it do? Well, it will be a user of utility services on a prioritized capacity basis. And you'll hear a lot more about how we need to manage our utilities and prioritize who gets the capacity and which are the good customers and the less good customers. There almost certainly will have to be a new ABC store down there. I've said it will be the most successful, highest volume ABC store in the state of North Carolina. And I don't think it's too hard to make that projection given what will wind up there. But
Can I ask a question?
you betcha.
Does the casino have to buy from the ABC store?
Right now, I think they do.
Okay.
Yes. I want to be a little cautious on saying that they absolutely do now and will always have to,
Okay.
but they are doing it now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, I don't have it in front of me, I think the payment in lieu of taxes agreement that the county has prohibits them from doing something on their own. So the hope would be it will continue that, yes, they will have to buy
Good.
from us.
Thank you.
And the good news about the North Carolina system is those ABC stores essentially produce revenues that have to come back to the city. And more than anything, they come back to law enforcement. So yes, there's a lot of negatives that come from a hospitality and entertainment district. But when we make these decisions right and do the right things, we also can get a lot of support for the things that we need. We need more law enforcement presence. We have a very high volume ABC store there. They're going to buy it anyway. Well, if they're buying it from us, it means we're producing several $1 million a year that will come back to our police department. And I'll do that all day rather than seeing a county store or some other city store or whatever else come in there. Jobs and investment, obviously. This is in the billions of dollars ultimately that will come there. And so long as it is in the city and it pays city property taxes and city sales tax, this will be huge for us. There is no question about it. But also, will we have to support it? Sure. Will we need a police substation? Yeah, we absolutely will. I can't imagine not having one out there. Will we need a Dixon Ridge fire station? Yeah. We've got a development agreement that we already put that in there. We weren't kidding with it. It wasn't just some way to get that done. It's going to be very, very necessary for that part of town. One of the only ways we solve this whole Bethlehem Fire Department issue and having adequate fire service in that region, particularly for this entertainment district. It also have to coexist with Albemarle's mining operations. That's not a simple or easy thing, given what they're going to do, where they're going to do, and how they have to live together, but I think it's doable. It just takes a lot of difficult work and decision making and planning in advance. How about Moss Lake? We kind of forget we have this incredible, unbelievable destination, big reservoir, opportunity for recreation. And we want to talk to you about that. We're going to talk to you about that tomorrow. But there are opportunities you used to have out there. You used to have a beach. It's not there anymore. Got a really successful park. It's not hardly there anymore. Got an RV park that could be so much better than it is. We could have a restaurant out there. We could have other kinds of things that I think people would flock to if we really imagined it and made it happen. Then we've talked a little bit about how about this introduction of higher education? Could be a real cornerstone. Very important. Not only does it bring people, young people to our community, keeps those young people here, gives them an opportunity to get better educated, to keep the jobs of the future that will be here. So, is it Gaston College? Is it Cleveland Community College? Is it somebody else? I don't know, but it's nice to have, so something we want to work real hard on. And of course, the next big thing for the next big thing. We're going to be the next big thing. We should have the next big thing, right? What is it? It's going to be something. Might it be a community center? Might it be that new YMCA? Might it be an arts and cultural center? Is it a performing arts center? Is it a convention center? Is it an amphitheater? Some combinations of those things. Let's dare to dream big. There could be opportunities in the future to have one or more of these things. Let's make certain that they serve the right people, they're in the right area, they're properly planned, and they make a difference. Caddy Corner, Catalyst and Cornerstones. Anything about what you heard, what you want to know? What do you think? Yes, sir, Mr. West.
How do you convince not only this council, but the citizens to stop thinking so small? Because that's what we look at. We look at, and it's something as simple as what you and I have talked about, low-hanging fruit. We look at, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus when I say it, but we look at dog parks and simple playgrounds as being a success, and that's a small accomplishment. So how do we convince people not to think so small and accept what you're talking about?
It's leadership. Leadership's hard, takes courage, and it's all of us. If any one of us does something, it's really hard. But if we all start singing the same message, it gets a lot easier. So the better we are as a group, so that when we're department heads and staff and we're all together and we're singing that message, and then you're together as a group and you're believing in it and you're singing that message, and we're telling the people not just how, but why, and why it can work, there's a much better chance that way.
Well, I know I talked to people recently, and some people on this board, we talk about things and not seeing any movement. But I try to tell people, you know, Belmont didn't happen overnight. Gastonia didn't happen overnight. It's a plan. And that plan's a 10-year plan, 20-year plan, whatever it may be. But I still think that we need to do something positive in the meanwhile.
Yes.
To make our presence, make your
And
presence known.
it's small
in a positive
wins too.
way.
Sometimes, remember one of the cornerstones of catalytic leadership is building credibility.
Mm-hmm.
You build credibility with some small wins. So people start to say, well, he said that was going to happen, and that happened. And then they said they would do that, and they did that. And then pretty soon you start saying things, and they don't just say, oh, that's impossible. They go, oh, well, your track record's pretty good. I guess maybe that'll happen, right? So it makes a difference. The other thing is plans. Plan your work, then work your plan. You know, and you made a point about Belmont, a place like they're not overnight successes. Greenville, South Carolina, another really good example. People really like that community. It's unbelievable, great success. Been there, talked to those folks, understand exactly what they did. What they did was lots and lots and lots of hard work over a really long time and never vary from their plan. They started the plan, and 20 years later, it was still the plan. So that overnight success took them basically 20 years to really get it rolling. And that's really the secret. The secret is make a high quality plan and stick with it. Don't throw it out, start another plan, throw it out, start another plan. So it's consistent leadership, it's a consistent plan, stick with it, do the hard work, make the tough decisions, have some early wins, build credibility.
I think Greenville is a great example and really a great comparison because there was a point there where BMW had come in, but Greenville was nothing.
That's right.
And Michelin was there, and you have all these companies coming in. Thank you, sorry about that. And so they had that same thing. They had opportunity, and they could have blown it. But the truth is, they maximized it like crazy.
Yes.
And it is a beautiful town.
And you hit on the other thing that we're saying is you have these catalysts, but if you don't make the right decisions, you can really blow it.
Definitely.
Absolutely, and Greenville did it right. They made good decisions. For instance, we talk about that entertainment district of what could be and what we hope it to be. It also could just as well be pawn shops and gas stations and Taco Bells and strip malls. That's not what any of us want to see, obviously. That takes the right decision making.
But there is a danger, because what Jimmy had said is, how do we stop thinking so small? What happens is, and I love the presentation that Hollyfield did, because he talks about that fear. And fear will cause people to stay where they are. It will cause them not to think bigger, and you know, the end result is going to be exactly what you're talking about, which is your pawn shops and everything else that people think it could be.
That's right. But the way that happens is when we don't make decisions. Because if we're proactive and we're professional and we're thinking ahead and planning and doing the right things and preparing and demanding better and having policies to demand better, we'll make the right decisions, we'll be Greenville. If we don't do anything and don't care and let it happen, then we have the pawn shops and the whatever. So
when it comes to the hotel, how, what's the timetable, or do we not know?
The timetable is somewhat dependent on how we're approaching it. And one of the things that I would say is, I think we've mentioned, if we haven't, I'll mention it now, we always worry about the downtown not dying while the entertainment district succeeds and moves forward. The entertainment district is gonna succeed because why? There's a casino resort. They're always gonna come to that. The downtown, not so much. We've got to help it. We've got to make it successful. So we're trying to find ways that we can tie the two together so that people will have an interest to be successful in both. So for instance, it would be nice to have someone who owns significant investments in the entertainment district to have that same investment in that hotel, because now they care about downtown. They'll do things to co-promote it. They won't forget about downtown. They won't compete with downtown. They'll see it as both symbiotic and complementary, not competitive, and they'll design it that way. So
we need to get Wallace Cheese to give us a little of that money that he got from the selling the acre to build our hotel.
and you're on, exactly, whether it's Wallace Cheese or let's say it's someone who develops an Embassy Suites across from the casino hotel. And the Embassy Suites is a 280, 16-story Embassy Suites that meets a certain clientele right next to the casino. But a boutique hotel with a high-end steakhouse in downtown with a cool vibe is completely different. And I can send some of my other clients there, and I can own both, and I can co-promote both. So again, rather than just putting out the thing that anybody that comes along can buy it, we'd like to have that opportunity and other things like that to make certain, rather than just grabbing somebody just to own it, as opposed to, can we have the motivation to want it to be more successful as opposed to just being competitive. So that dictates some of the timing.
That's what I was gonna ask. So we're kind of at the mercy, waiting for a hotel to be developed.
Well, in the in the meantime, we're doing all the things to continue to prep the site, which is move the sanitary sewer, finish getting rid of the trees and brush, move the Cromwell House on behalf of the museum, do some landscaping on behalf of the museum, move the electric from overhead to underground. So as we keep doing all that, we never stop working on these things to find the developer. And those developers don't have to build something, they're already working on coming. If by the time they make a decision to come there, they can make a decision to do ours too. So it's not linear, it's always in parallel. So you don't slow down, you do it in parallel, or otherwise it passes you by.
Are you in talks, I'm sorry.
No, go
Are
ahead.
you in talks with anybody to do what you're talking about?
Specific, generally speaking, not with a specific where someone has said, yes, I'm building a hotel and I want to talk to you about that one. But in general terms, we're moving in that direction, yeah.
When we did our vision and planning meeting the other couple weeks ago, from the other perspective, there was, I hope I don't lose my point, but you had mentioned something just a couple minutes back here where you were talking about them being kind of invested because they're over there and they would be, they would have a dog in the fight downtown. But there's also this thing that I think our town can do better at, and that is just synergy in general. And when people realize that, hey, maybe the first step forward with the casino for Kings Mountain wasn't the best step forward, but the second one can be a great step. And if we're just thinking, how can we work together and allow this thing back and forth where that we don't mind people going from downtown to the casino because they're going to, and we don't mind people going from the casino downtown, we can work out synergistic plans that will be able to do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I only bring that up because I don't think personally that it has to be an investor who is sitting there on that side so that he, I really wanted to win.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
our mindset to some degree has to change, and we have to find on our end how to work what we need out of what they're doing.
Absolutely, without question. And synergy is important too. For instance, we're not just, it's not just a hotel too. Bringing a small microbrewery downtown and having it not too far away is another piece of a puzzle that helps both. Helps the hotel, helps the brewery itself, and then others spin off that. So again, they all become both catalysts and cornerstones, to keep that rolling.
Right.
And we're working on those things too, because one helps do the other. So again, it's in parallel. It has to all be being worked on at the same time.
Yeah, thank you.
Other thoughts on catalysts and cornerstones? Caddy corner to success. Remember it.
I thought about we're a unique community because we have a hospital.
That's true.
Between two others.
Also rare, and we forgot about that. That could easily be both a cornerstone and a catalyst. Yeah.
And the community college is, they're ramping up their healthcare entities, and there's a whole unit in our hospital that is not being used unless it's been used in the last couple of months. I'm involved with that hospital.
Nursing programs. There you go. Yeah. No, again, things like that. We've got to think more strategically, more creatively, bring some of these things together. Absolutely, because the more proactive we are, the more chance we have to succeed and win. Because everybody else is out there is always doing this. If we're not, we'll fall behind. Other thoughts or ideas just on this particular session before we move on?
One question about the ABC. Are
Yeah.
they buying their booze from us right now? Do you know?
Yes.
But
They have, but they don't serve it in a sense by the glass. they are buy these, they're in cans. So they might buy a cocktail, it's a canned cocktail that they can serve. They're buying those from us, yes, they are. But we obviously sooner rather than later want to find a location in the middle of that entertainment district and put our flag in so that we know we have effectively the monopoly to serve all of it.
We've got a 3/4 acre lot.
We are well aware of that, yes, we do. And we're negotiating with others to add to it, so, yeah. Anything else on catalysts and cornerstones? Because
I'll throw a couple more things out there.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things, and this is kind of like what's not discussed, but I just want to get a vibe if it exists, and that is, there is an area where it was kind of discussed, and I'll hit on that, but residential. So part of our goal as a community to move forward is that our residents would also be able to move forward. Because if it's all business-based, but it's not resident-based, you're kind of getting a lopsided growth. You're not getting that growth
Absolutely.
of all things.
Yep.
So we didn't really discuss that, like, is there a plan to, build neighborhoods or whatever? It doesn't have to be discussed, but I do think that it's vital
Yes.
in that where you talk about like a win-win situation, that would almost be similar. It'd be lopsided if the residents don't win, but the town's
Now,
thriving.
you bring a really good point, and again, we're uniquely suited because of those catalysts and cornerstones. The fact that we're spending $80 million plus on expanding and improving our wastewater treatment, and we have a lot of available developable land, and we're in between Charlotte Metro and Greenville Spartanburg, and the Charlotte Metro area is running out of developable land, running out of available sewer capacity. The next big thing is the next big thing. Residentially, we're the next big thing, whether we want to be or not.
Right.
Absolutely. You can say, I don't want that, go away. You can't.
Correct.
Can't stop it.
Right.
It's happening. So the point now is that we simply make good decisions. Good land use decisions, good utility extension decisions, good revenue decisions, things like that. And that's a lot of what you're going to hear about the course of the next 2 days. But the residential is coming. We know that absolutely because of all those reasons. But it's no question.
So one part of that is the current resident. So let's say that I'm a current resident, life's not good, I don't have a lot of income. I mean, that's the reality of our town. And it looks like it's going to be good for everyone else but me. I'll tell you where I think you did hit on that without realizing, or maybe even realizing, is the influx of education into this town. Because honestly, the way out of any hole is through education. And so I love that part of it, and I think that will drive some of what I'm asking. But do we as a city have a plan for that level of residential? Because you're talking about the influx of residential. I'm talking about the existing residential. Do you get what I'm asking?
To improve the quality of our housing stock that exists currently? Is that what you're
Housing,
saying?
lifestyle, opportunity, and some of what you have is opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's about providing a better education system, allow people to improve themselves that way. More jobs. We're always working to create an environment in which more jobs can be created, because that's the way you make your own life better. And then, the best environment possible to create entrepreneurship and things for, again, people to create more jobs, more opportunity. And if we do that and support the other things that do that, the school system, the rest of the environment, I think generally speaking, the tide winds up lifting. A local government can do so many things in that, and then there's the schools, they have to do certain things, and then the social service agencies and the faith-based community, and we got to work together and be partners. Correct. And I think it's all part and parcel.
Yep.
Our next session is on staffing, and I believe that I'm going to turn the mic over to Rachel, and she's going to take it from here. Any last questions on catalysts and cornerstones as she prepares her microphone?
I'm impressed that you got us on track, time-wise.
I tend to be pretty good at
That's amazing.
So, growth also involves the staffing to deal with it, and Rachel's going to talk a little bit about all those things related to our organization.
I appreciate the time here today. Jim has a great vision. He's really great at laying that out for us. And then what the staff is here to do is try to figure out how can we make that happen. So that's what we want to talk about today with our staffing. So staffing management is a critical component of strategic planning. We review our staffing levels to make sure we have our labor and our labor costs, and we maintain the employment level that we need that's approved by City Council each year during budget. A review of our staffing allows us to evaluate the success of our employee recruitment and retention programs. What gets measured gets managed, and that's why it's so important for us to look at this. Measuring our progress allows us the opportunity to be mindful and intentional in our staffing process. So if we take a look at where we've been, so I started this measurement back at the beginning of 2021. So if you think about where we were at that point, we were in the midst of the pandemic. So our staffing levels had dropped significantly, so we were about 186 employees. And that's the first line that you see there. And you see each year how those staffing levels have grown. The budget did not grow. The budgeted positions, we've had a few positions added here or there, but our ability to fill that positions is what's really changed. So right now our current staffing is about 248 employees. We're about 94% staffed, and we have a budget of 264 employees. One of the things that's compounded our problems with staffing have been our number of retirements. So if you look at that, 2021 we had 6, 22 we had 8, and then last year we had 12. We also have a looming number of retirement eligible folks that are right around the corner for us as well. In the midst of this, we've hired a lot of employees, but we have made some very significant hires. 22, we hired a city manager. I mean, that's how we kicked off the year. A police chief, a gas director, an assistant finance director. Then last year, we added a city engineer, manager of marketing, tourism, and events, public works manager, development services officer. And then as we enter into 24, our new fire chief. So a lot of people who are sitting right here in this room have come about in just the last 3 years. Why do we get so low? Why were we at that low number? Well, our staffing levels dropped during the pandemic. It was a good thing. That helped us hang on to our core employees. We didn't furlough employees through the pandemic. At that time, our wage rates were significantly below our competitors. Private sector wage rates spiked. McDonald's was paying $20 an hour. We were not competitive on our wages. So what's changing? As our staffing levels are approaching that budgeted positions, being 94% staffed, there's a lot of things that have contributed to that change. And really the core of it is that city administration and city council made a commitment to fairly compensating our employees. We started the wage study process, and we did that 2 years ago. We had not had an outside wage study completed in over 10 years. We brought in an outside third party, we evaluated it, they made their recommendations, and a part of their recommendation is, don't wait 10 years. Don't take your eye off of it. And we were so out of kilter, you couldn't fix it all in one budget year. That wasn't financially feasible for the city. So what we did is we did what we could in that year. The next year, we looked at 1/3 of the positions. This year, as a part of the budget process, you're going to see us saying we need to continue that review, do 1/3 of the positions each year, and evaluate where we are. We had significant increases across all labor categories. We've made a commitment to hiring qualified candidates. That's come at a higher rate, but we have to have the folks who are qualified to do the job. One of the things that I would say as I came in, one thing I would often hear is, well, we don't pay much, but we have these other things. And we did a lot of that. And part of that's because that's what you had to do when we didn't have the money to give raises. We give a holiday. We gave employees like their birthday off. That was something we did in tight budgetary times. But it really became a part of our culture. An example, we have a lot of company cars, that a lot of folks who have a company car. That was done because we didn't give raises. I've even had people tell me that we didn't really have an attendance policy because we didn't give raises, so you couldn't do that. It really became okay to do these things instead of pay your people. And we've really made a commitment to changing that culture and that philosophy. If you look at our metrics for new hires, you will see 2020, we hired 28, and as you've seen the growth, until last year we hired 78 people. And we've struggled with that because you can see our turnover has been really high through that time period. It's hard to hire that many people and get them onboarded and then retain those folks. So you see we've had about a 25% turnover rate along with that.
And how many total people in HR?
There's 3. Well, actually, there's 3.5 right now. We have a temp who's in right now.
So
working on a project.
Think about everything that she's telling you that they have to do with 3 people.
And we pay everybody. It's a lot.
In 2023, so we only netted 17 new people.
That's right. So when you look at this and you see that steady growth up of the positions, that's not looking at the fact of how many you turned over in the process. I mean, we really had to take the people through here to get there. But it's been a long process, but we really have made progress. And yeah, you're right, Jim, it's hard with 3 people. So right now, we have few positions that we have budgeted but aren't currently posted. But overall, we have a position that's open in development services. We have a part-time, actually that's wrong, only one part-time position in the fire department, police department, 1 full-time position and a couple of part-time folks. And that's about all we have open right now. I also want to talk a little bit about the demographics of Kings Mountain. So if you look here at the second column, Kings Mountain, and when I say Kings Mountain, I mean Kings Mountain, the community. And when I say COKM, that is the City of Kings Mountain employees. So if you take a look at our current population, and then I've got it broken down demographically, the percentage white, black, Latino, Asian. And then you see what our percentage of employees are. Certainly not where we need to be. Our goal is to be more reflective of the community that they serve. But we have really focused on changing that. I had one of the city council members tell me one time, we want people who are different working somewhere besides just solid waste. That's a valid point. So where do we have our minority employees at work now? We have several in administration. We have some on our city council, the city attorney, police department. Police department has made great strides with our minority employees. Fire department, some part-time custodial staff, laborers, operators, a crew leader, a data technician. What I would say is you're going to see our minority employees throughout the city. Compensation comparison. Average income for the community of Kings Mountain is $15.10 an hour. The average income for the minority employees of the city of Kings Mountain is right at $20 an hour. However, for non-minority employees, it's about $24.92. So we're working on it, but it's definitely not where we need to be. But again, what you measure, you manage. This picture right here, one of our employees asked to make this picture, came and pointed it out to us. So on the 13th of February, Station 1 had a full African American crew, and it was a historic first for the city of Kings Mountain. And these three firefighters were all hired within the last 3 years. We look for ways to expand roles as much as we can. One of these young men here came to us as a part-time employee. Before he ever worked his first day as a part-time employee, we converted him to a full-time employee. Looking for the opportunities to make those kind of things work. Pictures do say 1,000 words, don't they, guys? Let's talk about in August of 2023.
I have a question. Did you not have any updated pictures of the current mayor for this presentation?
The current mayor had not identified to me that he was a part of a minority population until a later date, or I would have.
Really? In orientation, I didn't tell you that?
You did. You did.
Wow, that's shocking.
So in August, we had a promotion to sergeant of a long-term African-American police officer. Our last African-American sergeant left in 2002. So it took us 22 years to get to this point. Thomas Bell he serves as the patrol commander for our part-time police officers, so I definitely don't want to discount that for Thomas Bell, but Jason was promoted in August of 2023. And I want to talk a little bit about Kevin Hernandez, and the police department and what they have done with their BLET sponsorships. So our police department, like all police departments in North Carolina, has really struggled to stay staffed, and they started sponsoring or paying for young men and women to go through the BLET program. And what is that? Basic law enforcement training. Basic law enforcement training. So this young man here, he worked at a local car dealership. So one of the ladies in my office went and got her oil changed and talked to him a couple of times. And he said, where do you work? And she said, well, I work for the city. And he's like, oh, I always wanted to be a police officer. That's what I dreamed about doing. We called him in and talked to him, and he seemed like such a fine young man. But so we went and talked to Lance. Said, hey, we want you to interview him, see what you think about Kevin. They were impressed. We were all ready to hire him, and we realized he's 19. He's not old enough to do that. So talk about being creative. Then we went to Public Works and said, well, he has experience working at the car dealership. Can we put him to work in the garage? Now, you're going to lose him in 6 months, but can we put him to work here? Then we can see, how does he come to work? How's his attitude? And they agreed to do that. So that was a partnership across the city to get Kevin on board, and he's been a certified police officer probably a year now. Yeah. So looking for those ways to make it work. So we have 7 current police officers who were sponsored through that BLET program. Lance Hamrick, I mentioned just now, he is very involved in the program with Cleveland Community College, so he's kind of our inside scoop of knowing, hey, these are the ones we really need to get this guy. Really gives us some great knowledge about that. Right now we have 2 female officers and 3 minority officers that came through that BLET program. So again, thinking outside the box. So how do we get here? Because if you go around and you talk to other municipalities, everybody's going to tell you their biggest problem is they can't get employees, right? That's what you hear everywhere you go. But we've made great strides here at Kings Mountain, and we've done that because as a group we have really focused on hiring. We have invested a huge amount of time in recruiting, candidate selection, and onboarding of new employees. We were talking about the number of employees that we went through. What did you say, Jay? It netted 17. I can tell you, I personally did the orientation for every single one of them. I think it's important. I think it's really important that I do that and I give them the vision of where we're going. We hosted 3 assessment centers. Of those, we nationally advertised them. That's something we haven't really done before. We have Jim Paladek sitting here and Greg Main, who came to us from far away because of those assessment centers. We've done job fairs. We've got one coming up this month. We've done some commercials on social media. I've got one that Karen and I are going to try to get to play here in just a second. We started a summer intern program last year. So as we were coming up on grass season, I go to the group and I'm like, well, what do you think about high school kids? We don't do that. We don't do that. But we've changed what we do, haven't we? And we had a great success of that last year. Wayne has, we hired 3 in the gas department for a special project. One of those is a young man who is finishing his degree at UNCC. We have kept him on. He's still a part-time employee with us right now, and he'll be coming on full-time with us in May. Every one of the kids that we hired worked the whole summer and did a great job. Sponsorships for the police BLET candidates. City Council made a commitment to compensating our employees at a fair market rate. That was a huge change. 2 years ago, our entry-level rate was $12.76 an hour. It was very, very difficult to hire qualified people at that. You guys have been committed to the ongoing wage study. We've sought out alternative recruiting measures to grow our diversity. We've done some ads and videos that showcase our minority employees, make people understand, hey, there's a place for me there. We've done community job fairs. And one of the things that you might not think about is we updated our employment of relatives policy. So I remember when I first came here and I'm like, it seemed like every other day somebody's mentioning, well, you know they're related to so-and-so. You know they're related to so-and-so. So I sat down to make a list, and it took me 2.5 pages to write down everybody that was related to everybody else.
You gotta be careful what you say, right?
It is. So I'm not going to say that sometimes it's not a good thing. Sometimes it is a good thing. But it's not a good thing to staff the entire city with only people who are related to each other. And it certainly isn't good for your diversity to do that. So that was one of the things that we did to really drive and be intentional about our recruiting. So how do we drive staffing going forward, especially in this upcoming year? Well, we really want to focus on employee retention. Programs to develop and prepare our current staff for promotional opportunities because we know those are coming. The wage study must continue with our annual review of 1/3 of our roles. 2023 was our first partial review, and we did public safety and directors. 2024, we're going to recommend it be public works and water resources. 2025, it'd be energy services and administrative function. Failure to keep pace with the market quickly puts us at a disadvantage for recruiting and retention. We've looked at some other things too. If you guys recall, last year I came to you during the budgeting process and made some recommendations about changing our vacation accruals because we weren't competitive on those. We try to benchmark all of our benefits and see is there anywhere we're behind on that. One of the things we'll have some discussion about this year, and you may see at budgeting time, is one thing that makes it difficult to attract people from other surrounding municipalities is our policy right now is when you start with us, you start at 0. So some places, many places, will allow you to transfer your service time. And they'll say, well, whatever time is in the retirement system, that's what we'll use to calculate your vacation time. So that may be something that you'll be hearing from me, a recommendation, because that may be something that can make us more competitive at recruiting new folks to come over to Kings Mountain. Public Works and Water Resources positions require degrees, certifications, and experience. These are at a premium right now. Water and wastewater certifications, they're like gold, aren't they, Ricky? It's really hard to find people with those. CDL licenses, that used to be a nominal amount. It's a huge amount and a huge time commitment now to do that. And Jim's talking about all these projects. You think Albemarle's going to pay CDL drivers pretty good when they start hiring them? We've got to be competitive. We've got to have a plan for that. There is fierce competition for a very reduced applicant pool. And just to give you a heads up on what we're looking at, cost for the wage study, we made a commitment with them. It's around $10,000 when they do the partial wage study each year. Expected across the board cost for a 3% increase would be about $350,000. Expected costs for market adjustment, if we guess, we won't know until they actually do that, but an average would be about another 3% just for that group of folks. So that's probably about another $90,000. Total cost of increase of about $450,000, and add another $100,000 in for the benefits of retirement and 401k. Just to kind of give you guys an idea of what this costs. In preparing for what's ahead, you know, we've got to prepare for all this rapid growth that we're talking about. We're going to get that growth from residential, commercial, tourism growth, the Albemarle mining project, and Two Kings Casino. We've got to prepare for retirements. It is a significant loss of knowledge. And in 2024, we will have over 25 employees who are retirement eligible. 5 of those are in very key positions. 6 of them were with our police department. So we're feeling so good about being fully staffed, but boy, it's right around the corner, isn't it? And many of those are high-level positions. Public works leadership, gas and electric. We have to keep preparing for that. Other areas for rapid growth, some areas will have significant rapid growth. Public safety, we're currently working. We are currently ready to hire next week. We've just heard that hot off the presses yesterday. Is a CID officer to work in drug enforcement. Dixon Ridge included a commitment for a fire department location. These are big public safety commitments that are coming.
I just want to mention something as we're talking about public safety too, and I'll let the chief jump in if he has to, but as you start imagining an entertainment district and a lot more traffic and things moving about the city, we're going to have to consider dedicating more human beings to just traffic, because we really don't have anybody to do that now, and it's becoming a real issue. So again, back to prioritization. The chief spends all his days mostly doing that, prioritizing. Can we really give any focus on traffic because I got all these other things? At some point, we have to recognize it's going to have to be, we need an actual traffic division, because we're not doing this and we can't do it because we're spread too thin. So something doesn't say up there, but keep in mind it's coming. So wanted to mention.
Public works employees, that need will spike before the impact of tax revenue. Permanent need for these positions. Competition with growing commerce. So as all these places come in and open up and they start hiring people, we're competing with them. Like I said, Albemarle, it's going to be difficult to compete for CDL drivers when they start hiring drivers to take all that mud out of the mine. Development services, an immediate need. So they are at the top of the curve, immediate need to support the growing demand for development. Maybe a quick temporary need for things like building inspectors and other support services as that demand grows. All of our departments will experience growth and an increased demand for services. So what are things that we can do? Well, one of the things that we can do is we can really find a good partnership with staffing agencies. They're often quick to be able to get folks in quickly and replace folks very quickly. Maybe we'll seek out retirees who may be interested in part-time or limited time period roles. For permanent roles, we've got to establish and maintain a pipeline of candidates. And a good example with that being our BLET sponsorships. We'll be looking to do something very similar with the fire department as they face that growth, something very similar to the success we've had with the BLET sponsorship. Partnerships with educational facilities, looking to sponsor internships. That way, building that partnership so you get good information and you get the reputation of being a good place to come to work. Job fairs, and then advertisements. Karen, were you going to see if you could play that commercial? It's just a quick little thing that we did that we put out on social media. Then we got to look at succession planning. It's imperative that we value the employees we do have and remain competitive in compensation. We have to offer development opportunities. We sponsor and pay for the CDL licensing, supervisor development, and robust onboarding programs. Just need you, just copy
If
it.
a person retires, do they have to stay out? For
1 month.
1 month?
1 month.
And then I can come back and work part-time?
You can. So this is something we did last year. Yeah, if you'll just hit play, it's perfect. You made that look easy, Karen.
Are you looking for a job? Do you live in or around the city of Kings Mountain? Why not forget all the traffic of the big cities and stay right here in Kings Mountain where you can work and make an impact in your own community? The city of Kings Mountain has a range of job opportunities. We have part-time, seasonal, and full-time positions with great benefits. We have jobs across all categories: technical, administrative, laborer, operator, and professional. Check out our current openings at www.cityofkm.com and keep coming back. New opportunities open all the time. When you work for the city of Kings Mountain, you do what you love and make a real difference in the city that you call home.
I enjoy the ability to be able to work independently. I think that's a great thing. Our benefits, we have great benefits between our pension. We have a paid day off for our birthday, which is completely awesome. I've never heard that anywhere, so I don't know if that's something specific to the city, but I love it.
What I really like about it is from then to now, which I look back 25 years, there was an opportunity for me to move up and progress in this department. And that's one of the things that I really love about what we have here going on in this town.
Are you looking for perks? We have competitive salary, great advancement opportunities, full benefits package at a great low price, and retirement packages with health insurance for life. How did I get hired? Visit www.cityofkm.com and put your application in today. Find a job you'll love as much as the city you get to call home. Kings Mountain.
So it's just a way that we reach out on social media, reach the younger kids, get that out there. The days of like running the classified ads are really long gone. Utilizing partnerships, I mentioned with the police department, the new CID hire, partnering also with other agencies through drug enforcement and homeland security. And another thing that you don't think of that really makes a difference is utilizing technology. How can we work smarter and be more effective? So one of the things that we've struggled with is being able to get our positions out there. So we had a very low cost, low option application system. So we post the positions on our website. So if you go to our website, you can see them. Anything else, we have to manually post somewhere else. And then there's not a link. So then if I see it on Indeed, then I've got to actually then go back to our website to put in for it. And what that meant was not many people applied for our positions. So one of the things that we are rolling out in the last week has been a new applicant tracking system. And it is bringing in much more qualified candidates very quickly. You don't think about technology being really the key to making this kind of thing happen. A time and attendance system. We do the most archaic way of paying people that you can imagine. We actually have a timesheet, a written timesheet that somebody fills out, and then that has to be turned into an administrative assistant who has to check it and then turn it into HR, who has to manually enter that time into a system. So the next step will be a time and attendance system that can take all the manual work out of that. Again, that's giving you time back to do so many other things. Over the last 3 years, we've significantly grown the staff for the city of Kings Mountain. And looking to the future, there is going to be significantly more growth for the city. So we've got to plan and prepare for that growth, and we have to be mindful and intentional about it. We have to value our greatest asset, which is our employees. In 2023, we saw a renewed commitment to financing infrastructure and capital equipment. Those are critical components for growth. But we also saw the city make a commitment to investing in our employees, which is another critical component for growth. The wage study and implementation, intentional hiring processes like the assessment centers, job reclassifications, reviewing our benefits and upgrading them, investing in systems upgrades, and also doing things to show employees they're appreciated. Like for the last 2 years, we've held employee appreciation events. We need to share the opportunity for growth and success with our employees because we can grow and be successful together. And how do we drive staffing? Focus on attracting and developing our minority candidates. Now that we have that base, we focus on growing that roles. We have a history of promoting from within. So once we have employees who are here, we can help them be successful and move forward. Continue seeking external minority candidates. Diversify our recruiting methods. Again, the change to Clear Company as our applicant tracking system. That's our first step. Gives us a wider distribution of open positions, and it also gives us a better method to measure our progress because all the data is there that we can see. This is where we're getting the applicants from, so this is where we can focus on. And then continue our summer interns and our public safety cadet programs. On the horizon for this next year, things that we know we're going to be looking at, our financial services team. I mentioned that we have a position in financial services that's not currently posted. We'll be looking to restructure that to a budget analyst for the team. Gives us better analysis on spending, support for our budget process, and support for tracking on project management. It will probably add about $22,000 cost to what's already budgeted. Energy services team. Wayne is looking to restructure an open electric position to a compliance specialist role, someone to focus on safety and environmental compliance, track and maintain operator training. Probably isn't going to add any cost over what we had already, but just a restructuring of that role. Building inspectors. We may be looking for ways to contract some additional positions. Public infrastructure. Restructuring and open positions to a public works city engineer role. It'll be a significant cost add, but that's a role that's really going to help us focus on project management and provide technical support. Public information, communications specialist manager. We heard you guys. We heard what you had to say in that visionary meeting. Maybe restructuring a current position, assign a leadership position to focus on marketing the city of Kings Mountain to the city and to delivering an intentional and mindful message about city operations. Cultural resources, they're going to be looking to restructure a position to a library services supervisor, provide additional leadership to library, and really allow Christina to focus on the master plan for recreation and grant writing and other very important things. All of these positions are reclasses, so they don't involve additional benefit cost. Of course, the roles will be mostly at a higher pay rate, but really bring what we need that's crucial for growth, and probably an overall cost add of about $220,000. Again, you'll be seeing this in budget. This is just a way to kind of give you a heads up of what we're looking at and planning for the new year. Any questions for me, Cass?
We didn't mention it specifically, but we met, I think David brought it up specifically about getting an app. Maybe others did too.
Mm-hmm.
And that would give you another.
It would be great, wouldn't it?
Where you can put stuff on there.
Yep, yep.
Any additional questions for Rachel with regard to staffing, human resources?
Or everybody's here, so any department, they'd be glad to share about what we've done with their teams.
What I do want to do before we just leave staffing and human resources, Rachel had mentioned that we're going farther afield these days in doing our recruiting, and we recently did an assessment center, and we have in fact found a new fire chief, and I would be remiss if I didn't take the chance to actually introduce him because, you know, he doesn't start technically until Monday, but he's taking his entire weekend to be here with us. So Greg Main was found as part of an assessment center We got a lot of fire chiefs from all surrounding areas that assisted us. They put them all through their paces. We had a series of finalists, really good candidates, and the cream always rises to the top. And that is no statement about the color of his hair because it's the same as mine. I just happen to notice that. But at the same time, I would like to introduce our brand new fire chief to the city of Kings Mountain, Greg Main. Greg, would you like to say a few words about who you are, why you're here, and anything else you want to offer to us? So.
I retired recently from the Evansville Fire Department, Evansville, Indiana. We had 14 stations, 273 firefighters. We have an average call volume of about 17,000 calls a year. I was the chief fire marshal, also worked in chief of operations. I helped with the planning and development of taking over a volunteer fire department and developing a plan for ISO improvement plan. I'm looking forward to working with everybody. As you can tell, I'm new, very new to public speaking, so I will bear with me, and my white hair, just bear with that also. But thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, sir. Jim, I do have a question for Rachel.
Yes.
And I didn't want her not to be on. The first one's humorous, but then I'll follow up the second one. But on the first one, when I signed up on orientation, didn't I have to check a box that tells you what my ethnic background was?
So employees do when they
Did I
apply for a position. Elected officials are special, and you guys don't complete one of our
So I didn't
applications.
have to do that. Okay, it's so funny. I thought that day she said no. I'm like, I swear I did that, but that makes sense now. So sorry I didn't indicate that. So you had shown that graph of the 25%.
Turnover?
Oh, turnover.
Mm-hmm.
So what is our percentage of ethnic or African American specifically employees?
Okay, let me get
9%. But so our population's 25%.
Yeah, let's
So-
go back on a.
So something that I just want to share, because in running radio stations, and it's a different thing, but it's a real thing, because when you go into a market and you're running a radio station.
Go back. Go back. I'm sorry, I am listening wrong. When you're running a radio station.
No, so that's why I got confused. I did ask the question. I was trying to catch up there. But when you come into a market and you run radio stations, you have to quickly learn the market, assess it from all angles, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes, that's.
So of our population for the community of Kings Mountain, we're 25.8% African American, but only 9% of our employees are African American. 9% of the employees that we have.
Got it.
Latino, 1.5 versus a population of 2.
Got it. So I only bring this up because, and it's not to create any waves. It's just the reality of in radio. I know this isn't radio, but there is a part of this that should match. There should come a time where what represents in any place of work is balanced in the city that they live in.
You should represent the community.
Correct.
Right, so we should have 25% of our employees be African American.
Right. Yeah. No.
Absolutely.
And I know that that's what you were alluding to and shooting for. And I do think you're doing a great job in recruitment. So thank you for it, because I did get confused on that slide. I was like, hold on a second, then we moved past it.
So that is one thing that we look at, because that's what your goal is.
Right.
Your goal is to look like your community.
Correct.
And have that.
Yeah,
and
thank
I
you.
would share this with you. So again, when I first came here, I remember I was looking out the back door and I saw somebody out there weed eating, and I'm like, who is that? And Lorena looks and she's like, oh, that's Matt. And I'm like, how do you know that? I can't even see. She's like, he's the only black guy that works here.
Wow.
It was a wow moment for me. I didn't even know what to say. It stopped me in my tracks. So we're not where we need to be, but we are aware, and it's definitely a goal and a focus. Not just for me, for everybody in here.
Yeah, I only bring that up because even the presentation that Jim shared, you know, the man really talked about that, that line of black, white, or if it comes down to that. So I really appreciate what you're doing, and I look forward to that number getting more
Get where it needs to
matching.
be.
Absolutely.
It was 1%
Thank you.
when I first
Let's
That's
go ahead
incredible.
and take a brief break till, say, 4:20, and then we'll come back for the next session.
It's actually outrageous, but,
Oh, it's better.
I got a question here, you know, hey, boy, you're talking about all these great things. How are we going to pay for all this stuff, you know? Well, exactly. Hey, guess what? That's our next session is, how do you, in fact, budget and finance during times of high growth? So, Mr. Costner, our Fiscal Services Officer, is going to take you through it.
All right. Well, I apologize in advance. I didn't realize until I looked through my slides, I did an entire PowerPoint presentation that's supposed to last 30 minutes, and there is not a single dollar amount in this presentation. So I hate to disappoint you. But in all
Oh, Chris, your mic is muted. Unmute it.
That good?
Is that good, Trey? Yeah, you're
good now? All right. Didn't even know how to mute it. So anyway, obviously, you know, we're not going to solve the problem of how to finance and how to implement, you know, the entirety of what we're talking about. But what we can do is philosophically, I just want to focus on some things. I want to educate you about some things. I want you to understand how we're currently paying for things. I want you to understand, you know, some of the key budgeting principles that we've drilled into your head over the years and how some of those are still going to relate and how some of those may not relate when you factor in, you know, extreme growth. So we're going to look at a few little things like, you keep hearing recurring expenditures are to be paid with recurring revenue streams. It makes perfect sense. It's great. You don't dip into your savings account to pay your monthly utility bill, generally speaking, or you shouldn't. You're going to run into problems long term if you do that. But in times of high growth, these recurring revenue streams and recurring expenditures may not jive. We may have to ramp up. We may have to, you know, deviate a little bit from this principle. It's not an absolute principle. Growth pays for growth. That's great. Sounds great in theory. We'll talk a little bit about, you know, how do we ensure that growth pays for growth. The matching principle. You know, I promise I'm not going to bore you with accounting theory, but, you know, the whole concept, accounting is based upon matching revenues to the period in which they're earned and expenditures to the period in which they're incurred. Well, by definition, government sort of gets away from the matching principle. We use this whole available resources model, current inflows and current outflows. So we've never quite matched up completely with the matching principle, but we'll address some issues, you know, regarding the matching principle and maybe some things that will vary a little bit when you start experiencing extreme growth. Just general rule of thumb. I hope this is not news to anybody. I've got a pie chart that we do every budget year that we kind of go through and say, hey, for the general fund, how are we paying for activities in the general fund? Contrary to popular belief, your property tax does not pay my salary. It only pays for about 36% of what we actually do in the general fund. Utility taxes, utility franchise tax, sales tax, occupancy tax, that's about 22% of the general fund revenue stream. The solid waste, in our case, fees, it's about 7%. That's really intended to cover the cost of solid waste. In theory, solid waste should be run as an enterprise activity. It should pay for itself. Well, then why is it in the general fund? Because most people's solid waste operations don't pay for themselves, especially when you first establish them, so they get established as a governmental activity. But our goal is to get that to the point that it's paying for itself. Transfers, we're going to talk about that, you know, to a large extent during budget time, but our transfers represent about 5% of our revenues. And everything else together, whether that's building permits, zoning permits, anything that we're generating from Moss Lake, cemeteries, grants, all of those things combined are less than 7% of the total general fund revenue stream. So, you know, you hear a lot of talk about, well, let's raise fees instead of taxes. Okay, well, yeah, you can double, triple, quadruple fees, and you're not going to get the same impact as a 10% tax increase. It's just mathematically not possible. Why did we focus on property taxes last year? Why did we focus on solid waste fees? Those are the things that move the needle. Those are the larger revenue streams. You know, we were grossly deficient in trying to cover our costs in the solid waste, and the property taxes, we were grossly behind what our peer groups were doing and levying. The other thing is capital financing, capital reserves was about 23% of our budget. Okay. We're in a little bit of a situation where we're still trying to, for lack of a better term, repair our borrowing capacity based on how we've chosen to do some things in the past. In other words, general fund, you want to go pay for things like parks and park improvements, and you want to pay for things like streetscape, you have to issue the equivalent to revenue bonds, general obligation bonds. Well, if you're a taxing authority and your tax revenue is only paying for 36% of what you're currently doing, it's going to be hard to go get someone to agree to issue and underwrite that debt. And that debt's terribly expensive to issue. And so, you know, until you have a comprehensive plan together and you can package a lot of this stuff together and go through that process one time, sometimes it's just, you're kind of limited in what you can and can't finance, okay, practically. So those are your general fund revenue sources. Again, hopefully it's not a surprise to anybody. I did a little differently than a pie chart. We just listed it out here. So let's talk a little bit about these key components. I think there's just a lot of misunderstanding and misconception around property taxes. And you're like, well, that's pretty simple. It is, but did you realize your property taxes are based upon a valuation January 1st? Okay, our years run July through June. So they go through, they value your property January 1st, they levy your property sometime in July, August, and it's due and payable without interest the next January. Technically, it's due in September, but nobody pays property taxes in September because there's no penalty for not paying the property taxes in September. So that is kind of how a property tax calendar in the state of North Carolina works. So you start talking about lag. Well, what if someone were to build a home in February? Well, it wasn't included, it wasn't caught in the January valuation, so it won't be caught until next January. Then it won't be levied until July or August, and we won't collect it until December, January. So in reality, there's almost a 2-year grace period in some cases on certain of this development. So we don't necessarily get back to the matching principle and things of that nature. We're, by default, taxes are kind of for lack of a better term, they're a general revenue. So it's hard to say, well, when do you earn a property tax? Well, you earn it whenever the calendar says you earn it, basically. And so, as y'all well know, we straddle Cleveland, Gaston County. We're about 90% Cleveland County, 10% Gaston County, no matter how you slice the pie, whether that's based on property valuation, population, 90-10, general rule of thumb. They do a property revaluation every 4 years. 2025 is the next valuation cycle for Cleveland County. Gaston's 2027. They just did one last year. Okay? And counties, we have no say-so in when a valuation gets done. The counties determine the valuation frequency. Now, the statutes say you can't go more than 8 years without a reval, but they can choose a 2-year cycle, they can choose a 4-year cycle, 6, 8, whatever they want to choose. Can't be more than 8. Since I've been here, Cleveland County supposedly was on a 4-year cycle, but they actually went 8 years from 2008 to 2016. Then they went on 5 years and did it in 2021. They said they were going to do one last year, and so I guess they're back on a 4-year cycle. So we have it on very good authority that 2025 is going to be the next reval cycle. So they've been a little inconsistent on their cycles. Gaston's pretty much been on a 4-year cycle. Just based on all the units I've worked with, that seems to be pretty common. Some of your larger units, areas of high growth, your Wake County, some of those places may be on 2-year cycles to try to capture that constant growth and appreciation. So again, that's up to the county. They are responsible for property valuation. So when people gripe about, I'm not happy with my valuation, that's not us, that's the county. they're given the statutory authority to do that. And the valuation is the same for city and county. We don't do a valuation, the county do a valuation. No, the valuation is the valuation. And the tax rate, the taxes are assessed based upon the valuation for both the city and the municipal, and for fire district taxes and any other tax that's based on a valuation. It's all based on a single valuation. So I got a question for you. Do you think your Cleveland County home is more valuable than it was in January 2021? Yes or no? I think we all would agree that there's been pretty significant increases in property valuation over the last few years. The market got really, really, really hot in 2021, 22. So your home won't be revalued for property tax purposes until 2025. So in reality, most residential property tax bills remain unchanged from a valuation standpoint for a 4-year period of time, generally speaking. And so, you know, in theory, we want to capture the value of your property and you pay your property tax based on the value, but we, in theory, can only change the value every 4 years, or the county actually gets to make that decision. So we don't control the valuation. The only thing we control is a rate, okay? So in times of high inflation, if we're keeping up with market, in theory, that rate should move a little bit. For whatever reason, property taxes are calculated on a completely different basis than an income tax. The IRS doesn't say, all right, we're going to lock in your taxable wage for the next 4 years. And then 4 years from now, we'll decide what it's going to be then. No, if your wages change every year, you pay taxes based on what you earn. And so it's a little bit different model, but for some reason, property taxes, all taxes have gotten lumped together, and increase is bad, you know, without understanding sometimes what the determining factors are as far as calculating those rates. So I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention a little bit about how your property taxes are calculated. Kings Mountain, we generate 25 to 30% of our taxes from residential customers. The remainder of property taxes come from commercial and industrial customers. Why is this important? We had a reval, Cleveland County, a couple years ago. Everybody up in arms. Taxes, property values went up 25%. Well, truth of the matter is your property taxes hadn't really changed since 2008, okay? But, okay, they went up 25%. City's rolling in money. You know, the valuation's up 25%, you're going to generate all this property tax. Well, wait a minute. The reval only really affects your real property. And only about 25% of our real property, or of our base, if you will, for property taxes is residential real property. So even though that base goes up 25%, our total revenue only went up 5%. A lot of what the commercial and industrial customers pay property tax on is the value of quote-unquote personal property, machinery and equipment. For instance, you got a manufacturing outfit, the building's not worth much. Those CNC machines are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars a pop, okay? So we are much more disproportionately weighted towards commercial and industrial as far as our tax base is concerned. So it's one of those perception, we'll talk a little bit about perception gap here in a little while. Well, my taxes went up 25%, so your revenues must have went up 25%. Why did you not cut my rate? Unfortunately, the math doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. So 25% increase, or excuse me, a 25% increase on 25% of your base only results in a 5% across the board increase. And for instance, that year we had the reval, the inflation was 6.5%. The reval didn't even actually keep up with inflation for one fiscal year, much less really, quote unquote, result in a significant, increase in revenue. So there you go. Revenue neutral, as elected officials, you hear that a lot. Revenue neutral does not mean we're going to levy and collect the same exact amount of tax as we did the year before. That's not what revenue neutral means. What revenue neutral means is when you have a reval, you should adjust the rate to ensure that the new revenue stream, if you want to be revenue neutral, is going to produce what you would have produced under the old rate structure. So if your valuation goes up, in theory, you would reduce the rate. But it's not that simple. What if you've been growing at 15% a year since your last reval? Revenue neutral allows, under the statutory calculation, for considering growth. So in reality, a revenue neutral is, if you're in a time of an inflationary time, your community's growing, and you've been adding to that valuation, revenue neutral, you're going to generate more revenue because you get to, if you adopt that philosophy, because your calculation will result in a bigger number. You factor in the growth factor. You're allowed to factor that in. Excuse me?
If you make it revenue neutral, you're cutting your own throat. You give the county their money, we lose ours. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily, but revenue neutral, a lot of people just, yeah, well, a lot of people just have the concept of we have to do revenue neutral. No, you don't, number one. Number two, you have to, if you do revenue neutral, understand that it doesn't mean we're going to generate the same property tax. There is an inflationary factor that you can consider. What if your valuation is shrunk? Why in the heck would you ever want to do revenue neutral at a time when your valuation's been going down? You would have a deflationary factor built into that. So
true revenue neutral includes up to about a 3% increase of inflation. It's a statutory definition. So
it is a calculation. Yes, you have to go through what's your growth, what's your average growth been since the last reval, and then you factor that in. In some cases, it could be 15%, David. In other cases, it may be 1 or 2%. Yeah. You got to remember, like our last reval, for instance, when we calculated the revenue neutral rate, you know what it said we should have done? Raised our tax rate 2 cents. You know, so it's one of those things where, but we got a power plant, a $400,000 increase to our valuation. So when you factored that in, our growth factor was really exponential. And again, they hadn't done a reval for 5 years. Yeah. So just understand that when you hear people talk about revenue neutral, just understand what it means. It doesn't mean the same. Okay, it's a calculation. And one other thing, real quick, the Albemarle effect on property taxes. What I mean by that, this is a little bit of a perception thing too. Well, Albemarle's paying all this money for this property, so it's going to drive everybody's property value up. No, it's not. In their minds, they may think it is. It's making our job a lot more difficult when we're trying to acquire property for potential economic development and property for expansion and right-of-ways for utility expansions and things like that. But in reality, that's not the case. Our reval, the needle is not going to move on an overall reval of real property based upon what Albemarle's doing, number one. Number two, it's actually reducing our tax base in certain situations because they're buying land and they're buying it for buffer. Regardless of what they paid for it, it's buffer for a mine. It's going to be valued at its value as mine buffer, regardless of whether they paid X for it or Y for it.
And actually worse, they'll wind up demolishing 150 homes that used to have the complete value of that home will be gone entirely.
Correct.
So it's actually a negative effect in a significant way.
And in some cases, because even a dilapidated dwelling or an older dwelling on a piece of property still results in a higher property value than just the property itself. So in some cases, once they start demolishing and consolidating and things of that nature, it's actually going to negatively impact the tax base for certain components of property. So don't get so caught up in the fact that, you know, you're hearing a lot of chatter, and we're hearing a lot of chatter, and it's, you know, your property is worth something if it's in the right place and it has the right mineral content and so on and so forth. We'll just leave it at that. And that can be very narrowly defined. Just because somebody a mile down the road may not be falling in that spodumene belt or whatever they're using to determine those things.
Can you repeat something that you just said? So the tax value that it becomes once it becomes, well, now that it is Albemarle's, even the buffer. So is that lower than what it was?
It's whatever the assessor says it is, and the assessor's going to go out and say, well, you're using this for buffer for a lithium mine.
In effect, think of it as it gets valued for its use. If its use is agriculture, it has a very low value. If its use is natural or buffer, even lower use. if it's valued as industrial, a certain value. But because someone pays, a really large amount for something, someone pays $48 million for 30 acres, it doesn't suddenly have the value per acre of what was paid for it. What's its land use now? If it's the buffer for a mine and it's basically a natural area, its value is remarkably low, very low.
Lower than when it was somebody's.
Lower
house.
than when it was
There
actually
you go.
functioning as a
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now-
as opposed to what it got paid for it, yes.
They pay what they need to pay to make whatever they're doing financially viable. It justifies it for them. Doesn't necessarily mean that it equates to a property tax valuation.
Exactly.
So, I'm going the wrong way. So that was just a 50,000-foot view on property taxes, just to dispel some myths. Sales tax. If you flip back, you notice our sales tax, our utility franchise taxes, those types of taxes were about a little over 22%, I think the number was, something like that. We're going to talk specifically about sales tax. When you go into an establishment in Cleveland County, you buy something, they charge you 6 3/4 cent sales tax on a purchase, right? Well, when you look at that 675, it breaks down 4.75 and 2. So that's 70% of the total tax is a state tax, 30%, that 2, and there's various articles, Article 39, 40, 42, 44, various articles, but in total, 2% or 30% of that 6 3/4 is a local tax. Well, what does that mean? That means these businesses, they remit their sales tax to the state. The state then turns around and remits a portion of that back to local units being counties and municipalities, okay? So that's how sales tax kind of works. So, sales tax generated in Kings Mountain is returned to Kings Mountain, right? Makes perfectly logical sense. Well, God forbid that actually be what they do. That's not what they do. Statutorily, that's not how it works. So, not exactly. That makes way too much sense. So, sales tax in reality is tracked at the county level for purposes of distribution. So, I'm all about people shopping anywhere in Cleveland County. Shop in Cleveland County, because if the pie gets bigger, we all benefit. So if you want to shop in Shelby, shop in Shelby. Just don't go across don't go to Rutherford County, don't go to Lincoln County. You go to Gaston, we get a little share of Gaston, but we still rather you shop in Cleveland. And so long story short, sales tax is tracked at the county level. The county, again, by statute, they get to determine how are we going to distribute the sales tax to the municipalities. And they have the option of choosing one of two distribution methods. It's called the per capita method and the ad valorem method. Just real quick, per capita is real simple. Wow, I need to hurry. We'll try to get you back on track here. Per capita, long story short, is a percentage of population. So there's 100,000 people in the county, 10,000 of them live in the city limits of Kings, or 12 in the city limits of Kings Mountain, we get 12%. So on and so forth. Ad valorem, what they do is they look at what's the total amount of taxes levied in the county. And they will then distribute your sales tax based upon your percentage of the total tax levy for the county. So they'll take taxes levied for us and Shelby and the other 13 municipalities that exist in Cleveland County, and then we get a percentage of that, okay? Under the current distribution formula, the county gets roughly 70% of all the sales tax. Shelby gets 15%, and we get around 7.5%. And this is adjusted annually based upon prior year tax levies.
I just want to make the point that in most cases in the state of North Carolina, counties select the ad valorem method because it is clearly to their benefit. Counties tend to be those areas of the county itself that are relatively rural. They're not producing the sales tax. The sales tax is being produced in the actual cities, and the cities then are getting disproportionately small amounts of the actual sales tax that they produce. So again, another opportunity for the county to disproportionately take away from the cities. Thank you.
And again,
because I don't miss something. They're doing it per capita, correct?
No, they're doing ad valorem.
They're doing the ad valorem method.
We would significantly benefit if they did per capita.
Yeah, if they did per capita, our percent would go to around our percentage of the population, which is roughly 100,000 people in Cleveland County. We're 12%.
So instead of 12%, yeah, about 7.5.
I mean, if I had a vote, I would say use the, per capita method, but they get the right to choose, okay? They're gonna.
It can be done, it's very easy. They just
There
choose
you
not
go.
to.
There you go. Again, and this is how it works across the state. This is just how the law is written. We wished it would make a lot of sense if they just track point of sale. And if it happens inside your city, you get it. If it happens outside of any city limits, the county gets it. If it happens inside somewhere else, they get it. It would just make so much more sense and be so much easier. We have the technology to do it, but the county commissioner lobby is probably a lot stronger than the municipal lobby. That's why the statutes got written the way they got written. A couple of other things I just want to touch on. Building permits, they don't move the needle a whole lot per se in terms of total general fund revenue, but they're intended to cover the cost of services, and I'd like to point out, even though we adjusted them, they're still not covering the cost. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind, that we may be discussing that a little bit more come budget time about adjusting those, because again, it's still not covering the cost. Did you know? Now this is something that's funny. The first thing I used to do in the for-profit world when I used to audit small businesses, I was like, go make friends with a local banker and get yourself a line of credit. Why? Because most businesses in some way, shape, or form, there's ebbs and flows, there's ups and downs, and sometimes you need that line of credit to finance short term. I used to work for a CPA firm. When do they make all their money? During tax season. What do you do the other 9 months out of the year? You know, you max out a line of credit, then you get a huge revenue inflow over a 3 or 4 month time. You pay off your line of credit, life is good, and that's how you operate your business. It's a way of smoothing cash flow. You can't do that in North Carolina. It's illegal. You cannot borrow money for an operating purpose in North Carolina. Prohibited by the statute. So no lines of credit, no short-term operating loans. So, challenges of rapid growth. We've touched on a lot of this stuff. You can kind of see how we have a revenue lag, if you will, with regards to taxes from both a revaluation standpoint and in some cases just simply it can be 18 to 20 months before the valuation is picked up and taxed and levied for new development, just depending upon how it falls calendar-wise. Again, inability by law for short-term borrowings. You know, if you know something is coming, if we know we've had development, if we know that levy's coming next year, but we'd like to go ahead and budget for A, B, C, or D and finance it with a short-term bridge loan, we can't do it. So what does that mean? That means you have to use reserves. That's why reserves, you know, in times of rapid growth, it's great to be able to have a bit of a savings account, fund balance to dip into, because sometimes that's your only viable option in some cases. You have service requirements versus available resources. And what do we mean by that? Well, you can't go out per se, and you can't always wait for the revenue stream and then respond by quote unquote hiring new people or investing in new, resources, capital, whatever it need be to provide the service. Sometimes you have to start providing a service before you're going to collect the property taxes. So again, you've got to kind of balance that, against the fact that, you've got a lag, and oh, by the way, a lot of cases you can't do, well, in any case, you can't do those short-term borrowings. With regards to residential growth, most of the time it costs you about 1.5 to 1.75 times what you actually receive in property taxes. So I hope they shop here. I hope there's sales tax revenue being generated. I hope there are, other economic factors that drive that, but the property taxes themselves do not pay normally the cost of residential growth.
But a point to be made on that, that's where our mix right now benefits us. So we're 70% commercial industrial and about 30% residential. That's good in that regard because residential costs about 1.5 times in service costs what you get back. However, industrial particularly, you only cost you about 20% of what you get back. Commercial costs you about 45, 50%.
Yeah.
So having a nice balance is always good. You don't want to be a bedroom community, because if you're 95% residential, you are screwed. It's really hard. Now, on the other end, as we're sort of skewed the other way. And at some point in the future, we'll get more of a balance. But in this regard, not being highly skewed to residential benefits us.
Perfect example, just to put this in real context. a $400 million natural gas fired power plant came to town a few years ago. So our valuation base went up $400 million, okay, which under the old tax rate, whatever, $1.5 million in property taxes generated. We did not have to hire one policeman, one fireman. They staffed it with a relatively small number of people, so there was no huge inflow into the community that required any services. $400 million in valuation. Think about how many $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 homes you have to build to generate that same $400,000. 2,000, 3,000 homes? Well, you're sure as heck going to need more police, more fire, more demand on services. So that's a real good way of looking at commercial industrial. A lot of times you get quote unquote more return, if you will, on that valuation.
So getting an entertainment district while you're getting a lot of residential is a good thing. It's a nice balance, one to the other.
Right, but as your mix changes, again, if we become more residential, then you're going to have to look at the overall, look at the rate. Is it generating enough overall revenue to serve whom we need to serve? So the more residential you become, the less likely you are to generate sufficient property taxes to cover those costs, okay? Some other things we just want to talk about, identifying reliable indicators of actual growth requiring ramp up. In other words, if we're going to start ramping up, if we're going to start hiring people, if we're going to start buying things, if we're going to start contemplating financing for police and fire stations and things of that nature, we need to be basing that upon good leading indicators. Because in reality, entitlements, especially in Kings Mountain, we hear this at developer roundtables all the time. There's 3,000 homes entitled in Kings Mountain. Well, there's been 3,000 homes entitled in Kings Mountain for the last decade. Had we started ramping up, we're going to have 3,000 new homes, we better start ramping up, well, we would have laid people off 2 and 3 times now. So entitlements are not necessarily accurate predictors. Building permits actually being issued are, utility accounts being opened are, so we just need to identify and ramp up based upon good indicators. Some other things that I hope are common sense: don't exacerbate your situation by incentivizing the wrong projects. As you see,
But for.
There are reasons for incentives, and generally speaking, you're in competition for something that you desire. That's when you would typically pay an incentive. And then the other thing that we have to do or be cognizant of is managing the perception lag. A lot of people are hearing, hey, this is happening, and that's happening, and this is happening, and that's happening, so all this revenue is going to be rolling in. So when are you going to cut my property tax rate? And y'all must be hiring left and right, and da-da-da-da-da. Well, not one penny's materialized yet as a result of the casino. And it won't for a while. We're still several years away from these developments happening. Now, we need to be planning. We need to be strategizing. We need a long-term plan as to how we're going to utilize these resources once they become available, but we're not there yet. Planning is one thing, and it's the responsible thing to do, and we have to plan. You fail to plan, you plan to fail. But perception lag, it's not here yet. People are hearing a lot of good things, and they're coming. We're just not quite here yet. So you got to manage that both from the citizen expectation standpoint, staff expectation standpoint. It's rough on public safety. They're freaking us. Oh my gosh, we got 3,000 homes entitled. We're going to need more of this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth. And so, managing that perception, if you will, lag, is something you got to be conscious of. The utility funds, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. The enterprise funds are exchange-like transactions. They're more like a business, okay? It's like you sell a product, you generate a fee. That fee better cover all the cost of providing that service. If we can't offer competitive rates, safe, reliable service, then why are we in that business? The other thing I'll say, and y'all can like it or not like it, if you're not willing to raise rates based on market factors, you don't need to be in the utility business. You have to generate revenues to cover the cost of providing the service, or you don't provide the service.
And that includes reinvesting in that system as well.
It absolutely does. This is where the whole concept of growth pays for growth comes into play with utility funds. Don't penalize your existing customer base for growth and expansion. That's why we are working on some things. We'll cover this a little bit later in the presentation. We should never have, and will not in the future, express the desire to serve all comers. You're going to see some stats later on in Wayne's presentation, and they're going to clearly dictate why you should not be doing that. Resources are limited, and they should be managed as such. So we need to maximize the value of what we have to offer, serve the people that it makes sense to serve, know what your role is, what you are, and what you're not. And there's nothing wrong with saying it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to serve a 20 megawatt customer when our entire customer base right now is only a 30 megawatt, or we only have a 30 megawatt system. That's a Duke, that's an REA. That's why large utility companies exist, Albemarle, at whatever their demands would be. And so there's a time and there is a niche for everybody. And we can be successful in our niche. We just have to define what that niche is, develop a plan, stick to the plan. Water and sewer fund, just real quick, customers pay tap fees. They also pay system development fees. These are resources that we have to help pay for and cover the growth, if you will. We implemented the system development fees in '23. State statute actually allowed us to do that a little earlier. Not sure why it didn't happen, but there was an emphasis on it. But that's one of the first things we started working on with new management here, get these things in place so we can start levying these things so that we can utilize those revenues to help offset the cost of infrastructure.
To allow growth
expansion.
To pay for growth.
Growth to pay for growth.
That
exactly.
is a phrase you will hear a lot of. Growth pays for growth.
And I just wanted to point out that we've been very fortunate with regards to ARPA funding for water and sewer. That's one of the things that you could use ARPA monies for. Unfortunately, you couldn't use them for gas and electric systems. They carved out water and sewer and said, hey, ARPA dollars are eligible for that. So the state chose to pass a lot of that stuff through to the local municipalities. So that worked out to our advantage. That's how we're getting a $78 million plus grant to build Project South/Bethlehem Sewer. Gas and electric funds, you're going to get a comprehensive update on that. We're working on line extension and meter connection policies. The purpose is, again, to recoup the cost of service installation and connection rather than charging no upfront cost. Again, growth, paying for growth. Electric, we're doing a cost of service study, and part of that study is we got to be realistic. We haven't been investing what we should have been reinvesting back into the system, so we got to include that in our rate setting model. We can't just continue the status quo, because the status quo, turns out, wasn't returning the results that we maybe thought it was. So, again, we're going to hear more about the cost of service study come budget time. It's basically complete at this point. We've got a few little things we have to hash out here or there. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that in the future. Just a few general comments again. For utility funds, I just want to squelch some rumors. I mean, I know at some point in time you've heard, well, we can't do that, it's illegal. Well, you've always been allowed to address infrastructure cost sharing for utilities under the terms of a development agreement. You've always had that tool in place, okay? And contrary to popular belief, you can have extension policies and things of that nature, okay? So just to debunk that. And the other thing is, if we waive a fee for a particular customer, what does that mean? Well, it means we're passing the burden of growth on to our existing customers. And not only that, more importantly, it could be deemed discriminatory in nature and illegal. In other words, if we've got someone that should be receiving an outside rate and we arbitrarily decide to bill them, let's say the inside rate, we're being discriminatory. Everybody else outside is paying the outside rate. So you don't have the flexibility to cherry pick. again, this goes back to implementing policies, enforcing policies, and making sure that we're treating everybody equitably the same. And so, setting the table for next year's budget, again, we're going to have, you know, at least a couple of budget work sessions. We're going to continue to focus on capital needs. We got to run some numbers. We got to see what we can and can't finance. May or may not be as much as we invested last year, but we're going to invest what we feel comfortable investing as far as our reserves and things of that nature are concerned in updating capital needs. Priorities are going to include streetscape parks, some city hall building renovations, and some utility system infrastructure. Some of that we've already committed, obviously, to doing that. So just a little primer on the budget, not to spend too much time on that because that's not the purpose here. So, any questions?
Questions for Chris?
All right, and not a single dollar mark in the entire presentation.
Why don't you let Wayne have your mic?
We'll do it. Thank you.
We'll get him set up for the next session. Again, if there's one big issue came out of that is growth should pay for growth. Because when it doesn't, we're asking our existing citizens to subsidize the people that are coming and wanting to grow. That's not fair to them. Keep that in mind. Yes, Chris, you went over.
I get up every morning, snooze. Me too, I did get started late.
So the next two sessions, Wayne Ledbetter is going to do for us. The first is going to be on gas, specifically on renewable natural gas. And the next is going to be more detailed on our electric utility. But you may remember if you were here last year with our strategic planning, we talked about renewable natural gas a little bit, about capacity. And we got a little title for this one that I think is appropriate. It's about renewable natural gas. We're calling it "That's a Lot of BS," or how we got our shit together on this one. And that references the fact that this kind of renewable gas largely comes from cow manure, right? Okay. So kind of exciting stuff. So with that, Wayne's going to tell us a whole lot more about cow manure. Wayne has probably been accused many times of throwing around a lot of BS, but in this case he really is. So with that, Wayne Ledbetter.
Am I muted? Can everybody hear me good?
Yeah, Trey, is he good? He's not muted? Oh, Trey's not here? Oh, no. Would you check that? We good?
Good to go?
All right.
All right, so I'm the man of the hour. I'm the man between you and supper. So we're gonna talk about cow duty and allude to supper. So quickly, a recap for some of those that wasn't here. Last year, we did bring to light that we had a capacity issue for natural gas. So in doing that, we don't have the capacity, we physically don't have the capacity. They don't make it anymore, but there's a lot changed since last year. They are making more capacity. The Mountain Valley Pipeline has gained a lot of momentum, offered a lot of storage capacity, so we looked into that with Williams, and we'll go over some of that. But we found out, and we shared that a lot of our capacity over the years was given away, traded off for whatever reason, and we just didn't have it any longer. So that straps our system. It straps our city for the utilities we offer for growth on every utility. So that struggle's still real to this date with natural gas and the capacity. Just as of recent, the end of December, so calendar year for Williams, we did have 0 exceedances. Exceedances means we have 4,666 decatherms that we're allowed per day. We had 7 close calls, and that's related to all temperature. Luckily, we had a mild winter because, in the next slide or so, you'll see, we added 2 miles of main, and that takes away from our gas capacity, per se. So,
Wayne, explain that. Most people aren't familiar with gas or gas systems. Essentially, when you're building all that additional main, there's a certain capacity the main itself is taking up, right?
That's correct. So what we did was we had to put in 2 miles of main, mainly to serve a customer, a single customer and a large user, but we did it for some system strengthening as well. So to get some redundancy, it cost us a little capacity, but in the event that we anticipate a lot of growth, that we get redundancy in the system, you won't lose as many customers, which cuts down on the fines we have to pay for PHMSA and the utility commission. So growth means taking away capacity. So when we're trying to strengthen the system, we're trying to accommodate growth, we're slowly chipping away at our capacity. So we exhausted a lot of efforts. Like I said, we reached out to Bessemer City, that didn't go as we planned. So we reached out to Williams Transco and we asked, hey, can we buy some of the capacity that the Mountain Valley pipeline is offering? And they said, sure, that's gonna be twice what we pay now. So when we don't use the capacity we have allotted, then we have to pay for that. So there's it's not a fund balance, but there's a balance you gotta play. So we got to looking, and from prior experience I have with Duke on renewable energy and compressed natural gas, there's a quote unquote virtual pipeline per se. So that virtual pipeline is how you take natural gas and you move it from one area to another with no physical connection. And I'll explain that a little further. But we're going to talk about renewable natural gas, or RNG, as you'll hear a lot of it referred to as just that. So renewable natural gas, for those that don't know or want to better understand it, it's just biogas that's been upgraded and placed into a conventional gas system. So it's produced from multiple sources. One we're looking at is good old cow duty. Cow's good for many things, good ribeyes, T-bones, natural gas. It's great, we love it. But it's natural, it don't really cost anything to go collect that cow duty and process it and put it back into our system, so to speak. Pennies on the dollar. RNG is used for many ways. It's used for electricity, it's used to offset some of the petroleum fuel that's used in trucks. Bioplastics, and also, cooking, heating, whatever. And there's benefits to RNG. So in the U.S., we classify RNG as an advanced biofuel for transportation. That is really one of the big drivers in our country, is using biogas to offset that. So you have EVs that kind of targets the smaller residential areas, and then you've got the RNG that they use compressed to put in transportation, trucks, bigger fleet. So it does help improve fuel security, economic revenues or savings. Also, the air quality is certainly a lot friendlier to use biogas in vehicles. And then what we have to abide by and meet state requirements is greenhouse gas emissions. We have to stay with under a certain threshold in our gas system. So when we have cleaner gas that may escape to the atmosphere, this helps offset some of that. So by producing RNG, that helps obviously the agricultural methane that you hear a lot about. The farms, these dairy farms, these swine farms that do struggle with the methane escape. So we take it, we produce it, and we take that animal manure and we, instead of letting it lay around and amass 258 million tons, we repurpose it. So back to the virtual pipeline, means several things. That means you can compress it, put it in a truck, transport it from point A to point B, and that is your connection. But for the city, it means that our RNG is gonna be from our neighboring cattle farm. One we're looking at really right down the road from us in Cherryville is gonna be the main player. But we're looking at being able to get a 150-mile radius of delivery from good old cow duty and T-bone producers. So the biogas, which we're gonna call it that, but that's just the cattle waste, is what we're talking about. It's collected in a digester, and I have a slide that I'll show you how that process is gonna go. It's collected in a digester, processed, and it meets DOT and PHMSA requirements. By law, we cannot sell natural gas, nor distribute it, or transport it if it doesn't meet requirements. So that gas is collected from these farms, it's compressed to fill a transfer truck or a tube trailer. And and then it'll be delivered to the city of Kings Mountain and injected straight into our system where it is odorized to meet DOT and PHMSA standards. It's 100% safe, just like ours is from Williams. It's not extracted from the earth like what we're used to, but it's the same. It burns the same. The BTU content's the same. You won't notice anything. It smells the same. So we've been partnering, and you've heard a lot today about partnerships and so on, and we have been partnering with Sustain RNG. Quick background on Sustain RNG, excuse me. Duke Energy is a stakeholder. I think they own about 38% of Sustain. So I'm very familiar with them from my prior background with Duke. But they are a very green company. All over the country they are, and do a lot of projects, a lot here, a lot in Canada, so they're all over. But we've been working together with them to come up with a solution. So a quick rundown of how this is gonna play out. You got little Bessie here hanging out at the old farm. A bunch of little Bessies is gonna take a lot of duties, and it just gets collected into a digester by means of conveyor, tractor putting in the hopper, however it happens. It goes to the digester where it settles, it decomposes, vapor goes to the top, it gets extracted. Then it goes here to where it's upgraded, which means it takes all the water content out, it takes the nitrogen out. We extract everything from true methane. I sound like a scientist, but I'm not.
You just play one on TV.
I just rehearse. And we've got capacity to do that? We do. Where's our shovel? Where's the shovel? Oh, so it sounds good. So this is taking place offside of us. All this is done away from the city. This is done
now, or is it gonna be done? Okay. Good, okay.
So when that gas gets upgraded, it gets metered at their site, Cherville or, other places. Then it's transported. So when it's put in these CNG tanker trucks, it's compressed to about 4,800 pounds. They take it on that virtual pipeline, and they happily drive to Kings Mountain, and we physically connect that trailer to our rig station. We bring it down in pressure from about 4,800 PSI down to whatever we operate at, it'll be 150. Then it goes through our interconnect facility, it's odorized, it's delivered. We have a lot of safety in place, so there's a lot of analyzers that monitors methane content, water content, even deodorant. So if it doesn't meet any of that standard, it automatically shuts off, don't feel, it just sits there. So what we've been doing is, along with Sustain, we've worked with Albemarle. Albemarle has given the city 2 acres or just over 2 acres, just off of York Road, where we're gonna put our renewable energy site.
Yeah, and I want to mention, obviously, in Albemarle's case, because of what they do, they're very involved with and need to remain very supportive of anything that is environmentally friendly and green. You might recall they have received $240 million from the federal government to assist their lithium mining operation because it is seen as supportive of the green future economy. So when they have a chance publicly to be part of something that adds to, supports that green economy, they were very glad to and wanted to participate and assist us. So, hence, they are giving us a 2.1 acre site along York Road so that we can do this. So that has made this much easier. It has sped the project up, and we haven't had to ultimately locate and finance the site itself. So that was really nice, and it's going to allow this to move a little quicker.
So it sounds really good. There's a lot to it, but it's really huge. This is a big thing for us. It's a really green project. RNG projects, they have the swine plants, which is it's a little bit dirtier gas. It costs more to clean it and process it before it's sold. And you've got landfill gas, which is known as brown gas. So those two are the less friendly to process than the biogas, what we call blue gas from the cattle. But in any capacity, an RNG facility for a municipality is unheard of. And obviously you can see right here, when we get this and it's finalized, we'll be the first and only in North Carolina, and we'll be the 5th muni to own and operate an RNG facility in the entire country. That is pretty dang good.
That's how we roll.
But what's even better about it is cheaper is this the way we're so individual. So we currently purchase gas with a discounted purchase. That's our long-term 20 to 30-year agreement we have with Williams. We're in the middle of discussions about buying this cheaper. So we're gonna get it cheaper than what we get it with Williams. And this is good for them because along with this goes attributes. Companies like Chevron and Exxon and even Albemarle have interest in buying the attributes because it goes and applies back toward their credit, some of the money they get back. So we're starting to see, even though this gets, I'm sorry.
And just, yeah, you want to explain attributes so that people know what that means?
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna add, just make sure that you express to the group who is paying for the cost of all the infrastructure, number one. Number two, we cannot express how important this whole concept of a virtual pipeline is. We can purchase gas all day long at market rate. The virtual pipeline, where we struggle right now is having capacity in the pipeline. To buy more capacity in the Transco pipeline is going to cost us expensively. So if we can get gas and we can get it outside of it being transported on that pipeline, that in and amongst itself is a huge cost savings for the city.
And it's all about cost savings. It's about lessening the impact to our citizens that have to pay for this. Not everybody that lives in the city wants gas. They don't care about gas. Some hate it. That's great. I love it. And we're gonna get it. We're gonna sell it as part of a benefit of living in the city. But we're gonna do it where it's safe, it's fully reliable, it's fully operable. And we're gonna be competitive. Duke Energy and Sustain RNG is gonna front 100% cost of having this installed. The city pays nothing to have all this done. We are basically what they need geographically to make this happen for them.
If you will, back to this concept of attributes. The gas is the gas. Nothing changes about it. It doesn't look or smell any different than gas that comes out of the ground, as Wayne explained. But when it's produced as green gas in this case, now it suddenly has something added to it, an attribute. The attribute is the ability to claim this as a green source. Now, what comes with that? Significant tax credits. So when Wayne talks about someone wants the attributes, they're not taking any part of the gas itself, for instance. They're taking the ability to get the tax credit for that gas.
The Duke will get all that, we just get the gas, which is
Not necessarily.
not necessarily. Okay.
So when we purchase that amount, after some of this is paid back, obviously, so we're not paying anything up front. It is paid back over the cost of gas, obviously. So they sprinkle that in over the 10-year contract or whatever, and we start working toward that, and we work our way into buying X percentage of attributes. Whatever we decide to do with it's up to us. Normally we don't even touch it. It's not something we physically can touch.
Yeah.
We just flip it and companies purchase it.
And for instance, in Albemarle, they're going to need a lot of gas and attributes. So they might want both, for instance, because they need a lot of gas to run their rock crusher and their processor or whatever, but they're also very interested in being part of the attributes of a green source. So in their case, there's somebody, they want them both.
Can it be used as a transportation fuel? Like
Yes.
for big
And we've actually had companies that's reaching out from Kentucky, some from Indiana. They're reaching out about asking if, hey, can they come to Kings Mountain, fill up their tanks and all that. So it doesn't matter how we distribute it or how it gets sold, all that revenue comes back to the city. So it depends on who, like Jim said, who purchases the attributes. That's in their favor. But for Albemarle, for example, they came to us and said, hey, this is great. We know you're looking at a minimum delivery. Minimum delivery, we're looking at 1 truckload, and it's gonna range between 480 to 500 DTs. That's pretty good. We want to manage that for a while, see how our system responded, how we got rid of it.
Wayne, is it safe for our climate and environment?
It's 100% safe. It's totally renewable. Total renewable energy. And it's no different.
It don't sound like safe to me. I mean, pulling all that out of
we started with our capacity somewhere around 4,400 units, whatever. And now one truckload of this is about 500.
It's about 500, yes.
Okay, and how many, what is the well, I don't know, so you want questions?
No, go ahead.
How many trucks will they deliver a day, or is it one a day, or?
So what it is right now it's 500 DTs a day. That's one truckload. We're gonna see how that scale goes before we jump head over heels into it. We will see how quickly we can sell it, who has the interest, so on and so on. So the site we have will accommodate up to 30 trucks per week. And that's pretty much what it looks like.
Yeah, so the goal would be to scale up. You don't want to take so much that we wouldn't have the demand and we'd be stuck with it, but you want to build over time so that you're meeting the demand, supporting the capacity needs that we have, and then maybe having more than that as well, so.
But to answer your question, it's 100% safe. The truck comes to the site, everything's welded up, they physically connect, and then offloads. So nothing hits the environment, nothing hits atmosphere. It's all, and this is done all over the country already, where people hook up and they fill their CNG powered vehicles. UPS has 10,000 plus CNG operated vehicles across the country. So this is it's a standard practice.
And we can store about 15,000, does that sound?
So we don't store anything, that's the good part. So trucks come in, they hook up, they offload,
either we sell
pull
it.
off.
Wayne, move to your next slide, so talk a little bit now physically what's happening, what's gonna be here.
So here's a quick slide of where we're at. This is right here at York Road. Down the bottom, that's plastic products.
This used to be like a body shop or something.
Feel real,
Yeah,
Feel
that's
real.
the property. Now, let's point out what we got there. You've got a building here that will likely be demolished, but this little storage building is pretty good, will likely be maintained, right? Okay.
So this is what a traditional setup would look like. So it's all hidden, it looks like a normal trailer. That's got all the safety protection inside, it's got the two trailers, everything's hidden and confined to that one context. Here's all the regulation parts. This is your telemetry, which tells you water content, methane, that's all your safeties. So nothing's gonna explode, nothing's gonna escape, nothing's getting into the system unless it meets very strict system and federal requirements. So this is kind of just a rough layout of what that site would look like. This is where we would be injecting back into our system. The regulation takes place. Here's where the trucks would kind of just pull in and back up, and that's where they would offload. And it just sits there, and we set it to a pressure where it just does its own thing. They hook up, truck driver hooks his trailer, takes one if there's there to go be refilled, and just leaves. So there's nothing there, nobody physically doing anything. It's connected, it slowly feeds our system, and it works just like an air compressor does. You set it at a certain pressure, you use it enough, and it'll kick on and refill. That's how that works.
So if it's going that much above it's condensed?
Mm-hmm. Yes, when they compress it, it's compressed roughly to 630 times to 1 and stored at 4,800 pounds, and then this offloads pretty quick.
Wayne, did you say it was more expensive?
No, this will be what we're paying or cheaper than what we get from Whitewater.
Cheaper.
Yes.
Now, Wayne,
Use this first.
Yes, this would be used first. So what'll happen, so say in the summertime, we don't use a lot of gas because we don't have a lot of manufacturers in the city that use year round. So this will be set at a higher pressure. It'll deplete the trailer first, and then simultaneously, when this is empty, the Williams gas goes right in.
now, this facility, we are gonna own this property. Sustain is going to come build all this infrastructure essentially at their cost. We're going to lease it back to Sustain. So in the relatively near future, you all as City Council are going to get a request to approve a lease. The lease will be with Sustain to lease the property. The property will be granted to us from Albemarle. Then Wayne, what on there will we actually have to build, if anything, as part of this?
We won't physically build anything. They will pay and they will run pipeline from at Mr. Reel's old place up to our blue building on York Road. 3/4 of a mile, they're gonna run pipe. We tie it in to the new system that's coming up 85 and ties in, which conveniently runs right across Albemarle's property. And they requested that we look into serving them an X amount. So when we serve them that amount, that essentially is taking away some of what we're already being delivered. So we've already doubled what's gonna be distributed.
Yeah, so essentially, we have no cost for the land. It's being granted to us by Albemarle. We'll have no investment in the infrastructure. Sustain will build that. They will in turn lease the entire thing back from us, and then it will give us significant benefit by adding to our capacity, allowing us to grow, and giving us access to better gas, more gas, green gas, in some cases at lower costs. So one of them, a true win-win-win kind of project.
And I believe you, but
First word.
when something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So is there?
So there is.
What's the other side?
What's the downside?
Yeah.
Well, so attributes carries a lot of weight. Tax credits carries a lot of weight, especially for the companies like Duke and Dominion and so on. They look at every avenue they can get to get tax credits from anything. So when you pull it from this, that means a lot to them. There's, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Chris, but what do you think the dollar amount would be on a tax credit to somebody like Chevron in this situation? I mean, it's astronomical, and that's what it's all about. It's a place to get rid of the natural gas, so that's our benefit. And if we never benefit a dime whatsoever from the tax credits, that doesn't matter. That's taking place virtually when we're doing whatever we're doing. We're gaining capacity to serve our customers and grow. Tax credits is being taken care of in the background. And so they're doing a little virtual war over there.
Yeah. If I could, to your question, back to catalysts and cornerstones, there are only about 6, I think 6 exactly, municipal gas systems in the state of North Carolina. There aren't many of us, so we're rare, number 1. None of them have an Albemarle in their community. That's number 2. Number 3, that's happening at a time when the federal government is putting massive interest and just passed a huge bill. The Inflation Reduction Act, which has nothing to do with inflation reduction, has to do with green and climate change for tax credits. Those are all catalysts and cornerstones that come together and coalesce at the same time that allow something that sounds better than it could be to be true. But what do I say the definition of luck is? Where preparation meets opportunity. All those opportunities met a man who was prepared. And that's the difference. That's luck.
So, but if the farmer goes out, how's that deal?
There'll be lots and lots of farmers. The idea is you can bring farms anywhere from 150 miles.
Okay,
So they're
gonna be delivered.
Not one farmer.
Right.
You can have lots of them.
So geographically, that's why we were targeted, and some of it was, I helped build and commission 2 swine plants in Fayetteville. And then the landfill in Hickory.
Everything. Anything you use natural gas for. It's natural gas. It's natural gas, period. There's nothing different about it. Anything. It is natural. It's methane, period.
It's an operation now.
So it's not
No, we're going to be doing it.
So the farmer, he gets a little bit, he gets something.
You'll have to approve a lease. You'll have to approve a lease to sustain.
It gets rid of a lot of manure. If you run a cow operation, it's a full-time job, it's gotta go somewhere.
It don't sound too clean to me.
Yeah.
Dairies can do it help too.
Dairy's gonna be,
Yeah, one at a time. Let's try to have you use these. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. Does this reduce the cost for our citizens?
Yes.
That's the main thing.
That is, and that's my entire goal, and you'll be hearing that next week with proposals, but growth, paying for growth.
Yeah. As long as it reduces the cost of the citizens, that's.
Our citizens see 0 financial impact, no tax raises, no anything. And we hope using this long-term as part of our 10-year capital improvement, this continues to grow. And then we build to a LNG storage facility, where you fill that storage facility with this cheaper green gas to offset some of the high gas that we see and pay for in the wintertime. Right. We know it goes up. It's just the way business has been forever. But by doing that, we hope to work toward rate stabilization. That's the ultimate goal.
In any way, shape, or form, would this cause a reduction in our electrical rates as well?
So that's a good question. We actually did approach, the power plant and said, hey, we can serve you, would you like it? They did a study, and they didn't want me the guinea pig, quote unquote, because that would've been a first for them in any operation they've got across the country. They didn't want to put that through the gas turbine and risk, damage on a $200 million turbine, but we did ask that, and that's what we pitched.
Maybe somebody in the future with a microgrid would want to try it. So the opportunity may exist in the future. Who knows? We'll see.
How does this match up, or is there ability, we sold capacity, okay, and I can't remember the numbers, but with this, does this bring us back to at least where we were?
Not where we were. We were over 10,000 DTs a day.
Okay.
That's where we began with.
And we're down at 4,400.
4666.
4666, okay.
It will
So
help and
this
it will
is a-
build over time.
This is a great step.
Okay.
If you're so great, why don't everybody do it?
Geographically
Oh.
and system impacts, we have a brand new, luckily, we had a station.
They don't have an Albemarle like we do.
Oh, yeah, I think I described that 6 gas utilities in the state of North Carolina. None of them have Albemarle. And this just started because of massive tax credits. So might some others try starting it? Sure, absolutely. I would think others will start.
And I did ask, I said, why didn't Duke want it? That was one of my questions, why didn't Duke or Dominion or Enbridge want it? Simply said, when we had meetings with, Sustain, and I even asked a few folks at Duke, it's not big enough. Duke doesn't really want to handle any of the small stuff. They
It's
want
like
major
hydro and all this, it's just, it's part of, but not,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, if this would've said, hey, this is a 100-acre site, we can produce 20,000 DTs a day, you'd have never heard of it in Kings Mountain. Duke would've ate it up, just like they did the 2 swine plants, the landfill at Hickory. I mean, Duke snatched up all that because they produce it masses.
So it's at scale for us. It works for
Yes,
us. It
right.
wouldn't work for Duke. That's right.
So Jim, going back to Sheriff Miller and the conspiracy theory brain that she has.
You're right. Because I'm sitting beside of you, that's
So
why.
she brought that, with the win-win. So with Albemarle, they're handing this over.
What do
So-
they want?
Right, is there something else attached in what they're doing by handing that over?
Absolutely. The hope that they can be a purchaser of some of this gas and the attributes from this gas. That's a big win for them.
Got it. Do you have, is that something that you guys have already negotiated and,
Well, the good news for us is we have to have some takers, and we know we already have one in them. So it's like you're going into business and you need to sell your product, and you don't know if anybody's going to buy your product. Then somebody comes along and says, right away, if I'll take all you got. I'll take them
Yes.
all for now. It's like,
Right.
great, okay. So that helps. It's
Got it.
definitely it's a win.
yeah, so they get bonus points and
But they're
And
winning
gas.
too.
the opportunity for
And they get
use.
the good public relations of continuing to support things that are green.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
Thanks.
this is happening,
It's
for
happening.
real. It is
If you
happening.
all approve the lease when we bring it to you, then it will happen. But that's why we're bringing this to you
So we're gonna
today.
get gas, plus
so
we're
that
gonna
you
get
will-
a lease payment of some sort.
I don't know, the lease payment, they're putting in all the infrastructure.
Oh,
They're
okay.
paying, I can't even imagine how much
We're
money
just-
they're gonna
we're just-
spend. So it's the dollar and other good and valuable consideration. They're building the whole thing.
Okay.
So yes.
So for example, like in February, we basically averaged out to be $2.72 a therm. We get a 25% discount off of that, so you got gas less than $2.50, right, a therm. We are negotiating right now and in talks to get it obviously cheaper than what our Zone 5, which is where we fall in the corridor of the pipeline from Williams. We're gonna get it cheaper than that, or it's just no interest of us to do it. Even though we have the land.
Is that for this, is that for this gas we're getting?
Yes.
From it's gonna be cheaper than the
Yes.
$2?
That's, yes.
Absolutely. That's
Good.
We're really swinging uppercuts to get the cheapest we can get.
He works for a tough boss who negotiates hard.
And,
As far as the land.
but for.
But so far as the land that we're leasing to them, it's a wash. Sent it to Mr. Corey the other day. It's basically, we're gonna lease it to them to just cover the city's cost of owning the property, set the property tax, so on and so on. Maybe $1 a year on top, but you know, Mr. Corey's looking into that for us and reviewing everything, but.
But when you consider the attributes that they would get, what they're doing is only a drop in the bucket compared to the attributes.
To this, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Giving us a couple of acres of land
It's
is a
a
real
drop in,
small
yes.
cost. That's right. That's right.
Oh, yeah, they know
Absolutely.
that.
No, yeah.
Exactly.
No, we appreciate it and it's good, but
Yes.
yeah, it both sides win. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Both
How
sides.
does sustain make
I
money?
mean, that's,
Through us and the attributes, so.
Okay.
When things like this just basically crosses their desk, so when it crosses their desk, they make a little bit of money.
Okay.
But when you do this all over the country, and you have a lot of transactions with a little bit of profit,
He's just.
that profit adds up.
Okay.
Volume is a nice thing.
They do offer a lot more, they offer in-depth services. I mean, they do a lot more turnkey projects where they own them, they operate them, they directly sell. It's just,
Will they maintain this facility, or do we?
it's a partnership.
Okay. All
So
right.
they'll front the cost of major repair, after warranty and all that good stuff. We will oversee it. We don't physically put hands on it.
Okay.
So it's still theirs that they operate, maintain.
Something happens,
warranty.
we raise our hand, community.
That's it. But I'm having it designed to match our system alike. So everything's the same as what we've got. And we're out in the middle of doing major upgrades throughout the gas system. So it's not like we have a foreign component here and something here and something here. So the hodgepodge days are over. No more Sanford and Son mentality. It's all updated, everything.
Hey, Fred Lamont knew what they were doing. Come on.
You're implying that we had this
Come on.
So just in case we had to work on it.
Will this also, I mean, we talk about cost, even if it doesn't decrease the cost to our customers, our client, our city folks, will this also help us with our fund balance and our capital improvement plans over there?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is actually one step toward implementing a microgrid, so to speak. So for the electric side / gas, I've been talking to Siemens about developing a way to do a microgrid using this green gas because it's cheaper to supply a generator, so to speak, or whatever. Something that we can work toward either offsetting our peak power, saving money, or just supplementing a microgrid in developments like a Dixon Ridge or 10 megawatts of our peak capacity for electric.
Okay. So it'll help the electric side.
We're hoping.
Okay.
Baby steps.
And I'm sorry, I'm kind of going back a little bit. Did you say that the material will come from farms within a 150-mile radius?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I don't know how many cattle farms we have in this area in Cleveland County, but are those farmers aware that, I mean, are you, you've already negotiated with some to?
That's sustain. That's
That's
sustain
right,
stuff.
that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have to be involved in that at all.
Okay.
So these farmers, so the farms and farmers, they pay companies like Sustain to.
To haul it
dispose
off
of it.
anyway, okay.
So they said, well, okay, well, instead of hauling away doo-doo,
Yeah.
let's find a way to reproduce it or
Yeah.
clean it up and get rid of it and make profit. So that's where the digester and so
Okay.
on and so on comes in. You just pile it up, let it decompose and
I mean,
make money off it.
Big plus for them. It's like
Yeah.
if you were producing lots of cardboard and not only aren't you paying to take it to the landfill, someone's gonna pay you for it because it's recyclable. Same story here. Now it's a big win.
Again, win-win.
Win-win.
That once methane's drawn off, it's like fertilizer basically.
Oh,
They
really?
use it as fertilizer.
So they can put it on, okay.
Okay, folks, and if there are no further questions, our last session this evening is perhaps maybe the most important one, certainly what we think may be the most enlightening. We have an electric utility, obviously, that the city owns, and you're all aware of that. We had a lot of discussion about things related to it recently. And over the course of the last, really, year, we've been doing a lot in the way of understanding that system, understanding its condition, understanding what we've been doing as to manage it. And we've come to a lot of conclusions, and we'd like to do some things tonight for you that really will dispel some myths. And this is really designed to dispel myths because I think there's not a lot of them out there. We want you to understand very specifically and in detail what we actually what we have done, what we should do, what we will do, and a lot more about how and why you manage an electric utility, why you own one, what's value it has, and why you continue down that road. So Wayne is going to offer this presentation. There may be times that Chris or I jump in at various parts of it, and please don't hesitate to ask questions as well. But again, we'd ask for your attention because we think there'll be some rather interesting information for you that comes as a result of this.
So we'll go ahead and get started right away. We won't talk about doo-doo now. We're gonna talk about the opposite end of the spectrum.
You should be able to start. Next slide. You just click it. It's not working?
No worky.
Karen's messed up.
Just wing it, Wayne.
Where's Karen?
So we're gonna wing it.
This is what happened when I did it before. It didn't want to work for some reason. What happened? Okay, it's working now. You're on the first slide. Go ahead.
All right, so we'll get into the intro and some background and history on our electrical system. So we have, as a city, we have owned and operated our entire electrical system for over 120 years. Knocking on the door of the 150th anniversary we were celebrating this year. So too bad we didn't do both, but Kings Mountain was around before our electricity. So backstory, and to bring everybody up, peak demand for a city or a large business and so on is measured in megawatts. So when you hear me refer to megawatts a lot, that's what it is, that's how we're measured, that's how we purchase. And then ultimately when it's added all up, that's how we distribute it and sell it. So peak, meaning in the summertime when it's 110 degrees outside, full demand, everybody's hot, they're wanting that 55-degree air, we operate at 36 megawatts, give or take. All this information is not, it's not Wayne's, it's not the electric department, it's just none of that, it's all data. This is pulled from the billing system, it's pulled from the third-party load rate study, so all this is information that's easily available at your fingertips for research. So we have 5,249 customers. Obviously, most of those are residential. That number is 4,588. And I put emphasis on these numbers because as we go through the slides, a lot of this will make sense and a lot of perspective will be seen. So we have 634 commercial customers. That don't mean small commercial businesses like Bobby John's boat shop or none of that. It's based on consumption. That's how we bill. So if you use enough to throw you into that commercial, then you're billed as commercial. And then we have 27 industrial customers, such as the STIs, which is the city's single largest user. And then you'll have, other ones like, say, Walmart and so on and so on. So our electrical system has significant tangible assets, which include 3 distribution substations, referred to as deliveries 2, 3, and 4. We've got 1 transmission station. We refer to it as delivery 5. That's the new one that's under construction. We operate and maintain 250 linear miles of primary/secondary distribution wiring and 2.5 miles, almost, of transmission wiring. And we have over 6,000 utility poles. Those poles have been physically verified, hands on them. We know that's an exact number. That sounds like a lot, 250 miles, but they're there. So just remember that number and utility poles. So the city's electric system, it is the largest utility as measuring revenues. And as we go through these slides, there's another favor that I ask is that you don't think of the top line as when everybody says, oh, that customer makes $10 million a year for us. Top line, that's what everybody's been used to hearing, and that's not the case. There's no focus and emphasis on the bottom line, the net. And we'll go through that. So we break that down. The net is, obviously, that's what it costs us to provide. I mean, nobody plans their paycheck to pay bills and have a good time on the gross, because your vacation's gonna be cut short. So, with that said, the electric is our most expensive to operate. It's the most expensive to operate, it's the most expensive to update, it's the most expensive to install. It don't matter, hands down, it is the most most aggravating and expensive utility we have. And my slides show the work.
Oh, it's not working again. What is the deal?
Am I talking too long in
No,
between?
yeah, there's something happening with it goes off or something.
We don't have electricity in this thing, that's what.
Battery operated, bad.
Now I've got a pointer, so if anybody shows out, I can point you out. I've got a pointer.
Be careful with that thing.
So, like I mentioned, all this information is from Billy. So, went back and looked through and prepared for this, presentation. So from July 1st of 22 until June 30th of this past year, all these numbers came from our Billy. So residential, with that almost 4,600 customers, they consumed in a year's time 49.5 megawatts of power. And we billed them for almost 7 million. Now, these are not to the penny numbers. This is rounding, so give or take a little penny or two. So that's our highest net margin customer. And when we understand that net, that means they're our highest bill. As far as rate wise, that's where we get our quickest ROI. So commercial, for our 634 customers, they consume nearly the same amount. So 45.8 megawatts of power, we build them for 5.3. So you start to see that trend. They're consuming just about or similar amounts of power, and we're serving less. So do you start looking at, do you want 5,000 commercial customers where there's no residential, no growth? But then you get to industrial, where we have only 27 customers in the city, 27. They consume just under about 10% of what our residentials did, and that's almost 42 megawatts. Now this is for a year, and that number fluctuates. We had a pretty hot summer, early spring, so as a city we did see more of a cost of purchase of power, so to speak. But what we mentioned earlier, in comparison to residential being the highest net margin, our industrial is our lowest.
So, the takeaway there is the largest user of capacity also nets the lowest margin. So you get one of these industrial customers that comes along, and they might need and want a huge amount of capacity, but they're going to give you a very low net margin. Good.
So when we look at these numbers, I want to be clear, when you see in broad terms, that we can serve large amounts of residential customers. We can welcome that growth of the 1,000 that proposed is going to be at Nixon Ridge, the near 800 of the Cannon 35s, and so on and so on. But again, that's the highest net margin, and that's net. So essentially with the same or similar capacity, like Jim mentioned, you can get 10,000 customers for just about 60, 70 industrials, but they're using similar capacity. So the cost of install infrastructure, that's a hot topic. Not gonna lie to you, that is a pain and it's aggravating. Lead times are terrible. For transmission to be installed, it's roughly $1.5 to $2 million per mile. Most of that's wire. So you can imagine. So you don't see transformers on transmission every little while. You see steel erection, wire. So it's just spanning. So you can imagine in that mile riding down the highway, you pass transmission and you see the steel erected poles. You don't see transformers hanging. That's all wire and that's steel structures. And just think about that. $2 million for a mile of wire being hung in there. So when you look at that versus the installation of industrial customers getting that served to a residential customer or a residential development, it's nowhere near comparable. There's no comparison in cost. So our industrial customers are starting to, we're seeing an influx in a lot of growth or requests that we see come our way, and it's crazy amounts of, hey, this company wants to come, 20 megawatts, 40 megawatts, 60 megawatts. Unheard of numbers outside of being a data center. We all know data centers, they request a lot of power. These are not data centers. These are large commercial type buildings that's coming, or industries. But they're consuming a lot of power, and we see those requests. But when they want to come and locate in Kings Mountain, that's where we talk about getting them the power to serve them. $2 million on average per mile for us to install infrastructure. It's ridiculous. So commercially, the residential build out, you see what it is. It's almost $500,000 to $600,000 per mile. So to put into perspective, the Dixon Ridge build out in 2 phases. Contractor had put it in, we put in some of it. It was just under $600,000. So that is more than a linear mile of wiring when you count primary and secondary in one development. And that is the smaller of the developments we're seeing, so.
Wayne, step back a second. You said Dixon Ridge. I think you spoke wrong.
Brinkley, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
yeah. I meant Brinkley.
Hasn't been built
Sorry.
yet. Hasn't been built yet. Yeah.
Brinkley. So our industrial customers, like Jim mentioned earlier, they do receive our lowest rate. The lowest rate we got. Residential customers see the highest, and it's all based on consumption. So it's not a friend game, it's not none of this, it's based on actual usage. Now, you can only get a residential, sit there and run every appliance they've got, and they still won't hit that threshold, and they may come up to a commercial and get a slightly better rate, but they're still ultimately billed at residential. So, more perspective. So to build and serve one 10 megawatt customer, it don't matter who it is, we're just talking one 10 megawatt customer, they say, hey, we're gonna promise everything, we're gonna promise the whole city under the sun, but we're gonna use 10 megawatts. Well, that's great. It's gonna cost the city, citizens about $5 to $8 million to build and install that. You look at the exact opposite. For a 500 single family home subdivision, that cost for infrastructure is $500,000 to $600,000. But look at the bottom part. 500 single family homes, this is based off a US standard. This is not Kings Mountains. There's a lot of rate comparison that we pulled to get this number, but this is a US standard. 500 houses uses almost a megawatt. Almost a megawatt. So 500 houses using a tenth of what one customer is requested in this scenario. So you've got the highest rate, lowest rate. And that's all net. So it's easy to see where we're better suited to serve. Excuse me. So for this year, we spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and some dollars in getting a load study done. We had a third party, somebody that's never done a thing for the city of Kings Mountain, don't know us from Adam's house cat, come in and get all this data, and they compiled a lot of good information, stuff that we know, decisions can be made, and it's all data driven, it's all data supported. So they verified all our numbers were correct. And this is a snapshot from some of the stuff we had from our rates, or our load study. So you can see when we look at customers, I'm sorry, get back on here. When we look at residential customers, when you break down the kilowatt hour, there's a formula that gives you megawatts, but roughly, it was what we quoted earlier, about 49.5. So 49.5 megawatts, you see the total revenue, it's almost 7.1 million. And then you look at the purchase power cost for the residential, it's almost half of that right off the top. So that gross is cut in half. But the biggest thing to focus on is the net operating surplus. Residentials are giving us almost 25% net. And then when you look way down here at our industrials return 0.5%. And Chris can explain it better if he wanted, or Jim, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here because this really is the money shot. And I want you to focus in on this because this residential customer, as Wayne describes, produced for us a net operating surplus of $1.739 million. And so that when we looked at that on a per residential user, we can kind of know that every time we add these residential customers, we can count on about a 25% net operating surplus. Our return on investment is about 25%. That commercial customer, our net operating surplus is about 6.7%. That really large industrial user, 0.6%. Let me give you an example of that. A data center comes along. They become one of these industrial customers. They want to use 10 megawatts. They want to use up a massive amount of the remaining capacity we might have left. And say that they're going to produce $1 million in gross revenue per year. $1 million in gross. Sounds good, right? $1 million worth of electricity purchased. Okay. At the end of the day, that $1 million is going to give us $60,000. That's it. $60,000. Now, that data center comes in. What are they going to do? They're going to say, well, we want a property tax or abatement of 100%. We don't want to pay you any property taxes because, you know, we can't afford not to. But you're going to get all of our electric use, right? Isn't that going to be wonderful? You're going to get all that electric use. Oh, and it's going to cost you $10 million to the infrastructure. We'd like you to throw that in, right? Okay, so we do this ROI and we say, well, let's see, your entire value to us, if you come on board, is going to be $60,000 a year, right? Let me change that example, and I'm just going to change one word. That data center is now a casino that comes in and says, we're going to be an $800,000 user per year of electric, and don't you want us? Aren't we really important? Aren't we the best thing you could ever have? We go, well, let's see. At 0.6%, you're going to give us about $45,000 a year. Do we want you? And you're going to use up all of the remaining capacity that we have instead of us having that available for either these customers or some of the smaller ones of these customers, which are going to produce us much, much higher net operating surpluses. Again, if you're operating as a business, you say, no, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Here's Duke's number. Well, that's good. We're good. Here's Duke's number. We're a partner with Duke. We like him. So it becomes very, very important as to if you're operating a business, you start looking at the data and you decide how you make decisions based on what really is going on.
So a question for both of you on that is the reason why you focused us on the net because you know that in the past this has been sold to council and the community as?
It's been sold exclusively as the top line, the revenue side of it. So we would say we'll do almost anything to get that new revenue stream without taking the net return on investment.
It's a lot of work for nothing.
So the first part that didn't get looked into is how much does it cost to put in the infrastructure to serve? And you're going to find at the very next meeting that you have, the end of next week, we're putting in a bunch of policies into place, or we're hoping to, we're going to tell you about them, in which developers, growth paying for growth, will pay the cost of infrastructure. The citizens, the existing residents, should not pay that cost under any circumstances. Exactly.
Yes.
That's going to change.
We're proposing no longer.
That's going to change.
Yeah.
The second part about that was, hey, that's just gross revenues, but what is the net? What is the net? You know, you'll hear further that an appropriate electric utility should be reinvesting 20% of its net surplus every year back into capital to reinvest in the system. 20%. Is that going to help us get there? Not very well.
And that's just reinvestment in the system. That actually still goes for operating costs. It's the single highest utility to operate the city. 0.5%. That don't help cover nothing. They might buy the boots for our line.
What is the, okay, you said we were a 36 megawatt.
Mm-hmm.
In that, what were we using,
So the 36 megawatt, that's per day. Well, per hour spread over the city. So it's 36 megawatts at the highest peak per hour.
Right.
These are total kilowatt hours billed per customer times 4588.
So basically, could you just give me an estimate? Is that using 20 megawatts or 25 megawatts or?
This total, this top line,
Just all, what our current, that was our current customer base.
that was 49.5 megawatts. And that gave us this top line number of gross. So all our residential customers for the total for the year 22 into 23, total 49.5 megawatts. So to get that number average, you could just divide.
I think the other thing too is this is more designed to look at for the future. That's this issue of prioritization again. The idea is we know that a lot of growth is coming, and we know, and you're going to hear more about, the limitations on our capacity. So as you start making decisions on how to allocate scarce amounts of capacity, where should it go? That's the big takeaway. What decisions should you be making when you're deciding to allocate who you can serve and who you can't? And what you're going to hear from us today primarily is it's okay to say in many cases, we can't serve that. We don't want to serve that, and it's entirely okay to have Duke or Rutherford serve that because we are saving that capacity for customers that are more important to us and that produce a much greater return on investment to us. And that becomes the issue. So we're making decisions in our best interest, not simply making decisions without data, without understanding who we should have, why we should have, and planning for the future.
Does the 36 megawatt, now we've got the new station, substation there at the intermediate school. Is that increase our 36 megawatts, or is it just?
Well, that 36 megawatt, that's just what our customers use. It's not what we distribute, so to speak. And they go hand in hand. So we might, this time next year, or July of next year, we might even use, just say it's a cold summer, we might be a 30 megawatt peak customer. 36 is it's the highest peak total for our customers, and it's distributed evenly amongst the other three distribution stations.
Wayne, why don't you take us to the next slide, because that's kind of helpful too.
The new one doesn't increase that 36.
We can when we get new load onto that one, yes. So that number will go up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But not currently, no, sir, no, sir.
Right. When it comes on stream and we get the load, I knew you said it wasn't gonna be what we thought it was gonna be.
And I'll touch on.
Okay, good enough, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Head of the curve.
So this now takes it down to sort of to almost a singular basis, which is kind of nice. So you sort of get a sense that a new customer in the residential sense produces about $379 of actual surplus. A commercial customer, about $559. An industrial customer, about $1,078. But again, you start weighing that against what do you give up in capacity and cost to serve? Capacity, cost to serve, capacity, cost to serve versus. So capacity and cost to serve is exponential down here, but it's only 3 times what one single household gives us. A single household makes us that money. A huge, massive industrial user taking up our capacity gives us that. So it becomes important to differentiate and make decisions on prioritization when you see that.
Wait, can I back up and ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
We talked about the infrastructure. No, you're good. We talked about the infrastructure and how that was manipulated. What we're gonna do now is non-negotiable, is that correct? Everybody will be treated on the same level? Okay.
Everything's policy.
Policy driven, okay.
Although having said that, that policy may also include, if someone was a really important customer that we saw the return on investment was really good, might you do something like a situation where someone that puts in a lot of infrastructure might be able to get some of it repaid back through their rate structure, something like that. The possibility exists, but they would still pay the complete cost of it.
Yeah.
That wouldn't stop them, but there might be an ability for them to get some of it back over time through their rates.
Well, I think you said it earlier. I just don't wanna see those costs put back on our citizens.
And that's
You said that
exactly the
earlier. I
point.
think
That will
we don't
never
wanna do
happen
that.
because even what I'm describing, they would still pay the complete cost of it.
Right.
It's just that over time, they're starting to prove that they're big users. Maybe a little bit of it could come back to them. But again, depending on what the net is, because if they're not producing enough net, you don't want to give it back. It's all an analysis, really.
But it's data driven, it's not, and even having the rate study done, as Chris mentioned earlier, the rate study's been really in depth. It's been a lot longer than I've ever seen a rate study take. A year and 3 months, Chris, something like that?
It's been a while, yes.
It's been a while, but there's been a lot of value. I mean, every stone has been overturned. And we found out that something the slightest, we don't have a temporary power rate, so to speak. So, temporary power, let's talk about that. It is gonna be billed at the highest rate, our residential rates. So, when you think temporary power, you wanna get off that temporary power and get your total bill, what you're supposed to be billed at.
Well, we don't want to.
So, no, we don't want to, but, you know, somebody's like a casino, temporary power, you know, so it's a little incentive to, hey, Bill, let's get our money, get our good rate, but that was some of the reasoning for the rate study.
The other thing I will say about the rate study, this is based on 22-23 actual activity, actual full cost accounting of doing these things, paying people's pension benefits and their post-employment health care. None of that stuff was ever considered when they were doing this analysis. As a former auditor and a person who made a living drafting full accrual financial statements, drove me crazy. You got to factor that stuff in. But the thing about that I will say about the cost of service study, we're doing that cost of service study based upon where we need to be, not where we've been. We weren't reinvesting in the system. We've got to factor in capital reinvestment when we set rates. We weren't factoring in other things. You know, we have to factor that stuff in. So, you know, the rate study is going to reveal what the rate study reveals. And actually, I was fairly pleasantly surprised with where we wound up. We're still going to be very competitive market-wise with Duke on the residential rates. And so that's good. But, you know, the whole purpose of doing that is the base rate structure for the city has not changed since about 2011. And so, you know, it's time. It was time.
And to Chris's point too, you know, an electric system depreciates rapidly. If I look at a city hall, it's got a 75-year useful life, maybe a 100-year useful life. It depreciates very slowly. We don't have to consider reinvesting in a city hall because we know 75, 100 years, a generation, 2 generations, it's going to last. But an electrical system, as Chris mentioned, as we mentioned already, typically the rule of thumb is you reinvest almost 20% of your yearly net surplus back into that system to be properly keeping it up and maintaining it. Well, we haven't been doing that. So the depreciation has continued, and the question then is, as that rate structure looks at it, as Chris mentioned, it's where we should be, not where we have been, which will not only incorporate the idea that you have to do it in the future, you have to make up for the neglect of the past.
So Jim, to that point, when you say this, we're running a system that does about $16.8 million a year. Are you saying 20% of that total, we ought to be investing somewhere on the order of $3 million a year back into?
Yes.
Okay, so, and it's only clearing 2.1 million in surplus. We're losing every year. Okay, that's easy enough to understand. The math's simple. I'm not the smartest guy, but we'll be in the hole on an electric system for the next couple decades.
This city has been.
Well, and I think what we're doing to that end, we're doing a valuation study so that we can give you much more specific detail on exactly how much we have to reinvest in that system to get it up to speed, to make it where it should be, not only for today, but well into the future. Then it's easier to make decisions on, does that make economic sense? Should we spend that much compared to the value it comes back? Right now, we don't know the answer to that. But what we do know is there's no reason you can't operate a small municipal electric utility providing high quality, reliable service and make a nice surplus and have rates less than the investor owns. Happens all the time, it should happen. But it happens when you manage it effectively. It happens because you have continued to reinvest, you haven't taken a lot of money out of it, you've got rate stabilization, you've done all the things that you should do. You make good quality decisions. Some of those things have not happened in the past, so now we have to look at where we are. What does it cost to get us back on track, and then make decisions from there. But we're wanting you, again, through pure transparency, to understand where we've been and where we may have to go.
Just to kind of put some more perspective on things, there are years that, since I have been here, that we've transferred in excess of $3 million a year out of the electric fund. Just to give you some perspective. You know, and, you know, a good portion of that should have remained in there. We should have built reserves. We should have resources set aside for reinvestment, and so on and so forth. So, you know, again, there's no reason we can't, like Jim said, operate a profitable system. We just can't operate it the same way that it's been operated in, you know,
Yeah, and I'm going to remind everybody, obviously, we were told by the local government commission that we had to get our house in order when it come to electric transfers. We are now abiding by what they told us we had to do. So every single year we are lessening our transfers by at least 10% till we get to the point that it is far more appropriate. There's nothing wrong with taking a reasonable return on investment from an electric utility, municipally owned, and returning it back to the city. But it has to be reasonable. It has to be consistent with some common, normal usage that people accept. We didn't do that. We're paying for it today. The last thing in the world we would ever want to do is increase. In fact, we have to continue to decrease it. And this idea that there was ever a desire, and we should be thinking about having legislative action to allow us to even take more, is of course not in our best interest. That would make no sense. We should not be going that direction. We should not consider that.
And we're not here to beat up on my department, because I love it, it's my department, but it was, it's something that needs to be shared, and, Jim and I have talked many, many times, and we share a phrase, when you realize you're in a hole, the best thing to do is quit digging. And that quit digging never happened, and we're putting dirt back in the hole, but it's a slow process, and we had to back up, analyze the system, collect data, and then make a new business approach. And that's like the slide or two before said, our approach and business model is to better, well-serve residential, small commercial. So that business model is supported by all this data that we are compiled and given out tonight.
But if you just go back that one slide, because let's focus on that again. If there's one takeaway, we are far better suited to serve residential and small commercial customers. If we had a massive amount of capacity, we absolutely should be and want to be out there considering, not necessarily taking, but considering when they make sense from a return on investment standpoint, those large users. But we're not in a position to even consider it. Number one, obviously, their return on investment is very small, but number two, they take way too much capacity that we, in prioritizing it, can't give up, period.
Just real quick, I mean, real life example. Y'all operate a very successful local small business. There's a niche for you. Community loves you. I patronize your business, believe it or not, I actually do. You're not Lowe's and you're not Home Depot. Lowe's and Home Depot have a purpose. They buy in bulk, they buy in volume, they can do things you can't do. And you're not necessarily in direct competition per se, you know, with them. It's kind of the same deal with Duke. These large public utilities exist for a purpose. You know your role. We can serve our citizens, we can serve these small users, and we can do it successfully and profitably. And, you know, the place for these the key is get these folks electricity so that they come to the community, they invest in the community, they create jobs, so on and so forth. We don't have to serve all comers. Give them the option that best works for them so that they're here and they're investing in the community. And if that means Duke serve them? Well, of course Duke should serve them. That's why they exist. I mean, we shouldn't even contemplate a 65 megawatt load for a potential industrial customer. Our entire system, again, 36 megawatt capacity, really? I mean, we're quote unquote fishing in the wrong pond. Let's stick to what we can do and what we can do well.
And that's why another takeaway is we should not be adversaries with Duke or with Rutherford. We can and we should be partners with them. We should work closely with them, plan for the future. Because this pie is going to get so much bigger, we all can succeed. But as Chris talked about, we have our niche. Let's focus on our niche. Duke can get their niche, Rutherford can get their niche, and everybody succeeds. But what happens when we're adversaries and we don't share information and we fight one another is we can't jointly plan. If we're not jointly planning, everybody loses, because that's when that big user comes in and says, I am ready to go, I'm here, I want to be here, and we all say, oh damn, well we didn't plan effectively for that. That's 4 years till we can serve you. And they go, sayonara, see you later. We don't want to do that. We want to be able to, when that entity comes in that we really want, because they produce property taxes and sales tax and jobs, we don't want to go there and say, well, we can't serve you, but Duke can. And the Duke says, oh, well, we can't serve you either because we never understood this was coming. You didn't share the information. We didn't share the information. We didn't know what was going on.
And that happened.
That's not good. We don't want that to happen.
And that happened to us a year ago?
It sure did. And a lot of this started this thinking. When we had that 1.3 million square foot building already built, ready to go. And we had a manufacturer come into the state of North Carolina, brought by the State Economic Development Group, and they said, we've got 1,500 jobs, we have $500 million of investment, we are ready to go, we need to go right away because we're going to take advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act. We think we can make as much as $370 million a year in tax credits. We're going to build photovoltaic solar panels and 1,500 jobs to do that. And we said, man, what do we do to sign up? We're here. We need 39 megawatts of power. Okay, we can't do that. Duke, how about you? No, we can't do that. When can you do it, Duke? They said
4 to 5 years. 4 to 5. Moderate said 4 to 5. Because nobody talks, there's no partnership. Kings Mountain's not a gorilla. We don't have the best and biggest electrical system. The mindset of, yeah, come on in, we'll serve it, that was a thing, and that rubbed off, and it pissed a lot of people off at Duke and REA that, okay, there is no relationship. Kings Mountain's gonna serve Kings Mountain, screw it.
Well,
we get these large customers that bring a lot of benefits. 1,500 jobs that were on average paying $30 an hour. That's good. The tax credits is even better. But 1,500 people that might move back to the city or move here to work there. Ship sailed because they said, yeah, Kings Mountain's got all that capacity. Kings Mountain's like a bunch of liars, and I don't like to be laid out a liar.
I'm going to offer an anecdote. I don't know if I should do this or not, but we started to re-engage with Duke and with others because, again, we talked about why it's important to have partnerships, to actually do these things, to talk with one another so we can pre-plan together. And we met a gentleman who is the local government relations person for Duke. And we thought, obviously, this guy's probably been in Kings Mountain pretty much maybe once every quarter or so, I would think. He's got to be, right? We're a municipal electric utility. We're a community of substance here. That's his territory and whatever. And we were surprised to hear when he said he had worked for the company for over 10 years and he had never been to Kings Mountain.
Yeah.
Never met anybody who worked there and never been to the city of Kings Mountain.
Never been in the city hall. And that's not good. You have no agreements, you have no relationship, and you have no planning, obviously. So with these partnerships comes planning, it comes vision, it comes seeing what's on the horizon type thing. To where we say, and we'll get into that in a couple slides about what we're doing to remarry and get that relationship.
Yeah, enough on that. Let's talk about the future. Let's go through this.
So service and rates. So Jim mentioned, You got 4 components that we look at. That's any utility should look at this. If you have the citizens of any city you live or work, if you have them in interest, you've got 4 components. And for us to have a successful electric utility, we're gonna deliver safely that electrical service. We're gonna provide it, and we're gonna have reliable services at that. That's something that Duke or REA or nobody else can offer, because it's hometown power. It's the power of local. My little blue and green truck says it.
Power of local.
But we're gonna offer competitive rates, and we can at the residential and commercial levels. Duke has capacity. Duke can beat us to death with that industrial rate comparison. And that's on anything. That's gas, that's electric, and so on.
Is it appropriate to ask a question?
Yes.
We have 27 industrial customers. Is there any, and please, I'm not throwing, is it something that we maybe ought to go to them and go to them and take away at that, and that would give us more capacity?
What you do hit on something that's important. When we have that relationship with Duke and we can talk like partners, there can be trading and balancing. There can be things like, legally you have the right to that service, but that service is more industrial. We are, conversely, and maybe we have a right to something that we want. How about we trade you so we can get some residential service? We'll give you some industrial service. Absolutely. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
This idea of you probably want that load. You want that customer. We want something a little different. Sure, let's partner. Let's talk about it.
We got people up in around the high school that are on Duke. Rodney was
Yeah.
councilman,
Yeah.
and he was being serviced by Duke.
But as it is, when you have no relationship, it's adversarial. They'll never give anything up. But if we said, we could give you something, but we'd like to get these people back. We'd like to put all these residences together in our utility district, our community, what we serve, they might be far more likely to say that. Well, okay, quid pro quo. What do we get? Oh, you'll get this. Sure.
Okay.
And we talk about that more in depth in a few slides about the partnership and what it brings and what we have possibilities of doing. So we talked a little bit about it earlier. We kind of talked about the cost. And just to throw some things into comparison, everybody sees these. That's pretty good. I'm a rhymer tonight. So you see these in developments and all that good stuff. That's pretty common. Did you ever think how common it was that transformer was $6,000 to $10,000 that serves the subdivisions you live in? Look what it costs now, right after COVID, 4 years of COVID. That same transformer, $60,000. That don't sound like a lot if you're making a lot of money on the electric utility, but when you get 0.6% of the net, that net gives you that. It's hard to have a stockpile of these, and it's hard to put them in and replace them in an emergency. I'll go ahead and tell you now, we don't have any. We've been waiting on them for 2 years now. We ordered a few, we just don't have any. The lead time, the price for what they want to buy. So 2020, we're gonna be up on 2020 because it was an ugly year. It was COVID. A lot of bad things happened in 2020. 40-foot standard wooden pole. That's pretty common across a lot of utilities. Duke uses them, so on and so on. $4,000. That pole is now $5,000. That pole is $5,000. Perspective on that $5,000 pole. If it gets clipped by a drunk driver or whatever happens, that pole's gone. The city eats that cost. Because I think it's $10,000, you can't file it, is that right, Mr. Corey? $10,000, we have to eat that. So that adds up. We see a lot of broken poles. People have a habit of finding all the poles and want to test their durability. I don't know why, but they think it's fun.
Maybe we need to move it back on the other side.
So now we'll talk about growth, and this is what gets me excited. Earlier today, we talked about the 10-year plan, right? What we're gonna see when Jim mentioned in 2034. That's where I'm looking at yesterday. I was looking at 2034. I'm looking at 2044. And I'm 41 years old. Don't let the gray hair fool you. Jim gave me a lot of that. I mean, my kids gave me a lot of that. With the study we had for the load impact, look at the percent of growth we're gonna see in the next 10 years. 179%. That's in one area. That ain't the city. That's one area. That's the entertainment district. And we know what trickle effect does. When one comes, we see that explosion. So 179%, just say half of the residential customers we got, just say 2,000 of them, times that by 179, and that's that total amount that we have the possibility of seeing for revenue. So we've got an exhibit that we just kind of clipped and pulled from the load impact study, which was done by McGill and Associates. They're an engineering firm. Did a lot of work for Duke Energy on the gas and electric, so they're well versed. They're well known across the country. We didn't like having our eggs in one basket with certain people, certain companies knowing and doing everything. So we wanted to branch out, and we started to get people that's never seen or done anything here. So they've done a load impact study, and they're looking at the connected, this is actual connected load, verified through billing, and it's present at each substation. And this is gonna be a little bit hard to swallow, and it's not that we operate unsafe, because we don't, I wouldn't allow it, but I want you to see the numbers because it's gonna blow you away. So, when we refer to delivery 2, 3, and 4, obviously that's our distribution. The reason these are zeros is because transmission's not online right now. So, right here, you see that's roughly a little over 30. So that's about 30, equivalent to 30 megawatts, 31. This is the load in megawatts, 11.1, just say 14, and so on. That's present and connected at every delivery station. You see the number we're looking at growing. So delivery 2, is everybody, for instance, delivery 2 serves the York Road area, back into town, back toward Bessemer City area. Look at the growth we're seeing within the city. So the last slide we talked about the growth on delivery 5 area. Delivery 5 serves Kings Mountain Boulevard, the entertainment district, back to the hospital. So that's delivery 5's area, 179% growth. Look at what we're starting to see. And the reason you see this reduction, that's some of the plan that we got in place. And I'll explain that in a few slides. But we jumped back up from 11 to 15.5 megawatts. And we see the same here. We see slow numbers start increasing. These are totals. In a 10-year period, you see where we went. We went from 11.1 or 11.2, almost 16. So it's great. We've got delivery 5. It's great we got a transmission station. She's all used up right now, and I'll explain that. So our system is in dire need of a lot of money. A lot of money. It needs a lot of upgrades. It needs to be brought up to snuff. We still operate safely. We can still manage, but the longer it waits, the worse shape it gets. And obviously, every day that goes by, the more material goes up. Because boy, if you were in the transformer cell business, you'd be a billionaire.
Just $20 million to build a substation.
That was 2021's price to build. It was roughly $20 million to build delivery 5. After everything's done, Chris, is that number about right?
Well, that was to do delivery 5 and 6. To actually construct delivery 5, we're looking at right at, I think about 11.5 million, I think is where we're at right now.
Delivery 6.
So, yeah, something in that range.
So when you talk about a complex system such as our electrical, there's liability. So complexity and liability go together. I want to explain that we have never, that I can find any record, ever, never done a pole inspection and it be documented. And that's not good. If a pole was decide to get lazy and just topple over onto somebody's brand new Lamborghini, I'm gonna be mad and I'm gonna say, hey, Mr. City Manager, I want proof that that pole was tested. Then granted, poles last a long time, but when you have no proof of nothing ever being tested, you just bought a Lamborghini that you never had. And we want to eliminate the city and its citizens being put in that predicament. So our poles are over 40 years old, most of them. They're brittle. You can look at the deterioration in it. We're in talks now for the budget year of getting pricing to do 10% of our 9 circuits. So remember that 6,000 poles we had? 6,000 poles, each pole gets an assessment. One person walks up and does a full pole inventory. They look at the ground, they look up, they document everything and they number it. That's $40 a pole. $40 $40 for them to do an inspection. So when you're doing 10%, that adds up quite a bit. And some of these cannot be repaired, some of them have to be total replacements. So you're talking all the hardware. You're talking insulators, you're talking that section of wire, splicing it back together. And the list goes on and on. So you're gonna have to expect condemnation. When they come in and look at it, federal requirement says if a pole's tested, which they drill a hole or they do a knock test, and they test the internals of a wooden pole, if it's below 67%, by law, we have to stop what we're doing and replace it, because it's immediately deemed unsafe. Well, hell, if you've never tested poles, we've had a lot of storms in 40 years, a lot of wire tension, swaying, it does a number on poles. You have to expect the worst, and that's how we're trying to prepare the budget, is to expect the worst. So, we had Duke looking in to do a premature and an expedited, so these are not, I wouldn't say 150% accurate numbers, but it's accurate enough it got my attention. This time last year, when we had that large customer come in and say, hey, we want to bring a lot of good to Kings Mountain, we were told no by Duke. We even went back and said, hey, we'll move load around, can you give us power? And they said no. Okay, thanks for the no, but why? Well, here's the why. Delivery 2 was at 101%. Anything is not meant to ever be designed and operate for a long period of time at 100 or more percent. Am I right? I mean, you don't put a battery in the car and you charge it at 24 volts into a 12-volt system very long, or you're gonna have a little malfunction. Delivery 3, operating right now at 107%. 107. We're in the upper 90s on delivery 4. So all 3 of our distribution substations are at or above operating capacity. It's not Wayne's information. This is all compiled from Duke. They did a study. We have documentation. But all 3 of those substations are 30 years old. So think about that. This capacity, 30 years, we've met that. Those substations have done their job, but we've never returned anything on to update them, to upgrade them, to allow us more capacity. So the impact study saying that deliveries 2 and 3 is going to require immediate upgrades, and that's immediate because we don't want to continue operating so high above its designed capacity. We're going to have to put breakers in, probably $1 million a station. We don't know that. We're preparing for the worst because you got to make chicken salad out of cow poop. So delivery 5. Now I want you to really listen to this. Delivery 5, brand new, not even online, according to the impact study. Delivery 5 is going to need significant upgrades in 10 years. And it's not online. So when this thing gets online, 2 years or a year from now, year and a half, it's only got about 8.5 years left before it's full, based on the 179% growth in that area.
How much did you say that, the immediate upgrades 2 and 3?
About $1 million apiece,
$1 million
maybe.
apiece,
That's
okay.
just maybe.
Okay.
Have an engineering look at it, do a thorough study to see actually what we can do.
Yes, okay.
Simple fix is upgrade the breakers. We may get in there and the electronics be fried or outdated. We don't know that until we do an in-depth look. But yeah.
Understood.
The plan. Hey Wayne, could you understand, could you explain what an ideal operating capacity would be? We're at 101. Ideally, we would like to be in the 75% range, and explain why.
Yeah. So that takes away from the life of your stations. So it's not uncommon to have a 40, 50-year-old station. The footprint will always exist. You gotta update and change the shoes on that bad boy. You gotta put new shoelaces in there to keep them tight on your feet. You don't wear a pair of tennis shoes for 10 years and not expect them to get worn out and loose. Substations are the same way. A lot of arcing, a lot of movement. There's a lot of kinetic energy that moves back and forth. It wears out components. You've got physical reclosures that open and close doing their job. They don't reset because they're so hot. That's not good. So you've got to reinvest that 20% back into your system, and you've got to do these things. That's why I have flickers in town. We have hot flickers in the summertime. You don't see a lot in the winter, right? Most of ours come in the summer. I'll tell you why. I got the solution. We have never put money back in the system to upgrade or update. We still have porcelain insulators. Everywhere now is rubber, they're poly. So when porcelain gets bad, it cracks in the summertime, you start getting that arc. There's your flicker. You don't have nothing passing the current. Now you've created an open circuit, so to speak.
So Wayne, are you saying these antiques are just a couple of them in a couple spots, or are there more than one, or?
That's our entire system. The only thing that's gonna have poly insulators will be delivery 5 on that wire build out.
Down Kings Mountain Boulevard?
Yes. Just because it's new, it's been reinvested. Or well, money's been invested to build that, so it's being built at today's specs. So physically, the system tells you, I ain't had nothing done to me, ever. Go look at my insulators. Go look at the bottom of my sneakers. They're worn out, they're busted, they're split, current's passing through. The insulation on wire itself, that's why these little squirrels get up there and their life comes to a jolting stop, so to speak. They're on that wire where insulation is no longer good. It's 30 or 40 years old. Insulation is broken, it's missing. So now you have hot wire, literally, passing through insulator.
It's rough on the pigeons.
So that's why you see the flickers in the
We're gonna get
summertime.
sued by the squirrel appreciation.
And just think about it, you don't see that in the winter, right? Thank goodness the ambient temperature is helping cool off some of that. Cold weather keeps things contracted. So those insulators are not summertime pulled apart for the heat. So they don't expand and that current has to break through and make people mad, and we don't want that. So physically, I'm not telling you a bunch of BS. We're talking gas right now, we're talking electric. Your system physically tells you it's never been reinvested in. So don't take my word for it. Ride around the neighborhood and look, and you'll see the little tan looking insulators. If they're new, they look white or black.
And I guess, yeah, we won't say the word never, but not sufficiently. Let's say not sufficiently.
Yeah, not sufficient.
What's the solution?
So we got a plan.
You got a plan?
We do have a plan. We're gonna be profitable and we can operate safely and competitively an electric utility that serves residential and small commercial. But it's gonna take us a long-term master plan that we're putting together. And it's gonna take 10 to 15 years, possibly longer. So we reduce the impact to our citizens. But in doing so, we are gonna have to invest money, and we just talked about it. Insulator replacement, pole change outs. So when you want your poles inspected to tell you how good they are and you know a baseline of what you have to expect the cost of that. So nobody's gonna come in for free and say, yeah, half of these are bad, we'll turn away till you fix them. Federal requirements make us do certain things, and it's gonna cost. Transformer upgrades. How many transformers are in town you see sitting like this? Probably never paid attention. Ride and look, and they're sitting this way. Every year they set unbalanced. Oil's pulled to one side, it's burning hotter on one end than the other. Life gone from it. So that's $60,000 for that little transformer that could last 30, 40 years. Improperly installed, never, or insufficiently maintenance performed to our system, where you would have seen that transformer and had eyes and hands on it, you'd fixed it. You wouldn't have allowed transformers to sit at a 15-degree angle with oil all on one end and burning hot up here.
What's that green box sitting in front of my house?
It is the same thing, it's probably crooked.
That's in like every year.
It's simple. It is simple. So transformer maintenance, there's a checklist to it. You go check the oil in a transformer. You don't check the oil in your car sitting uneven. So they operate the same thing. But there's a lot of things we have to do, like get rid of the poles that's being clipped. We're kind of waiting for a year or so to go by, gathering information of where we see broken poles. That's gonna be our targeted area for going underground. Get rid of that. We're gonna update some of our system by going underground, but that takes money. And that's stuff that we're gonna prioritize and we're gonna put money at each year capitally and repair it. We're gonna utilize the new distribution station, Delivery 5. It's distribution outlet is what I meant by that. We're gonna include reallocating. So that's gonna help us offset some of that cost for redoing the stations at delivery 2, 3, and 4. We're gonna take 5 to 7, maybe even 8 megawatts from each one of those. We're gonna reallocate, we're gonna put 15-ish on delivery 5. Delivery 5 was designed to just distribute 40 megawatts peak. Peak means short period. It's going to operate at 30% because of the life. We don't want it to last 10 years. We don't want it to last 20, 40, 50 years is great. We're gonna do proper maintenance. We're gonna allocate and redistribute loads so that it operates efficiently. And we can get billed from Duke for efficiently using power, which is what Chris asked to earlier about what threshold do we wanna operate at. And it's 80 to 90. 90 being short term.
So, that first bullet point, you're talking rate increase.
This, well,
To understand, we are doing a cost of service study that's nearly done, as Chris mentioned. We'll get recommendations on what those rates ought to be. I don't know yet. The point is, we believe that we can remain competitive to the investor-owned Duke, and we will always try to do that, because if we're not doing that, then we'd have to question whether we're in this business at all. But understand too that Duke just received from the state of North Carolina the ability to raise their rates by 25% in 3 years, and the first year is like what, 11?
8.3.
8.3. So they're going way up. So yes, we may have rate increases, but our goal is to always remain hopefully less than the competitor, which is Duke.
And that's why it's gonna take 10 to 20 years. Because you gotta think, I mean, you got a fairly large system to be
Sure you will.
such a small, municipality. But 6,000 poles.
Sure you will.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Just for an inspection, it's $40 a pole. So, plan continues, and we're not done. We got a long term here. We got a lot of thought put into this one. So, some of that plan is gonna be involving Duke. It's gonna be involving, Rutherford Electric. And for many, many reasons. It's not just to say, hey, we're sorry, we want you to back up. It's not, because we're looking at the horizon. You know, we may go back with Duke and renegotiate a wholesale contract with them and get away from purchasing power from the power plant. Who knows? But we're gonna open that door, remarry that relationship so we have that opportunity. These citizens in our city deserve every best opportunity they get. And it might be renegotiating wholesale contracts with Duke. But we are working on that. And some goods came out of it, a lot of good recently. We've been told some good things. Nothing on paper, and it don't count to me if it's not on paper. And we've just been told by talking and better understanding where our service territories are. Specifically, we talked with Rutherford Electric, and Duke about who's serving who, instead of everybody going down here and drawing lines in the sand and throwing a fist. Well, I'm gonna get this one, and I'm gonna get that one, and you're not getting any. Nah, that's not how we did it. We had a meeting, and Duke said, okay, that's great. We got 2 providers, so what if we provide the power from the transmission standpoint? We get a piece of the pie. Yeah. City of Kings Mountain gets a third of the pie, and now Rutherford Electric's gonna get a third. So we got to talking, and just sitting in a room, ideas just started flowing, the juices was moving, and I just said, hey, where we're located, we're gonna serve those 1,000 proposed residential dwellings on Dixon Ridge. Rutherford Electric said, that's great, we'd rather have the smaller commercial up on the Dixon School Road side. Duke said, hell, this is wonderful, I'm gonna serve both of you. We're gonna make money while y'all serve them, and you have to maintain your systems. Who would have thought of them? Wonderful idea to renegotiate and talk to people is a bad idea. So we did even get better information. We talked to Rutherford Electric, and they said, hey, by us serving that small commercial, that helps us system strengthening wise. It allows us to move a station down at the end of our line. So we have a opportunity to be redundant.
That you're talking about where the truck stop was?
Yes.
Okay.
So if they come on down to the end of the line, right in that area, we ask them what it would take, just what it would take. Not shaking hands and breaking bread and none of that on any deal. What would it take for the city to have the possibility of part ownership or share a substation? They said, that's a wonderful idea. That helps us out on redundancy. So it makes sense for them in their operational standpoint to work with us, and we get what we need. We gain a little bit more capacity off of somebody else's substation. And I mean, obviously that comes with a cost, but very high level relationships are starting to be on the mend, starting to go where we work together and not against. So, the plan for Delivery 5. We talked about it a little bit more. We talked about it being designed to accommodate 100 megawatts from Duke. Duke can give you 100 megawatts. Can assure you right now, they cannot. Duke cannot give us that. They told us already. Even in 10 years, we can't get that. We're gonna be lucky to get what we can put out. Luckily, it's a 1-for-1. It would suck if it was a half for one. So, if they give us 30, we can still put out 30. And that's great, because that's what we've got forecasted, and it's gonna accommodate that 179% growth in that corridor. So we're gonna operate it at 30, 35 megawatts, 35 megawatts being the highest peak in the wintertime. When it's fully built out, that means 15 megawatts is gonna be allocated from deliveries 2, 3, and 4. We're gonna do load sharing, we're gonna move some banks over, and we're gonna start being able to gain growth within the city at 2, 3, and 4. And then, when that's done, we'll have roughly 15 to 20 megawatts to play with. That's already spoken for based on growth coming and actually happening. And here's a list of developments that we physically have had conversations with, or they've put something in OpenGov. So it's a real thing that's happening. This is not names I've come up with or my unborn children. I would never call one Riptide Car Wash, but these names. This is actual development that's coming. So with all this development coming, that's spoken for. Delivery 5 is already tapped out. And that's great because we can be profitable serving all these. These are residential. All these minus the car wash and the EV chargers. But the EV chargers, people are gonna use them, they're gonna pay us for them. So that's happening. We can't ignore it. So you can't turn a blind eye and say, oh, well, we're gonna worry about delivery 6 and 6.5 and 7 and whatever we wanna name them. We're gonna best use what we've got and we're gonna be profitable. So we will be proposing next week that we have several development agreements where we've done a dive, we've looked, it's based off of the rate structure study we've had. We want to burden citizens of all costs of this installation of infrastructure. That's always been great. It's been the thing. Hey, we're gonna put it in. We're gonna get everybody that comes to the city. We're gonna put it in. We can't do that. We're not going to do that. We propose to not do that. Let the developer pay for it. It's very simple math. I'm not a smart math guy. I can talk cow duty, but I can't do math. Very good. But I can give you enough to say that this developer agreement is based on actual houses or buildings or whatever is there, and it's divided by the cost of infrastructure. So proposal being simple, you take 500 home development, it's gonna cost $800,000 to put all that in. That developer should expect to pay $1,600 per lot to have the installation cost is $1,600, sorry.
Now, the developments that we've already approved, has the vote sale on those?
So that's where we've had discussions. Some of these, yes, because some of the drawings have been submitted for a while, and Kimberly knows probably the dates way better than anybody.
For the most part, it's rather hard to retroactively have someone do something that they weren't asked to do to begin with.
But yes, that's the proposal going forward. That's what you'll be presented with next week. And that's the reason. This is a high level, that's what it is. So there you go, it's easy math. Legal, easy math.
We haven't spoken anything about NDE. What is our relationship with them?
So CPP now, right? It's a very simple relationship. They got something we need, we buy it. That's it. There is no discussion about giving us a proposed lot to put a tap for a substation. There is no negotiation or any relationship where we had land as the myth, we had a 200 by 200 lot to tap the substation. That was a myth. We don't have anything. You look at the register of deeds, you look at GIS, nothing's deeded to the city of Kings Mountain to help us do anything. NTE was simple. We have power, we generate it, you need it, so you buy it. At the end of the day, that is it.
And we got that capacity thing till 2038 or something like that, right?
Yes.
Or 34?
Yeah, it's-
Something in the 30s.
Yes, 20-year contract, yeah.
Okay.
But as Chris mentioned, they are a lot of investments, so they pay us a lot of property tax, which is nice.
Yeah, they do.
Right, Chris? And they're a big water user, so they're that. And they sell us electricity. That's the relationship.
That's all we have. I don't mean to
How
give you a
about
short
Southern
answer.
Power?
Sir?
How about Southern Power?
We don't have any relationship with Southern Power. I mean, we don't go into their territory, they don't come into ours, so to speak, but other than that, nothing. It's just a neighboring utility, well, neighboring transmission server. So they still serve the same grid that Duke owns. We just don't get any from it. Ours comes strictly from NTE or CPP. So, I would ask that council look at what we kind of prepared from an energy services standpoint. And this is based off of what you all provided us informational wise at your vision session. And this was my takeaway and energy services takeaway from what your vision was. And I thought that what we've prepared, the data we've shared, all the information and transparency is right in line with your vision. And at the end of the day, that vision, it's just, you guys said it in many words that day. So I summed it up, was to create an exceptional quality of life. And we say that a lot in our meetings, do we not, Ms. Thomas? Quality of life. That we engage our citizens and provide commercial, leisure amenities, promote business and employment opportunities, and we offer an unsurpassed value to taxpayers. That's a heck of a value to not pay for infrastructure across town that I'm not even gonna ride in or trick or treat. So I don't wanna live in my rinky-dink little house and there's $1 million houses at Nixon Ridge. My tax dollars have to pay for that. Now, that's the value. If we can do that, that's what this is for. And that's our vision. So I added a mission statement to that vision. And it's to create an environment where aspirations can be achieved for individuals, families, and businesses with a leadership philosophy that's founded on what we believe about the nature of our people, with motivation, the distribution of knowledge, and its work. But all that don't work and none of it counts if it's not backed by a set of core values. Integrity is number one with me. So it's integrity, responsiveness, innovation, passion, and partnership. So y'all did it. That was your vision. I just put it in words.
So we threw a lot of things at you.
Hey, Jimmy was, he just quote that.
We threw a lot of things at you, and that's why obviously you take this stuff back with you. It'll be available, digest it, whatever. We're also making this available to the public. But questions, discussions based on,
I have
yeah.
a couple questions. So,
Sure.
when you were talking about the different levels, commercial, family, are the rates across the board, and I did take a potty break, I may have missed you if you talked about it, but are the rates set and the same for everybody?
No.
No, okay, so that's part of your negotiating or opportunity to negotiate?
Well, we established those rates. So we established, and they're very complex right now, and the rate study that we're doing is going to make all recommendations for the future. But, we have how many customer classes do we have currently, Chris? 9.
And we're going to consolidate that to 3. We're really following industry norms. We didn't reinvent the wheel. The Duke Energies of the world, same rate structure. Large users get a volume discount. So they charge, our model is modeled after our competition. The residential rates, commercial, industrial. And so it's not anything that's unique to us. It's more of an industry.
To further complicate that, we created this purchase power adjustment that said at times when the cost of fuel goes up unexpectedly, we may suddenly raise your rate, not the rate itself, but this rider, this addition, and that complicates it as well. So recently, we've come back to you, as you know, and decreased those, and we decreased the purchase power adjustment different, for instance, for the residential versus the industrial.
Right.
Because the industrial rate was already substantially different. So again, horribly complex. We hope to simplify that dramatically, make people understand it better, and make it more equitable, and make it more consistent with this philosophy of talking about who should we serve.
Yeah, like I said, we're literally eliminating 6 or 8 classes, and we are going to completely eliminate the PPA. It will be 0. And so that'll get it'll get consolidated into the base rate, and we'll just go from there.
And the other thing is, and I think in responding to your question, we said our goal will always be to have residential rates less than Duke, to be more competitive. We can't do that on the higher rates. So that's the other philosophy we're looking at. We're never going to make it anyway, so why should we be working hard on keeping those rates lower? We'll lose some of those customers. We don't need those customers. So let's back to focus on your knitting. What do you do well? Let's focus on that.
So if I ask that same question with residential only, is the residential rate the same for everybody?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. So good. So that's excellent. And I forgot my next question, so you're good.
That's good. I'm glad we gave you a good answer to this.
Yeah. No, you did, but I had a follow-up and I completely, it went out of my brain.
Well, if you remember it while we're still talking,
Yeah, no problem. We'll do it.
So if you're and I understand, you said you're reducing the classes down from 7, 6, whatever, to 3, but
right.
residential's not really part of that.
Well,
Will the bill be simplified?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. That's a
The
big
most
reason.
You go from a
complicated
full
bill I
lawyer
ever
being
heard.
able to interpret to a paralegal.
Yes.
Now, there still will be additional rate tiers and things like that, but we have to eat the elephant one bite at a time. And so the thing is, we're not going to wait 12 years to do a cost of service study. So simplification the first time through means get the rate classes consolidated. We'll have 1 residential rate class, period. Right now we have 3. And so, yes, eventually we would love to further consolidate the tiers. The consultants heard us, they just weren't. We got to better define kind of what we're doing with inside, even within that commercial. I mean, you've got customers that range from, they use, in some cases, very little, slightly more than residential, all the way up to the hospital, which uses as much as an industrial customer uses. So even within those 600 customers, you've got significant variations in loads and rates and things of that nature. So we're not simplifying it to the extent we would like to, but we are going to do some other things like put a sample bill on the website. Here's a residential beer, here's a commercial beer, here's an industrial beer.
One thing's happening here if we can.
So anyway, that's the goal.
So in the fall, there was this public. Do you remember that in the fall there was like, here's who's been overcharged, and it was the.
That's a PP.
It was an audit.
Got it.
No, we did an audit.
Okay, you did an audit.
We
Okay.
did an audit. We went out in the field and actually audited meters.
Okay.
Because meters, again, if you're not reinvesting, if you're not replacing that meter, they can become inaccurate.
Sure.
So Wayne did that and realized that in some cases they were off a little bit to the high side, other off to the low side. We acknowledged it, we fixed it, and right?
So you see it was no residential.
Correct.
And reason being, so to clear all that up, you can't go physically audit a residential in any utility meter because it doesn't have a multiplier. The issue we found was the multiplier was put in correctly. Due to operator error, due to billing, field error, it don't matter. It was an operator error. The multiplier was wrong and it went unnoticed. So we looked at all the commercial and industrial meters, and that's what we found.
There was 6 of them?
It was 19 of them.
So, and Jim, you kind of answered the follow-up to that, which is on the low side, were you seeing people that were through the roof and then people who were not paying what they were supposed to be paying, or?
There were some to low, others to high, and it balanced out.
It was about balanced.
We paid some people
We
back.
wound up paying back $62,000.
Got it.
That's
Roughly.
The height was about 20-something.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that was,
Three
I think we went back about 3 years, and that was on total billings over a 3-year period of time of roughly, it's north of $40 million. So relatively speaking, it's pretty good accuracy rate. Things happen. Meters get installed, the wrong multiplier, it's a different manufacturer. It's one of those things that if you don't catch it when you install it, and the customer doesn't raise their hand and say, wow, my rate went way up.
Yeah.
You know, we've since instituted policies and procedures, and anytime there's a change out, we changed how that notification occurs. There's now called a key account audit. Anybody who gets a meter change out gets an audit of their bill, a manual recalc that first month, just to make sure we're starting on the right foot. And so we made some improvements to the system, but overall it was, I mean, it was pretty positive as far as most. It was meant to be a positive thing. I don't know that it.
Increasing the rates, electricity rates for the customers.
In the rate study that's almost complete, that should be the final result.
How are we gonna pay for all this stuff if we reduce
Well,
it?
Wait, let's be accurate with it. What was your question? No.
Are we gonna reduce the rates for our customers?
That's a very complex question. Our customers include residential, commercial, and industrial. And we don't know the complete answer to that yet. What we committed to is we will always work to have our residential rates less than Duke's. That we will work toward. Might that mean they actually go up? Yes, they might. Might they stay the same? Some possibility, I doubt it. So again, I want to be accurate. I don't want to say something that's not true because you just saw all the problems.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine fixing those problems and having rates go down.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one's easy.
But a lot of the upside too is the PPA, don't forget, and we've decreased the PPA. So we have come down, how much, Chris?
Pretty substantial.
Pretty substantially by bringing that PPA down. So that's something to keep in mind.
From 3.5 to 2.5.
Yeah, but as a percentage.
Oh, percentage.
That's a pretty big percentage.
Yeah, 30%. It was 10% because we basically said, when we raised it, now you know, with the tax, with our property tax increase, this is.
That's right,
this is going.
that's right.
I missed something, but is the PPA, are we gonna continue to have that ability?
Yes.
Or do you just set the rate, and if natural gas goes crazy, you deal with it?
No, we will continue to have the mechanism, but we will start with rates that do not require a PPA.
Okay, good.
The other thing, absolute. While the possibility will exist to have them,
With this new.
they will never be changed except by a vote of the city council,
Right, rather than.
period.
You're not
End
gonna
of
have that
sentence.
authority.
No authority to ever alter the rates of utilities unless you all vote to do it. Yeah.
It's the best interest.
Right. Well, you gotta have.
And
You
so
mean the
this-
way it should be?
So the city is in talks, trying to work out a hedge program or strategy with the power plant. And that's just taking its course. We don't have a lot of say-so. It's really just lawyer talk. But we hope to have that mechanism. But you'll be made aware. And then obviously when the city says, hey, we see gas prices just went up in November, we know they're gonna kinda go up in December. You all, we get together, it's presented, it's a vote.
Yeah, the two best ways to avoid a purchase power adjustment are hedging to begin with, and number two, having a rate stabilization fund. So when those circumstances arise that you see a spike in rates, either because you've hedged in advance, you can weather it.
You've got your rate set at an appropriate level
Yeah.
to maybe even accommodate.
That's right. Or you have a rate stabilization fund that just allows it to be used
which
during
means you
that
gotta-
spike.
That comes out of your net income.
That's correct. Yeah.
So quick curiosity question on numbers, and this is a dumb question, but it's for my own curiosity. So if it's 5,249 total customers, when we were sending out the bills with newsletters, did that newsletter go to all?
Newsletters, which ones were those?
So
In the
we used to-
utility
we used to,
bill.
in the utility bill,
There
send
was
a newsletter.
If you
So-
get a utility bill, you would.
So it'd be
get one, yeah.
5,249.
Yeah.
Very good, thanks. I needed that number.
Okay.
This has been the best meeting ever.
So with that, we've taken you past the 7 o'clock hour. I very much appreciate your patience. We didn't mean to do this, but we thought this was a particularly important session. We didn't want to gloss over on it. We wanted to make certain that we covered it well. It's really about transparency. We wanted you to understand what we understand. As we know it, as we learn it, you hear about it. That's the way it works in this organization. It might be bad news, it might be good news, but it's news you deserve to hear, whatever that is. Because you can't make good quality decisions unless you have accurate information. And you can't prioritize and plan for the future unless you have accurate information. Our goal is always to give you the truth, give you accurate information, give you opportunities to plan, and then make good quality decisions for the future. Again, if we take something away today, it's about prioritization, it's about catalysts and cornerstones, and it's about planning for the future. Plan your work, work your plan. So if there's nothing else, we will see you all bright and early at 8:30 tomorrow morning here. And I apologize also, I didn't know that.
Restful sleep and are wide awake and ready to receive another good day of presentation. It is City Council and Executive Leadership Team Strategic Planning Session Day 2, Saturday, March 9th. We will kick this off. Well, before we kick this off, I do want to just say something incredibly positive. I was really impressed and blown away with some of the presentations yesterday, and it's good to see the only thing I ever ask from anybody I've ever worked for is show me what it's supposed to look like. If you can show me what it's supposed to look like, I can buy in. I'm seeing people who are presenting things the way it's supposed to look like. It doesn't necessarily look like that now, but when you see what it should look like, you can definitely get there if you have that plan. Very impressed with what I saw yesterday, so thank you everybody who did present. If we could start this morning again with a prayer from Mr. Jimmy West.
You guys would pray with me. Most gracious and Heavenly Father, Lord, what a privilege it is to be able to call on your name, Lord. Seek the name of Jesus. Lord, I pray that you be with us today, Lord, that you give us the wisdom to comprehend everything that we're being presented today, Lord, and that you give us the strength and courage to stand up and do the right thing for our citizens and for our city. Lord, I pray that you bless each and every presenter today and everyone in this room. I pray you get us all home safely at the end of the meeting today, Lord. I know the rain's pretty challenging right now, but Lord, as long as you're with us, Lord, I pray for the families of everybody here today, Lord, that you keep them safe and that you continue to bless us, Lord, and bless our city, Lord, and help us to grow the way you want us to. And I pray this in all things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jimmy. Mr. City Manager.
Good morning, everybody. I really appreciate everybody coming back today on a very challenging day. That rain was pretty difficult, so getting here wasn't the easiest thing. So thanks for your commitment. We've got another really full day for you today. We think we've got a number of good presentations, interesting, enlightening stuff. So ask you to continue to give us your full attention, and we want to answer any and all questions ultimately that you do have. So we're going to begin today with our planning director, Kimberly Herndon, and she actually is going to do the first two presentations, and the first one is going to be on signage. So Kimberly, I'm going to give you the remote, and you can take over. Yeah.
Figure out how to make it work. I'm not sure where I want to stand. I've seen it done a couple different ways the last 2 days, and I've been promised that if I do this wrong, the egg throwing section will let me know. So I'm counting on them to keep me on task and make sure that I do this well. There's a lot of different things in the Unified Development Ordinance that we could talk about, a lot. But we picked this one, signage, because it's critically important to our town and how our town looks, how we market ourselves, what it helps us do and not do with regard to economic development. And we do have regulations. They serve a very good purpose. When you think about signage, there are really 5 things that signs help us do. One is recognition or marketing, and I'm sure that Rick's been driving to the beach and his spouse has looked over and said, I left X, Y, and Z at home. And it doesn't take very long to identify Target, for instance, or Walmart, because those are all very well-defined brands. We all know what Pepsi, what Coke looks like. They've done a great job with marketing and branding. The second thing that signs do for us are wayfinding and directions. How to get downtown, how to find the park. Anything that we have that is a tourist attraction that we want to drag people or bring people to, we need wayfinding directional signs. Oops, sorry. They also entice customers. If they're not attractive, or a business has no signage at all, how are we to know that we are welcome or invited to come in? So it's meant to entice people. The fourth thing that they serve to do is help us with health and safety. How far do we stand apart? Everybody remembers in COVID, standing 6 feet apart. There's a trip hazard. We mark it with yellow and black tape. And then there's legal signage. This gets many people in trouble. How fast can we go? Can we take our firearm in this business? Can we smoke on this property? But this is the primary things that signage does for us. I would make the argument this morning that any other signage could be considered clutter. If it is not well-prepared signage, then the remainder of signage is in fact clutter. So anytime you look at a sign, I encourage you to say, what am I supposed to receive from this information? What message does this sign offer? So there was a survey done. 76% of consumers will enter a shop they've never visited before based on the strength of the signage. Back to, if you do not know what is in that shop, you're pretty hesitant to go in there. What is it? What are you getting yourself into? But if there's very attractive, well-placed signage, then you seem to know, and it is a welcome to come in and explore further. 52% of the people polled said that they were reluctant to enter a shop that had poor quality signage. Think about that. You're going to go buy a $160 alpaca sweater that is specific for the hiking expedition that you're about to go on. Will you go into a building that has no signage or poor quality signage? How does it make you feel about the product that they're selling inside the store? If their signage is poor, what is the value of the product that they have to offer? And 60% reported that they would be put off from an establishment that featured no signage at all. And again, you're probably not going into a place that you don't understand what they feel the purpose in being there would be. So signs do make a difference. Again, the top 5 reasons why signage is important. You want to provide clear communication. You want to convey your brand character and the identity. Increase your brand awareness. Reach the right audience, the people that you want to have in your business. And it is a relatively cost-effective strategy if done well. Let me say this. More signs do not equal better signs. The quantity of signs does not improve the message. The quality of the sign and how that sign looks and how you react to it is what increases the value of the sign. So what do our signs say about a community? There's been all kinds of philosophers. Even Mark Twain said that you judge a man by what he wears. Our community puts on signs. That's a portion of our clothing. Came forward, called the other day and said, we're having trouble with the sign we're evaluating. And I said, do you want to wear that scarf for the next 40 years? When somebody bolts that sign to the front of their business, expect it to be there. So the image of a community is fundamentally important to economic vitality. People don't really, nobody says, let's go over to so-and-so. I heard they're really tacky, cluttered up town. Let's go see them. We're excited about going over to XYZ this weekend because we understand that they're really a trashy place to go. Nobody ever says that. How many people have said, let's plan our vacation based on the tackiest place we can attempt to visit.
South of the border.
I knew Mr. Alan Schaefer. I met him on his 72nd birthday. And I've had this very same conversation with him. He is now deceased.
And it's no longer successful, there's nothing.
No, they are not, but that's a different story. I'm gonna write a book about that one, but thank you for pointing that out. I did work in a jurisdiction 4 miles from south of the border, I'm sorry to say, but anyway. What we put on, pardon?
No, you're good.
Do you know south of the border, Rob?
People were talking while you were presenting, and I'm going to chastise them publicly. So anyway.
Thank you, thank you. I do want the sombrero tower though brought to Kings Mountain. We could convert that to a large crown and it would be like the Mecca of 85. But anyway, what we put along our community streets are very, very important. It's what everybody sees. So when you think about signage and you're riding through Kings Mountain on your way home this afternoon, is the town ordinary or is it special? Is it ugly? Or is it beautiful? Are we classy or trashy? And are we tacky or are we quaint? And what would we like to be? Gretchen Wilson would argue that she's a little on the trashy side. I think that was her. But anyway, we do not, I don't believe, as a body, want our town to be trashy.
I think we're just simple.
Now, these pictures are not from our town. But you've seen things that look just like this in our town.
True.
I would tell you that the sign on the right is meant for high-speed traffic with a horizon where you can see things in the distance. That's probably not appropriate for a 35-mile-an-hour speed zone on King Street. We have hills and curves and slow speeds. We're not ever far enough away that maybe that sign on the right would be appropriate on King Street. So let's talk about sign regulation. It is one of the most powerful actions that a community can take. It gives us, as part of land use and planning, a way to limit and encourage proper use of signage. And when it's drafted and enforced being a key word, sign controls can reinforce the character and the design that we want for our entire community. The picture there on the bottom is taken from the Main Street program. You see on the left what the street looked like prior to enforcement of signage and good facade renovation. And on the right, you see that you can still identify what businesses are there, but how much cleaner that the streetscape is just from the removal of some poor signage. So what regulations do we have in Kings Mountain? We do, in fact, have sign regulations in our UDO. Are they different from the signage regulations that were in our previous zoning ordinance? Yes, they are. Did we write them? No. We juggled a handful of things and they were provided to us by a consultant. We do have zoning classifications that determine which type of signs are allowed. For instance, a home occupation sign should be much different from a sign that is in an auto-urban area in a strip shopping center or visible from the interstate. So one thing that confuses people when they look at the sign ordinance is that you have to look at what you're zoned and then which signs are appropriate. And that makes the charts get pretty complex. You can wade in the water pretty quickly. Not all signs are allowed in all districts. Back to different size signs for different locations and different types of businesses. And the signs allowed in each district are established by industry best practices. Think about Hilton Head. They have one of the most strict sign ordinances in the states on the East Coast. They don't allow for lighting. They're very specific to size. And I can tell you that they've been a party to a lawsuit on a number of occasions. But as long as it's enforced equally and the same across all, it is allowable. So let's talk about specific signage requirements. The sign type, the size, the material, the location, how long it can be displayed, and a whole lot of other criteria are all addressed in our sign ordinance. And it gets confusing, and it gets complicated, and as you can imagine, we recently went through an election, and maybe political signs are one of the great things that lots of people like to talk about. So the City of Kings Mountain has over 18 pages of sign regulations, and we were surprised to learn that they appear in 4 different sections of the code. And that further complicates or adds to confusion for people trying to figure out what sign they can and cannot have. So the 4 sections that include signs, the first one is about a half a page of sign information that's included in the Central Business District Standards. These apply directly to downtown. The biggest section is that which is about signs, and that's where about 16 pages fall. And it tells you about the types of signs allowed in every district in our community. The next section tells you when you do and don't have to have a sign permit. And the last section tells us what we do when non-conforming signs and billboard signs happen to be in our community. For your interest in distribution later, we have prepared a booklet that has these 4 sections printed off for you so that you can read and look and begin to delve into the world of signage and what your tolerance or what your desired changes might be about with regard to signage in Kings Mountain. So let's go on a journey. Let's start outside Kings Mountain and let's drive into the city limits and look at what we see. We see lots of signs. And this was on a good day. When I came through yesterday, there were a lot of things attached to poles on the side of the road, in the right-of-way, but this is a Google screenshot from a different day. This is a pretty good day. This is pretty standard for what you see in our community on a regular day. The tallest sign allowed by our sign ordinance today is 35 feet. 35 feet.
McDonald's sign.
On the left-hand side, you see a BP sign that meets that criteria of the height. On the right-hand side of the road, you see some folks who are clinging to signage that was allowed prior to the adoption of the UDO. You also see a billboard. Billboards are no longer allowed in the city limits of Kings Mountain. The city council was very specific when we did the UDO about the discussion related to billboards inside the city limits, and it was their desire to have those eliminated. So obviously we have some enforcement to do. I will also say that pole signs are no longer allowed in the ordinance that we adopted.
Pole signs?
Pole signs.
Like McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I'm not picking on McDonald's.
No, I'm just saying.
But that particular one is too tall, and it's on a pole sign, or on a pole.
We don't have I guess, a policy to grandfather those people?
We're getting there. Yes, sir, we're getting there. Oh, and I'll back up. The other thing that is very popular in Kings Mountain is the use of temporary signs, banners, on the side of the road in the right of way. The ordinance is very specific.
The armory. Every day.
It says if you put a sign in the right of way or on public property, it is subject to confiscation and becomes property of the city. Think about that. Every sign on public property or in the right of way. And there's some minor exceptions, short-term, temporary. For instance, you can have political signs, but the city policy that was adopted as part of this is 150 feet between them. So if a candidate puts signs every 10 feet, and then they come up and they're saying, well, 45 of my signs got pulled up, you stole them. Nope, you put them in the public right of way, and they were closer than 150 feet, and therefore you have forfeited them. And we'll give them back, but we can remove them.
So Kimberly, there's an almost permanence to those temporary illegal signs at the Armory. There's hardly a day that goes by that I can't pass that someone has put up one of those. Is that just an enforcement issue, or is there something special?
Actually, our poles that somebody is using.
Well, so is that an enforcement issue, or is that's something I'm missing because of that
No, that is
location?
an enforcement issue. And, we own a lot of gun show today, wrestling tomorrow, dance studio, and you know, the city is so kind. We've offered and we've encouraged over time. I'm not saying that we didn't allow it. It's systemic. It's a systemic issue that we have allowed our city to do this.
Yeah.
A T-post on the side of the road is a traffic hazard. I know we're trying to help the dance studio, but it's a traffic hazard. The code also says if your sign is within 10 feet of the right of way, it is in the wrong place. 10 feet away, a setback from the right of way.
Now, is that private property or public?
Pardon?
You say 10 feet. I'm curious whether or not that's 10 feet within the right of way. Is that a sign potentially on private property?
That's correct. That's correct. So now we're going to go downtown. I'm going to ask you what you see here. We're just driving through. And how do these sites make you feel? Is this how we represent our community? Is there standardization? Does it look clean? Do we know what we're selling? What's available here? How are we maintaining things, particularly our signage? Does a sign work if there's a truck parked in front of it? The truck, is that a sign? It's advertising something. They're selling something. I will tell you that there's one sign up here that meets the ordinance, with the exception of the 10 foot off the road, and is a much improved sign.
Skyline.
But I'll just let you consider the photographs and we'll discuss that. Is this scene pleasing? Does it make a good first impression? The next time you get in the car and say, let's go somewhere for the day, is this where we want to go? Let's go back to Kings Mountain because it was really cool and quaint. We like the vibe that they're putting on there. We'll find something really awesome. Or does that fall under maybe some of those other words? What can we do to improve the signage? Does it even need to be improved? Maybe it's not a concern. Maybe when you look at this, you say, I'm comfortable with that. We're doing a great job. So many times the citizens, the community stakeholders, and the council members have asked, how do we make our town look better? Why does the town look junky? I would argue, plead the case to you today, that perhaps part of it is we're not doing the best job with signage, and that maybe we do want to be more serious about enforcement of sign regulations. So signs, we do have that ordinance. We do have 16 pages that talk about signs. What are the general provisions that we require in the sign ordinance? We're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to monitor what people say. We do want to encourage the effective use of signs. We do want to promote health, safety, and welfare. That's our job. That's what all of planning, zoning, code enforcement is. health, safety, and general welfare of the public. We want to maintain and enhance the aesthetic environment. What do people see when they come and visit? We want to improve pedestrian and traffic safety, minimize possible adverse effect of signs on nearby public and private property, and we want to have fair and consistent enforcement. And that is something we must determine. What level is fair? What is consistent? We must remain content neutral. Our First Amendment right is that of free speech. I cannot tell a person what words go on their sign with very few limitations. Vulgarity is one that we can discuss, but people get sued over content on signs. So I want to be clear. We're talking about the structure of the sign, the size of the sign, the location of the sign. I cannot tell a person their logo is ugly. That's my personal opinion. And that is not about health, safety, and welfare if the sign is the right size and in the right place. So staff was challenged to go out and ride around town. Are we doing our best job? Do our signs meet our ordinance? Folks, I'm sorry to report we had a harder time finding a sign that was in compliance with the existing ordinance than we did the number that don't. 75% or more do not meet the current sign ordinance. They are all considered non-conforming.
And does that go back to Jimmy's question
It
about
does.
the ones that, I mean, how many of the 75% did conform prior to changes?
Probably greater than 90%. So we call those legal non-conforming. And we're going to approach that subject as well. So again, it is easier for me to find a non-conforming sign than it is for me to find one that complies with all of our current sign regulations. Now, before today, there's probably not many people in the room who've given a whole lot of thought. Do we even have sign regulations? Is that a thing? Have we publicized that? Have we communicated that to the public? I mean, we had sign regulations since 1995 that I know of. And I'm sure we had some before then. The city of Kings Mountain had zoning since 1949. The most common issues that we have are the size and the surface area of a sign. Bigger is not always better. Target can put up a tiny sign and everybody in the room knows that it's Target. You only use the sign the first time you go there. When you live in a community, there's certain things I can say. You don't even look at the sign anymore. If I say Love's Fish Box, everybody in this room knows where it is. You don't look at the sign. You don't ride down the road going, where's the sign? I can't remember where to turn in. Everybody in the room knows where that is. Only person going to use that sign now is somebody from out of town that the mayor said, hey, meet me at Love's Fish Box. We have a great fish place. Come there. The height of the sign is a significant problem. We have a lot of tall signs in Kings Mountain. I don't know why they're so tall. You're in your car, you're driving 35 miles an hour, and you're having to look out the window to see this sign. It's really, really tall. Is that necessary? Pole signs are still being used. Why is this a problem? If somebody runs off the road and hits the pole sign, what's going to happen to the pole sign? Now, I'm not going to say that people run off the road every day, but it could happen. They do run off the road every day. They always I would say that a significant issue is that they are too close to the right-of-way. Folks, I will not point out specific signs, but I want everybody to think about their church. I want everybody to think about their sign. If it is within 10 feet of the right-of-way, it is in the wrong place. So that one right there knocks out, I mean, there's multiple things but that knocks out a bunch of our signage, a large percentage. Signs that change too fast. You know, the only thing that we used to allow to change was the time and temperature sign. In the old code that we got rid of in 2021, that was the only thing you could have, was time and temperature and static gas prices. Think about how many churches have messaging on their sign today, and it changes and it blinks. It's supposed to have the same message for 15 seconds, and the ordinance says it has to be monochromatic, so you can only use one color. Something that's flashing back and forth between purple and red or green and blue is just in violation of the current sign ordinance.
Say that again, you can have multiple colors, but it can't be flashing?
Has to be on for 15 seconds with one message.
Right.
Women's study group at 10 a.m. Wednesday, and it has to be all the same color lettering. It can't be that.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna ask a simple question. I may be jumping ahead, I apologize. When people come to us to build or start a small business, hypothetically, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
When people come to us to start a small business or even a business period, do we give them a packet that outlines these types of things? Would that be simple or asking too much?
No, we have not been doing that. Now, we do discuss with them what signs are allowable, and we have a communication problem, and we identify that.
Okay.
This part of this presentation, I want to say to you, we can do a better job communicating. So this is not about a hatchet, and Wayne said yesterday, I don't want to make everybody feel like we dislike what we do. We love what we do, but I need to create understanding before we do something.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I mean, if we give them the outline of what the rules and regulations are, they can sit down and read those, and that may head off a lot of these problems before they present themselves. Is that something that sounds feasible? Is that just a stupid question?
I would say that
You're not gonna hurt my feelings.
8 out of 10 people don't even come and apply for their sign permit. It's really hard to help them understand what they can have. Most of them put them up before we know it. Most of them we see. Most of them somebody calls and says, hey, did you tell them they could put that thing up? That's sticking out in the road. That's covering my bushes. They put that up in front of my sign. Most people don't get their sign permits.
Well, the reason I'm saying all this, and please don't take this wrong, I'm not pointing a finger at anybody, but we talked about something similar to this in the very first work session we had when I got on council 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. Instead of telling people, going back to them, telling them what they can't do, if we give them a copy of the regulations up front to tell them what they can do, would that not prevent us from having to chase our tails and go back and try to fix these problems later on?
I think it would, but some of what you're going to hear is you're going to be asked today is, what is your political desire for level of enforcement? Because we're identifying these problems. How do we move forward in the future? We clearly have had a lot of, call it neglect, call it not enforcing it. And the point is, if that's not what we want to do in the future, how does it happen in terms of, do we phase something in? Do we live with what we have? Is there some other answers? And that's why your discussion is really good, because you're taking us down the road to where we need to go. Is it start working closely with KM Forward, for instance, downtown, because they can help us. They can be our eyes and ears. Is it giving out to anybody that walks in, doing anything in development, a thing on signage as well as everything else that they get, or other things? But then there's also the enforcement side. So yeah, absolutely. This is going to be some of the discussion.
It's kind of, of course, my background's a little different than everybody's, but Dave's in here, and the chief, obviously. If you tell them in what you expect and give them the regulations, you normally get what you ask for. But if you don't tell them the rules up front, and we have to go back and chase our tails, even if we do this and 50% comply, that's 50% we don't have to deal with.
Absolutely.
So I'm sorry, Andy, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and Jim touched on it, how do we get from where we are to where we need to be, especially when we have 75% of the signage that does not meet an ordinance? I'm just sitting here thinking and scratching my head. We passed regulations that we didn't even have any idea of a true picture of what really existed. So if we're going to have an enforcement policy that's not consistently enforced, we either do away with it or do the right thing. I mean, it's just that simple.
And we do have a discussion slide for that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think that is significant.
Okay.
You're spot on. That is exactly what we have to make a determination about.
Lance, I apologize, I didn't mean to keep you out of that conversation.
Yes, so.
Matt, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to add one thought to Kimberly's comment. So we're talking about a sign ordinance that was adopted in 2021.
Correct.
So there are a lot of legacy signs in our community. So that's one of the things we have to be mindful about is it's not that people aren't doing and following this. There's a lot of legacy signs in our community. So how do we, as a team, as a community, move ourselves in a direction that we want to move? So thinking about, we're not saying there are new businesses that come into our community that do the right thing. She's going to show you some examples of businesses in our community that wanted to change their signage and did the right thing. So there are those that are following the UDO, but we also have legacy signage. So how do we want to think about those as we move forward?
Well, I use the term giving them a packet. I know that's kind of dated or whatever, but, because everybody can go to the website now and see everything. But maybe, I'm just trying to look at compliance prior to it becoming a problem.
It already is.
Correct.
So, and I know we gotta deal with these 75, I get that, but we don't wanna add to that.
Everybody loves a temporary sign, coming soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one that does require a permit, and it does have a number of days that it can be displayed, but I see new ones all the time. I saw 4 yesterday. And whether they knew to come get a permit, probably not, but that's an issue. Sometimes we're not the first to know we're getting new business. And let's think about entrepreneurs. Those are people who want decisions quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking about, and I will argue that you did not just think of your business last night. You've been working on this for 2-3 years. It might have been a lifelong dream. And all of a sudden you see the opportunity to open that business and you are so excited and you jump out and you buy that banner and you run downtown and you rent a building, or you go find the empty spot and you jump over there and you hang up coming soon, and we don't see it. We don't know that you have that plan. So again, back to communication. How do we spread the word? Are we all on the same page? If your buddy's talking to you and says, hey, I'm going to go open a gym, ding, if we haven't talked about signage, but now you'll say, oh, by the way, before you get too far in and waste $120 on a banner that's too big, why don't you consider going and having that discussion, or let me get that information, or here's who to call. And we just all need to be on the same page and represent ourselves in whatever way, shape, form, fashion that we agree to do. So, lack of maintenance. Everybody can think of at least one sign in town, now that you're thinking about them, that probably has not been repainted, the light bulbs in it have not been changed, the lettering on it is so faded that you can no longer read it, but it is still there. So I'm going to make the argument, and Main Street program has pointed this out for years. A business owner walks into their business every day. It's just like going to your house. You forget because you see it the way you originally started it. You walk past things that you don't even realize have begun to run down. There's businesses that will put in a window display, and 3 years later it's the same window display. They forgot that they just keep walking past that. So the same way with your sign. I put it up. What do you mean it's faded? I hadn't even looked at it. Right? And we don't look at it because we already know where they are now. We've been there once. Other contributing factors to nonconformity. Once you put a sign up, it's there for the lifetime of the business. without being maintained. Now what happens? I put up one sign, and over time, I'm starting to exceed my allowable signage because now I've added open. Now I've put hours on the door. Now the guy who I buy tires from has given me a cover that goes over a pile of 4 tires, and I've added another sign. Well, now I've got a sandwich board sign. I go sit out on the sidewalk, and before long, we've got 15 signs instead of 1. But I got my first permit. Well, what about all those other things you just added? So signage is something that grows and changes, but once you put up one, typically it's there forever. So again, back to wearing that scarf. If you don't want it for 40 years, might be like getting a tattoo. Unless you want it for the next lifetime, you need to be very sure before we issue that permit. When stores leave, businesses close and leave, how many do you still see sitting around in Kings Mountain? The store's been gone and the sign is still there. Again, I've already covered more signage gets added, all that done without permits. And that permitting is very difficult. Not many people ask. And we have a lack of understanding as to how to read, we have a lack of understanding because the sign ordinance is large and can be difficult to make heads or tails of. I will say the other day, it's a free permit, but if you're a politician, you file to run for office, you're given a packet when you sign up to run for office. It's a free form that you sign and turn in. About 2 weeks before the election, there were only 4 persons running for office that had turned in their sign permit.
The former mayor didn't know it existed, but anyway, I'm here.
Paper, we'll move on from there. So as we evolve, catalysts, cornerstones, now I'm gonna add capstones. When you open your business, you put a sign on it. That's your capstone. That's how you tell us we're getting there. As we evolve and new things come to town, and we improve facades and we plant new trees, we do a new sidewalk, a streetscape. I encourage all of us to get ahead of the curve now and consider what we really do want in the way of signage. We can't fix the past, but we can move forward and move into the present with a good sign ordinance that we do, in fact, desire to enforce. And again, a sign ordinance without control, without enforcement, does nothing. And I would argue that we do need effective sign control to keep up our economic competitiveness. You see what it does to the appearance of a community. So non-conforming signs. Any sign that doesn't meet the current ordinance is considered non-conforming. And the way to get rid of them is to set a date by which they must be removed. Most cities and towns would say between 1 and 5 years. If you don't bring your sign into compliance, you have to take it down anyway. Surprise. When we adopted the UDO for the city of Kings Mountain, the only item that the current seated council issued a sunset clause or an amortization clause, if you will, was signs. The ordinance says today that 3 years from the date of the adoption of the ordinance, all signs must be brought into compliance. There, in writing.
Get you some of that.
Are they allowed? Yes, they're legal non-conforming, to Mr. West's point. Now, the ordinance, and I recall the conversation, there was a workshop about it. It was typically targeted toward billboards. There's a few handful of billboards that council particularly wanted removed from our community. But our ordinance says signs must be in compliance within 3 years.
And they've got 3 months.
And now we got 3 months.
Has there been any communication at all?
Well, So I want.
That's what we're doing today.
I'm gonna run through this because my time is up and the egg crew is they're ready for Easter. I did not win the Masters, by the way. So the ordinance, we have been diligent when people come in. This is a story of two businesses. McDonald's came in shortly after we adopted the ordinance, and they said, hey, all the other McDonald's have these great changing signs. It's a struggle to go out and slap those letters up there. We would like to put in a new sign. And we said, well, we'll be glad for you to do that. By the way, your sign can't be over 35 feet tall. The message has to sit there for 15 seconds or longer and be in one color. And they said, well, gosh, we want to be visible from the interstate. We were going to put up a taller sign. We said, no. Unfortunately, that's not a permissible sign. If you spend that money today, on July 1st, 2024, you're going to have to take it down. And they said, well, we're not going to make that kind of investment. We'll just leave our sign alone. So there it sits, just like it always has been. No backlighting in the box. You see the kid out there struggling to change the sale of the week. And the sign is still tall. Starbucks bought the building next door. And we said, your sign's too tall. They said, well, we're just going to change the sign face and we'll hang out and wait on July 1st, 2024, and you let us know what y'all decide. So they left their tall sign in place. Now, Tom's Mini Mart came in and he was revamping everything, rewrapping, changing a whole bunch of things, and we said, I know you're doing this to be compliant with your franchise. And we no longer allow this. This is an actual photograph of what Tom's Mini Mart had about a year and a half ago. Now they're out on a rural road at an intersection in a curve. Folks, you cannot see this sign miles away. You're not looking up the horizon. And through communication and the sign company telling him this is not unusual. Many other communities have done that. They developed a totally new sign package for him with new wraps, what goes on the front of the building, calculated the sizes correctly, and this is his investment. So Tom's Mini Mart signs meet the ordinance. So we have a success story and we have somebody holding out to see whether we're serious or not. So have we sent out notices of violation? Very few. It's not that we didn't think you were serious. We've had a lot of conversations with businesses when we get a complaint about them and they say, well, that's not the way it used to be. Why are you
We used to drive horses to work too.
Pardon?
We used to drive horses to work. That's been a long time ago.
It has been. Temporary signs show up, stay up too long. We have been out periodically and loaded them up and put them on the truck and taken some down. We have not asked people to maintain signs like we should. That's on us. But in the interest of continuous improvement, where do we want to be on signs? It's not that we're picking on anybody. We need to understand how to move forward. The big takeaway here is that economic development is contingent upon that. We want our community to look like a place that people want to visit, they want to come to. We want it to be an encouraging place to be, not one where we've turned our head and forgotten that we're driving past a variety of things. And again, signs, they do your placemaking. You can decide what your message is and what kind of place you are about what kind of signage you have displayed. So here's some things that are important. Signs are important to your community. They can be a great asset, but they can also be a big problem. We must be serious about the adopted ordinance and enforce it consistently. But we also need to agree that we have the right ordinance and the right timeline of enforcement. We have to do a better job with communication. We have to educate the people, and maybe it is a packet. And maybe it's, if somebody comes in and applies for a water bill for a business, you need this packet on how to do business in Kings Mountain. There's a variety of things that can be done, and we need to be sure that we as a group have consensus and we support the answer so that we all speak the same message. It's bad when somebody says, well, I didn't know we had that. Well, go up there and talk to them, maybe you can find a way around it. We need everybody to say, we're striving to have the right look and make the community more marketable, and we're gonna stand behind that enforcement issue.
I just think the packet thing is follow the kiss man, keep it simple, stupid. I mean, if you explain the rules up front, there's no breaks. And that, to me, just makes sense.
One of the things that I would like to see us do as a council is have a work session just on this signage, determine what we want to look like, and if we're going to enforce what we say that we're going to enforce. And if we're not, I mean, it looks like we need a zoning enforcement officer or some other staff person to handle enforcement. But, you know, I'm just about tired of passing things that I really did not have full understanding of. Because but to look at this and know, and not pointing any fingers, but you know, the UDO, we've had so many problems with that UDO. And if this is part of what's straightening out, and we can't possibly, you know, no wonder the citizens think we don't know what we're doing. Because when you have things like this, and we're not enforcing them, we're not being consistent, and even when we don't understand it, to give direction as to what needs to be done, I say it's time out. We need to have a better understanding of what we're passing and really take a look at this signage, because I really hadn't thought about signage that much. I just know when it looks bad and it looks trashy. Jimmy and I talk about it a lot, about how the city looks. It just looks bad. And signage, now that you think about it, is part of it. So I would just, Mr. City Manager, I'd like to see us just have a work session on signage, make a decision about how we want our signage to look like. And if it's an enforcement arm, we either enforce it or take it out of UDO. That's
Absolutely, and that's why everything you just heard leads to this slide. So give Kimberly a second to, in a sense, ask you where we go from here. But you just told us a lot from that. This is the money shot. This is the slide. This is what we're asking.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
And I'll shut up about this anyway. I want to talk later. If we back up now, hypothetically, we back up now, and we take this July 1st, 2024 off the table, and we say, well, we're going to extend it another 2 years. Nobody that you have talked to in the past about their signs is ever going to take us serious. If we don't stick by our guns and enforce the regulations that we've approved, and I agree with Annie, we need to have more understanding, but enforce the policies that we've imposed on people as far as the billboards, the height requirement, then we might as well pull our teeth. There's no teeth in our policies.
And there may be some combination, again, as you think through it, as you have a work session, because in some cases it's relatively easy. You've got a national franchise, they expect it, they're going to do it, whatever you tell them. Then there's others there's that church or that small local business that now has to go to a monument sign that they don't have, and you're going to tell them. So there is some things in here that might be a combination. So let's think about it a little bit more and let her do this slide.
And I want to caution everybody, the UDO is not bad. Let me say that again. The UDO is not bad. It's different. And we wanted new. We asked for new. We wanted change, but we haven't been very aggressive in implementing change. It's met with pushback. We've always done it that way. But I would say that on this cusp of new growth, we don't want to always do it that way.
We only do it.
You let a 400-acre development do it the old way, and you have to wear it as a community forever. Are we classy or are we trashy? And here, so, are we number one? Hey, that's what the ordinance says, full speed ahead, they've had 3 years, too bad they didn't read it, go get them. That's option number one. Number two, we're gonna go on to some type of campaign with articles and social media and where we need to be and here's what you can and can't have. But we like this and we're serious about this, so please abide by this. We're even gonna send you, we're gonna meet with you, we're gonna send you a notice of violations without the fee associated to see if you can bring it into compliance. We'd rather you spend your money not on the fine, but on your sign. Number three, we're gonna change the UDO. We had no idea it said this, we think this is insane, or we think there needs to be tweaks, and we would like this, these changes based on a workshop, somebody else's signed ordinance, whatever. Is it some combination of all three? And what does this body see that the staff needs to do to move this forward?
Was everyone informed that they had, all the businesses informed that as of July 1, 2024, somewhere back in 2021, that this was coming?
I don't believe so. No.
It's hard to enforce that.
Understand. That's why we're asking you today. It's probably a lot of this, a little of this, but it's mostly combinations, right? We don't want this. That's not gonna happen. That won't work very well. Just say, man, July 1, 24, that's just happening. That doesn't make a lot of sense. You gotta do this no matter what. You may need to do a little bit of this, but you still wanna maintain a lot of what's there. So a work session might be able to say, let's highlight the things that are really important to us, like billboards gotta go, pole signs gotta go, flashing, those kind of things. But we have some leeway on some of these other things. So let's amend the UDO a little bit, let's extend the time a little bit, but let's do some other things. But again, we don't know that without getting into this deeper and knowing where's the political will. Right?
I do remember.
Because a lot of this is political will to say, you've got to enforce it in these cases, or change it if we don't want that.
Right. I do remember talking about the billboards, and it may have been you, it may have been the young lady from the company that done the UDO, I don't know. Yeah, but I remember that. I don't remember the deadline, but I do remember that. And again, not pointing a finger at anybody, but the fact that those people weren't notified changed my whole opinion about what I said earlier about the teeth in the policy. If they're not notified, it's hard to enforce something. I can't hold you accountable for something you didn't know.
Well, and again, we won't talk about how much publication was done, but there was at least one article, and not everybody's fair, that says, well, we got this new ordinance, and by the way, one of the most significant changes, it was included. The only thing that runs out is this, but then we keep saying it? No. Is there a sign up at the office when you come that says all signs must meet the, so we have some communication.
So we should have sent each of those people, now that we know who they are, now that we know who has the high signs, you've been around, you said, or you guys, we would notify.
We have to do significant work to make that happen.
But you see what I'm saying though, if we know who those people are, then we can reach out to those people through a letter or whatever to make sure they know this before we do it. I don't want to do anything in the cover of darkness that's going to cause us problems.
I like that word grace period.
Yes. And that's an opportunity, having this grace period, that you can extend a grace period to give much greater of this. If this is going on, we're giving a grace period while we're really educating people.
But we've allowed new businesses, like Biscuitville, it is a pole, doesn't it have a pole?
How new is that?
They applied for their permit, if I'm not mistaken, before that passed.
Just before?
Okay.
Just before.
Okay.
Honestly, if it's like Skyla purchased their building and they took their pole sign down, if you'll remember, and
Right.
put up their monument sign. And so everybody that's come in since
We've
July
got-
1, 2023,
Good.
we've had a very lengthy
Specific.
conversation about signage.
Another thing, on the 10 foot away from right of way, so I'm trying to figure, from the center of the road, is it 35 feet?
It
varies.
So like it's got, is theirs too close?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I will tell you too, and this body body is very cognizant of all of our houses of faith. One of the greatest groups that has compliance issues are churches. There's certain signs, all churches are allowed in any zoning classification, so the problem is not with the location of the church, but not every type of sign is allowed in a residential neighborhood. So you've got churches in residential neighborhoods that have commercial signage. And we need to have a good understanding of how you feel about, I mean, we have signs that the city owns that are not in compliance.
And that's where we really have to stop that, because there is nothing worse than saying, do as I say, not as I do. So when I heard a little bit earlier, I think you saw my dissatisfaction, those poles are ours, that doesn't sit very well with me, so.
Those
Yeah.
Those T-posts.
Yeah, so
This
that's
goes-
not gonna happen.
This goes back to the problem we've had all along, and I'm gonna say the word that we've tried to dodge for the last couple of days, and it's transparency. There's nothing that we've done until present time, and I'm not beating up on the past, so please don't take it that way. There is nothing transparent about this. When we sit in a private meeting and vote on something, and the public's not told about it. Other than one article.
Well,
And we're agreeing with you, and that's why we do it this way, and that's why this is the second annual time we're doing it. We're trying to do it more all the time. But in a sense, also, I'm gonna stick up for some of the folks here that are legacy, that are attached to some of the past, and in many cases, they did exactly what they were allowed to or told to.
But that's a conversation
So
we won't
it
even
is
get into.
absolutely not fair for them to think that
No.
they should have done
No,
something
and I'm not
different.
fussing at them.
'Cause,
I'm
yeah,
not.
and I understand. I'm
Please
just,
don't-
I'm
but
gonna,
I-
I'm gonna
Kim
stick
would
up
take
for
it that
them,
way. I
that's
know
all.
she don't.
No, and I'm not, I'm just sticking up for them.
But I don't, the past is a conversation we could have for days on days, and I'm just gonna get pissed off if I sit here and talk about it, so I'm not gonna talk about it. But that's why we're where we're at. Stop me, Jay. Stop me, Jay. Andy.
Use one word now, don't say that, okay? He was upset.
But it's, this is all okay. This is why we're here, to talk about things of substance. To talk about things of substance and how we want to change. That's okay. That is okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ring in the brakes.
Okay, Mayor has a question.
Well, they're having side commentary.
Hey, hey.
So,
Just kidding, go ahead.
just to wrap this up, and we do want your sage advice on how to move forward. And Mr. West, I can see like your frustration.
Please don't call me mister. My daddy was a mister.
I'm sorry.
James Earl Ray West.
No, not calling that either. You know,
Or James Earl.
you think when you're in our shoes and you've worked on an ordinance so long, and that's a comment that we made yesterday, we do this 40, 50 hours a week.
Right.
And you do this part-time. And if we don't bring you different topics, there's no way to get everybody up to speed. And this is just signage. Imagine the number of other things covered in the UDO. And if
Like the next thing they're gonna hear about, but let's wrap this up, okay? We're way behind, so the point being is,
So, Mr. Manager, I think, I agree with you.
yes, I think there's a work session in
Yes,
our
sir.
future.
Okay.
There's absolutely a work session in our future, and there's gonna be some kind of grace period.
Right.
There's gonna be some kind of a grace period, some kind of a grace period, extension grace period.
So, I know that you want to move on, but I do want to say something, because you had talked about education. I think that could get missed. But it's so key, even with people who put up a garage sale sign where those are torn out and they're not contacted. And it seems like, well, that's not our job. I've been to city council meetings where we've had people say, well, it's not our job to inform people. And then city council says, yeah, but shouldn't we? Well, we don't have to by law. What Jim showed yesterday was do things right, do the right things, one of the 4 pillars. And then the others, do unto others as you would, whatever, have, want done unto you. Sorry, Lord, for getting that wrong. But all of those go here, and I think if we're a city that's gonna put it all out there and say, hey, trashy or the other, the thing about the trashy is if we know we're gonna fix it in a year, part of the education process is that person who puts that garage sale sign up should be contacted, because everyone else has been allowed to do that forever. They have no understanding why their sign got pulled, but everyone else's still sits. Or the water pressure guy gets to stay on the pole while their thing gets yanked. And I will tell you this, I've had, in the last 3 months, I've only been here just a little under 3 months, I've had 3 complaints, and it's been exactly this, is that, hey, why are my signs pulled? And I'm not contacted, things of that nature. So all I'm saying is we can be kinder as a city, because I think that enforcement is a bully tactic, and it comes off that way to the residents. It's one of the things that I heard when I was going door to door, and I have heard in council meetings where we're willing to take that road. Hey, we don't owe it to them to do that. I think we do owe it to them. And I'm not attacking you, by the way.
Oh, no, I'm not taking it back.
Okay, good.
And I wasn't either, and I apologize if you thought I was, and anybody else, I apologize.
No, this is
I
spectacular, and
wasn't. I just
Jim's
get
right,
passionate about
discussion's the
past.
necessary thing.
Yeah.
Sorry for taking up.
No,
your
and
time.
the other thing that I would say, and that's unfortunate too, but you remember when we talked about like staffing issues and how to do as much as we'd like to do, one of the things is we have nobody within zoning, for instance, whose sole job is enforcement.
And we need that.
We've got someone there who does, 5 or 6 or 7 different things, and one of those lines is enforcement. It's very difficult for that person to do it at the level, or to educate at the level. So we have to start thinking about, again, prioritization. If it's important enough to us, it may mean we have to add staff. We may have to do something differently. So we will have a work session, we will have grace period, we will get into a much greater detail on how you want to enforce this and what the future looks like. Make sense?
The one business we have to hold accountable, though, is Bridges Hardware. If they were,
Because
coming down.
I've already texted him.
We've had an impact already. We've had an impact.
I did, my
already.
first text
All
was,
right.
"Did you know?" And he said, "No." So he didn't
Education.
know. And I said, "Get ready, it's coming." So anyway.
Okay.
I'm taking care of business, okay?
Is that why you called me?
Yeah, he's gonna complain. No, he's gonna complain to Annie, because she's our councilwoman, so.
Staff came back with some pictures, and I said, nope, not that one.
Thank
not
you,
that one, not
thank
that
you.
one.
I was waiting
So-
for it to come up there. I really
So-
was. So he said, "I got a variance." I said, "Doesn't matter,
So
doesn't matter."
guess what, as fun as that is, now we're gonna hear about limited and special uses. I know you're gonna love this, so with no further ado, Kimberly's gonna tell you about that.
Okay, so this.
Wayne, you're not as bad as we thought you were.
See?
Wayne said so. He said it. So the book that I gave you on signage, you'll receive one also on land uses. This is not a set of these slides. I want to be clear. This is a copy of the excerpts from the ordinance as it sits today. So if you have insomnia and you want to see how difficult it is to figure out what kind of sign you can and cannot have, you now have a hard copy of the sign ordinance that is available online for free and searchable. But this is not the slide presentation that you just saw. This is supplemental materials. Got it?
For us to keep in our car, so that when we're driving around and we see Violet, we can pull our book out and show them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
can be enforced. I was gonna say citizens arrest.
we're going to see how fast we can cover this ground. This presentation is on types of land uses and how they're permitted. There are 3 basic ways to permit land use. One is by right. That means it's all good. I'm building a house, the lot is zoned residential, I meet the setbacks, I can do that, yes. Get a permit and go. All is well. The second way is with limitations. We have certain types of uses that aren't so, maybe they weren't deemed friendly by council, maybe they're something we have concerns about, that we wanted to put specific limitations on. One that comes to mind is, well, I think we moved that one, never mind, and we'll get there. These have specific limitations like daycare, where they can be located, how close they can be to another school, certain things of that nature. The third is those that require special use permits. There are a little over 40 that are permitted with limitations. There are 31 land uses right now that require a special use permit. Half of those used to require the special use permit to be heard and taken action upon by the Board of Adjustment. More than half now require, when you look at your ordinance, the table of uses, it says S asterisk. That means special use heard by City Council. Now City Council functions both as the Board of Adjustment and as City Council, so all 31 of those uses are heard by you. One is governmental institutions. And first thought, you'd think, well, why do we have to do that? Well, what if a prison decided to locate here?
Or a county-owned trash incinerator.
Correct, or a new dog pound. That's a government building, and they'd say, well, we're government, we can put it anywhere we want to. And if it requires a special use permit, then this body has the opportunity to review it.
Lithium mine.
So let's talk about pros and cons of limited uses. All those things that were permitted by right, we're just gonna let happen. Limited uses, if you have extra and you've already ironed them out, these are limitations we're putting on these uses. Then you've already done this and made that decision a legislative one. We can go ahead and say, yeah, you checked all the limits that we've already defined, so you can go ahead and do that. It lets us pinpoint in advance where we're gonna allow that to happen. We can go ahead and say, you can have that use, but you've gotta have a water buffer, you've gotta close at 11 o'clock at night, you've gotta cut your lights off. This might apply to a gas station, for instance. I wanna build my gas station on the corner of a residential neighborhood, and as a limited use, I'm agreeing to close every night at 11 o'clock, cut my lights off, so that the neighbors can sleep. It also allows for predictability and secures the associated land uses that are around it. The cons for this are, if we've already agreed to it and we miss something, they can still build it. It would require a text amendment to change it. And we do not get to come back before council or the Board of Adjustment on a case-by-case basis. If we're allowing it as a limited use, we're just simply saying, we allow this use with these limitations. As long as you agree, you can go ahead and proceed with your project. These are part of the 40 limited uses that we currently have. Bed and breakfast inn, for instance, what's the limitation? I can have a bed and breakfast inn as long as I'm not renting out more than 5 rooms, and I have an on-site live-in manager. And I have the right number of parking spaces.
The right number of
parking spaces.
Thank you.
But that's the limitations. Outside of that, they can do it. What are the limitations on a daycare use? The daycare use says you must meet all state laws for the size daycare you're operating, and including all inspections, ingress and egress. So basically it says we need daycares, but we want you to prove to us that you have been inspected by the state and that you are in fact legal to do so. That's our limitation.
Is there no zoning requirement for that? It has to be zoned a certain way, correct?
It does have to be in, but then now you're back to, is that home care? Is it more than X number of children? And that is in your table of uses chart. So there are 40 of those. One that is a little odd here and has been questioned most is wireless communication towers. There's already 3 or 4 pages. If they meet it, they can put up their cellular tower without council knowing about it. Recently, we had a question, and the reason the question came up is they needed a variance, so that one had to go to the Board of Adjustment. But as a general rule, we've already agreed to what we will and won't allow for a cellular tower. So if that causes heartburn, we would want to review that. Special uses all require a quasi-judicial hearing, every one of them. That is one of the cons. What are the pros? You get to look at every single one of those uses on a case-by-case basis. You evaluate if that's what the community needs or wants, and you have 6 criteria that you must either agree they meet or find one that they do not meet to be able to legally stop that from happening. But every special use requires a quasi-judicial hearing, be it before the before the Board of Adjustment or before the City Council. So they're very specific. It falls on the petitioner to provide that they can prove to you that they can meet all the standards they're agreeing to. What are the cons? It's a burden on the business. It slows them down. It may take them 30 days to get it scheduled. Then they have to have the hearing. They have to pay $250 for the special use permit. It takes extra time. These are all uses that require a special use permit. Can't just build one. And all of these are currently heard by the Board of Adjustment. Not by City Council, but by the Board of Adjustment. Now keep in mind, you're now the Board of Adjustment, so you're going to hear all of them. That's part of the question.
Kimberly?
Yes, sir.
Why would a bar, tavern, or pub require a special use permit?
Right now, we don't, we want to know what days you're open. We want to know your hours of operation. We recently had,
Couldn't those be added as a limited use if you meet all those things? Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, and we're advocating for that.
All right.
In this day and age, but if you remember, we took everything from a 1995 code that required a special use, dumped it into a new code, and maybe times have changed a bit. And that's why we're having this conversation. We had recently a tavern owner applied, said he was going to be open 3 days a week, very limited hours. Now he wants to be open 5 days a week. He's got to come back through the whole process because he over-limited himself trying to convince everybody that it was okay to do. And our staff says, gee, we really feel sorry about that because honestly, if you're still closing at 11 o'clock at night. Now, but this does give you the opportunity to say, no, you can't stay open to 2 a.m.
But for instance, we might, as a city, want to incentivize a new microbrewery downtown, then we'd be coming and asking ourselves to have a special use permit, even though we thought it was important enough to incentivize it.
That's correct.
Okay?
Just like multi-family homes right now require a special use permit by City Council. Now, what is the heartburn of that? We're incentivizing a group to build apartments, market rate apartments. We're encouraging townhomes and things that appear as multifamily, but yet we want you to come to City Council and be doubly sure that you've met all of the standards and doubly sure that we really want you there. And it takes another 30, 60, 45 days to move through that process. That is not, I would advocate, that is not a business-friendly community.
But plus, you go through what almost feels like a court hearing. Literally, quasi-judicial, that we operate, we have you be sworn in, give testimony, and all of that.
So maybe, to Mr. Balanick's point, it becomes a limited use that says all multifamily units are allowable in residentially zoned properties as long as they meet our criteria for design, and they have enough parking, and they're not
Income
something.
restricted. They're not income restricted.
And if you can tell us what the heartburn is with an item, we can easily move away from having to have a hearing on everything and put it in a limited use capacity.
So you're saying basically, and I'm use Rob as an example, he lives in my neighborhood. Rob decides he wants to rent out half of his house, 2 halves of his house to different people. He can do that. Is that accurate?
He's gonna have a bed and breakfast.
Rob is calling it, he could call it a bed and breakfast inn, and I'm not going there to inspect. Is he still living there?
We allowed that on King Street. And you were here, and I know Mike was here, Jay was here, some of the rest of you. For those houses that were sitting beside the old Gulf station at the time. And that was the beginning of the end for King Street. When you allow that, and you get these, and I'm not saying Rob's a slumlord, he's not, but hypothetically, somebody that is a slumlord buys Rob's house and does that. That is the beginning of the end for Hall Crossing.
As a
as a multifamily dwelling, because you put undesirables in there or people that you don't know, and the next thing you know, Rob's house looks just like those did on King Street. That is my opinion, that is the worst thing in the world that any city could do.
So I hear what you're saying. So as a limited use, we would allow multifamily homes where there are 10 or more in a specifically designed multifamily use development with appropriate X, Y, and Z.
As new construction,
As
yeah.
new
No-
construction.
No
Now, that is
existing
not his
neighborhoods,
house.
no
When he
existing
says, I'm
neighborhoods.
gonna chop this up and make this 4 units, we say, sorry, that's a single family dwelling, and that's all the zoning allows you to do there. And he says, yeah, but your ordinance says I can have multifamily, and we say, no, where's your new development? Where's your parking lot? Where you're covering gutter? Where are you doing? I mean, what are you doing? So that's how you decide what the limits are, and then you move it out of this. It could be that if I want to put 6 units in town, you go, don't think so. We want to know more about it and have the opportunity to evaluate it on a case-per-case basis. But we shouldn't make 10 and 35 come in now and ask for a special use permit for 300 apartments when for 3 years we've allowed them to design for multifamily dwellings.
Yeah, and there's a classic example. They're gonna have to do that. Right now, you're gonna have to do a quasi-judicial hearing to have them approve market rate apartments, which we all wanna see. Yeah.
Well, those were included in their ordinance.
But those are
But
designed.
an example, yeah.
But those are built for the purpose of being apartments.
Correct.
But when we start allowing this in neighborhoods, that is gonna destroy those neighborhoods.
Well,
And Jim, you worked in Gastonia, you know exactly
No,
what some of
but
the area of Gastonia looks like.
Point well
because of
taken,
that.
that's where in a limited use, you put all those limitations so that that can never happen.
Okay.
But you can still have it as a limited
You
use.
see my point?
Absolutely, without
But,
question.
but multifamily would, in other words, it'd have to be in a certain zoning classification too.
Sure, but you've got single-family dwellings, you've got duplexes, and right now the ordinance says anything over a duplex is a multifamily dwelling, and this board has to hear.
Right.
Remember the other night, we heard about 10 apartments,
Mhm.
and you may or may not want to continue to hear about those.
Another area where you might say is a limited use, the opportunity to have residential dwelling units above retail spaces in a downtown under certain circumstances as a limited use. Because I think we all would like to see that. That's a good thing. We know that brings vibrance and vitality to a downtown. So why again would you have to have a special use hearing for that when you can create it as a limited use?
Well, simply because in the last 2 years, this body elected to change all multifamily dwellings to require a special use heard by city council. It was not that way when we first adopted the UDO. It is now. That was a change that this, we agreed and worked through in the last 2 years. Okay, so the planning board looked at all 31 of these uses on your behalf. We provided you with a list of 31 uses. And now that you're both the Board of Adjustment and the City Council doing special use permits, we wanted to see what we could move from requiring a quasi-judicial hearing over to a limited use. What things might be limited uses now that you felt like needed additional review. Maybe we're letting too much go. And the planning board started down this path, making some recommendations. And then the other night they said, hey, we really want a work session with City Council because we need to understand where the heartburn is on certain items. And we'll throw one out really quick. Tattoo parlors have been coming back to the forefront. We have a gentleman right now who wants to open a tattoo parlor on King Street in one of those older homes, convert it to a business and open a tattoo parlor. That is not allowed on King Street. He would need to come before the body and have his tattoo parlor reviewed. That is one of those hot topics. Vape shops continue to be a discussion. But I would say to you, what is the heartburn on, or ask you, what is the heartburn on the vape shop? I can buy vape in various retail establishments. So perhaps it is you don't want me to vape on site. You could allow for the sale of vape everywhere if it's greater than 50% of my income, whatever. And granted, every time you make a rule, someone has to be available to enforce the rule. So we've asked that, the planning board has asked us to come before city council and encourage a work session to discuss just this subject matter. And staff is continuing to review ordinances of all of our neighboring communities where they have the same. We're not alone. Everybody wants to vape, everybody wants a tattoo, everybody wants a bar, whatever, bed and breakfast, VRBO, whatever it is. They have requested that we have a group session and work through some of these things. This is a short list of things we think as staff. It's been suggested by planning board that we go ahead and move to considering as either by right or with limited uses. Pet care services, you know, if Petco comes to town and wants to build, right now they gotta have a special use permit to do it because we wanna know, are they gonna have kennels outside, pet daycare? Times have kind of changed on the pet care front. The multifamily residential continues to be a hot topic. I would advocate that liquor sales and the ABC board, that's like a double layer of regulation. We've already got an ABC board that represents the city well. We shouldn't also pick and have a special use for our own liquor store. Now, if beer and wine is an issue as a part of that, where we sell that, convenience stores and things of that nature, we may want to leave that one included, but that's a discussion. Fortune telling and palm reading has been on the list with tattoos and vape, so another discussion matter. These are things that we thought could go ahead and be moved to limited uses if we came up with what the limitations were. Again, how long can the club stay open in which zone? I would argue that if you're out at the hospitality zone, hospitality district, you're not going to want to close at 10 o'clock every night.
I hope not.
I'm on a guess that they want to stay open 24 hours a day, so we're going to need some different regulations. Again, pet care services, whether they have outdoor kennels or indoor kennels, that can get to be a great discussion, and then how we feel about tattoo parlors, body piercing, and other things. These are some special uses that we felt like you might want to just leave as a special use. And maybe there's too much heartburn. I think city council deserves the right to make a decision on where the next landfill goes. Not that we're gonna have that many. Solar farms.
The question is keep them out of downtown.
So, next steps. We need to establish clear priorities, decide if we're gonna make any changes to the UDO or not. And we want to encourage that city council planning board discussion, if you're amenable to that. And in preparation of that, you'll also receive a booklet on land use that is, again, supplemental materials. It is not a copy of these slides. It is all of your special use and limited use regulations right now, along with a chart that shows you which district special and limited uses are required. And then in the back of that is some draft language that the planning board's already started working on with staff that we would use as the groundwork for the start of the work session.
Thoughts, concerns, questions? Probably, again, another work session. We're going to keep you real busy in the future, so if you didn't realize what you signed up for.
And when you say work session, are you talking about the first Thursday?
No,
or a
we're
separate?
talking special.
Okay.
Because whether you know it or not, we are starting to be so busy that those work sessions are really becoming city
Yes.
council
Yeah.
meetings because just too much stuff to do.
Yeah.
Too many
Can we
things
move
to
those to a Tuesday night?
That's for you all
I
to
know.
discuss.
So, Jim, I just want to put this part out there. I really appreciate this last presentation as well, because I feel like
the consistency so far yesterday and today is there is some transparency. There are things that need to be addressed, and I feel like, and I don't know how this happened with council, but I feel like they have had the wool pulled over their eyes for years by whoever's running whatever. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys are openly discussing this in ways that we can work together to do the right thing for the residents and the town itself. So, I mean, honestly, I applaud you guys with everything we've seen so far and really appreciate that transparency.
And I appreciate that too, because that's really why we are doing this, period. The whole idea is, again, I think I said it yesterday, if you don't have good, accurate information, you can't make good decisions, you can't plan for the future. So that's our goal, to do those things well, but we have to give you good information. Bad data in, bad data out.
No doubt.
You've heard that before. Well, we want to make sure that the good data comes in so that you make the right decision.
Council should never feel like they voted for something and didn't have all the facts.
Exactly.
And that has been the past, and that honestly breaks my heart to hear it over and over again, but this is in the right direction.
Yeah, and some of the messages hold us accountable. That's okay.
Correct.
Hold our feet to the fire. Ask those hard questions.
But
And
we
if we
can't
don't have
hold you
good
accountable
answers.
for the past.
That's right, not for the past, but
And I'm-
certainly
I'm
for the
not
future.
trying to do this, please
But
don't
you
take
can
it.
hold me accountable for everything after January 2nd, 2023.
I understand.
No question about that.
So, but you can hold them accountable for the consistency of how this gets communicated to the public, et cetera.
But then when we all know it, we also ask for the consistency of that communication from all of us.
That's right.
Because we're all in it together then.
That's right.
Then it is, no, I don't know, that staff just did that, I'm not sure what they're up to. Once we all know, then we're all, it's us, it's we, so.
I think the work session with the planning board would be great. The one we had the last time on zoning issues worked out very well, so I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely. And maybe that even becomes something almost quarterly or twice a year, because there are becoming so many issues with land use planning and signage and zoning and special use that getting together with the planning and zoning board is critical, so that's not a bad thing.
There hasn't been a planning session with the zoning, was that before we came on?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something.
It was great.
Was it good?
I want to say that in the installation of the UDO, I dare say there's not a person in this group that could quote scripture and verse of the whole thing. It is a massive document, okay? So I'm not taking a hit on it other than, let's get this, that's where staff, I think, comes in and says, is this what you really wanted? Well, there was a lot thrown at us. Am I?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
700 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to.
In other words,
And it was mandated by the state.
Right.
And folks, don't think that this community is unique in that regard. Every city went through this.
Yeah.
So everybody was forced to sort of completely overhaul
Right.
all of their land use, all of their zoning, all of their ordinances related to those issues. And you had to, you're right. And it's a process now. It's a process to fix it, to clean it
Well,
up.
that's why we made a lot of text amendments.
You bet.
Because I didn't take that, I didn't read how can you read 700 pages?
Absolutely.
You do it, and it's like,
We, none of us have to be apologists for that.
Right.
Just know that it's a work in progress. It's
Right.
always a
Amen.
work in progress.
Thank you.
You bet.
Jim, can I add something to that, Jay? Because I love that where you're heading, but I think that what we haven't done enough of in the past is send something back or delay. Sometimes I think we have gone all the way through and without that full knowledge, or sometimes not even being shown, all of what exists. And we have the ability, I don't, but we as a council have the ability to pause something, say no to something. And in my opinion, one of the reasons I ran, I didn't know everything. On the inside, it looks way different than it does when you're on the outside. But what I ran is what it looked like to me was things just get passed, and I'm not even hearing the whole information. And some of it is true, but I'm finding out it has nothing to do with you guys. It had something to do with truly having the wool pulled over your eyes, honestly.
well, the other side of the coin was this had to be passed by a certain date.
Yeah, state said you had to,
And we worked on it, I don't know how many months, but it was mandated
Yes.
that we do this. So that's why and then we'd say, that doesn't really smell right.
And nearly every community relied on consultants. You had to. You didn't have the staff to do it, so they brought you this sort of thing in whole cloth, gave it to you and said, what do you like about it? It's 700 pages, so yeah, what are you gonna do, right?
And if we weren't effective, our whole zoning ordinance went away. We had no zoning in town.
That's right.
It's free for all. It's the Wild West. You do whatever you want.
But and I don't wanna just keep repeating everything the mayor has said, but what is good is that you're putting a halt. The zoning is all still there, the ordinance is still in place, but we're putting a pause on things temporarily so that we can figure out what's going on. Not a pause on enforcing the current zoning, correct? We're just taking a step back so that we can look at some of these things.
Somebody comes in next week, they're gonna
They're
follow
gonna
the
go by-
guidelines.
Right.
Is that, would we like to say, don't come in next week? Because we'd rather see, I mean, it's about what we're basically talking about.
I think on the non-conforming sign issues, yes, we're gonna give a grace period, step back and do that. But the rest of the UDO is in place. It has to be enforced every day, all the time.
Yeah, but we are looking at making
Always,
changes.
we're
so,
always, literally,
yeah.
it's a work in progress.
Do they have the ability as council to look at something and change that line? And I'm making that up, I don't know exactly.
A line item?
Yeah, if there's a thing and they're like, that is not.
Yeah, I mean, understand, if it's an ordinance, it's local government ordinance. That's the law that you all created and you all can change.
Great, thank you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I guess over the last 2 years, we have
Oh,
just
huge.
eat that tiger a bite at a time, because there's been, dozens and dozens of changes, and it will go on for years. It will not be done in any of our terms. It will take that long to continue to work through this.
So, just to be clear on the UDO and the reason you've made dozens and dozens of changes, okay? I think that it's given you the impression that the UDO was a bad thing. Please don't take it that way. That is the wrong message. We took an old zoning ordinance and an old development ordinance and merged the two into a unified development ordinance. And in so doing, council cautioned us, please be conservative. Don't make too many broad brush changes. Well, when we received it, we found that in today's development world, we didn't have standards for townhomes, folks. They had to be 25 feet wide. Nobody builds that product. So in response to the development community, we revamped that whole section. We now have 16-foot product, 18-foot product, 22-foot product, and 25-foot product, and any variance between. That didn't mean it was bad. It meant that we didn't take the time back then to put it in it, but now we have revisited that. This is simply a revisit. We will continue to respond to complaints by this ordinance until such time it changes. But I just don't want you to go away with the impression that the whole UDO was a really bad idea.
And in fact, a lot of it is evolution. As a community, we evolve in a positive way. We have greater aspirations on what we want to be. We improve those things, and when we've realized that, we put those into the UDO. So it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's as we evolve and we want something different or better or aspirational, we do that. So with that, take a break till at least 10:45 stones, prioritization, moving forward with things that can make a difference, things that are within our ability, exciting opportunities. And so the next one, Matt Blackwell, our Development Services Officer, is going to offer you a presentation on opportunities we have in the future related to not just the Gateway Trail, but how that Gateway Trail can become something dramatically bigger and better and more impactful. So with that, Matt.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I wanted to start by going back to something that we saw yesterday in the video that Jim started to kick off this session. Mr. Holyfield, when he was talking about those 4 principles to servant leadership, the fourth of those was, some look at the world as the way it is and ask why. We want to look at the world or our city and ask as it could be and ask why not. We're sitting here at the U.S. National Whitewater Center, and there was a group of folks at some point in time, 10, 12 years ago, that said, why not? Why not here? Why not us? Why not today? And this is a great example of a public-private partnership that has grown into an economic engine for this region. Gaston County, the municipalities in Gaston County, you might have even been in Gastonia at the time.
I actually was, and it's a really great model because they had come to the city of Gastonia basically right at, during, and slightly after the worst recession we had seen in a generation, and said, we'd like you to give $200,000 to this joint relationship that's going to involve a whole series of cities, Gaston County, Mecklenburg County, the city of Charlotte, and we've got this grand idea for this incredible thing that's a Olympic training center, but it's going to be this destination. And that was a really hard sell.
Yes.
I mean, it's one thing for Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte, but you come to the city of Gastonia at that time and say $200,000, but we bought it. And
Yes.
and again, you can talk about what's become and how that matters.
So yes, it was a tremendous ask for the local governments in this region. There was a tremendous ask of private partners in this region. The facility that we're at today didn't just appear in year 1 or 2 with all of these amenities. This is something that has continued to grow over time. So it started with the rapids, and then they added trails and mountain bike trails and climbing walls and zip lines, and it has continued to fuel economic development for this region. Greenways and trails can do the same thing throughout our country, and they are doing so. We're going to give you a few examples. We talked about Greenville, South Carolina yesterday, and we're going to talk about Greenville, South Carolina again today. Just our neighbors to the south, hour and a half south on 85. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of good things that can be repeated in our community that could have similar success. There is a greenway trail called the Swamp Rabbit Trail in Greenville, South Carolina, that is a multi-use greenway that traverses the Reedy River, an old railroad corridor, through city parks, and connects the city of Greenville north to the city of Travelers Rest. Since opening in 2009, this greenway trail has grown to over 28 miles, and it continues to grow. Now it reaches down into Simpsonville, south of Greenville. It has some spurs that goes off to other communities. But it's a network that offers fun, fitness, community transportation throughout Greenville County, South Carolina. The initial investment in that project started out at a little over $2.7 million. And by year 3, now we're not at 28 miles yet, we're still a short greenway trail at this point, but by year 3, they had over 500,000 visitors per year, and it was generating an economic impact of $6.7 million. 2.7 capital investment, 6.7 in economic impact back into the community. As you look at, I grabbed a screenshot of one of the signs that you might see along the trail. Again, I talk about public-private partnership. You see Greenville County Parks and Recreation. What do you see right beside that? Prisma Health. Big hospital in Greenville County. There's opportunities that we have that we've got to seek and capitalize on as we think about our future and public-private partnerships that help enhance our community. The Swamp Rabbit Trail is truly a catalyst for economic development and a catalyst for public-private partnerships and investment. This is in downtown Greenville, South Carolina. This is the bridge across the Reedy River in downtown. Downtown Greenville, South Carolina has transformed in the past 10 to 15 years. A lot has to do with BMW, a lot has to do with other economic development projects in downtown. But quality of life is important when we're talking about recruitment, When we're recruiting business and industry, people want to go where there's a high quality of life. Greenways, trails, outdoor recreation opportunities provide that quality of life that help us attract investment to our community. Amenities along that trail include parking, multiple parking locations so you can hop on and off the trail at multiple locations, restrooms, bus route stops, and much, much more. It connects to other outdoor recreation opportunities such as mountain bike trails, playgrounds, aerial adventure parks. I mean, again, I think about where we're at now, and as you drive in, I don't know if you noticed or not, but there were worn bike paths on both sides of the road coming in and out, where neighbors outside of this community use those trails to come here and take advantage of this great opportunity here. Again, I mentioned additional segments of the trail have been added. Investment has topped over $10 million today. I had $9 million here. I've done some follow-up. They're exceeding $10 million and continuing to invest to expand that network of that trail. A 2022 Greenville-Spartanburg area business report indicated that the city of Greenville, South Carolina was expecting a massive return on investment from the trail project. They had a study around the Greenway Trail area, and within this study area, property values were expected to increase by minimum 1.5 billion, not a mistake, that's not million, 1.5 billion over the next 10 years because of this Greenway Trail. And I'm going to give you some examples of economic development in just a moment, but I thought that was pretty telling. So again, we're talking about, I just said, investment to date as this continues to expand is a little over $10 million now. I mean, we're looking at 1.5 billion just in property tax growth. Again, the economists have contributed the economic impact from sales and sales tax exceeding $7 million annually as a result of this trail that's connecting these communities. Let's talk a little bit about the town of Travelers Rest, South Carolina, located 10 miles north of Greenville. I jotted down a few things. Population, 8,142 in the 2020 census. A little bit smaller than Kings Mountain, but very similar to our community. Again, 10 miles north of Greenville. If you looked up there, if someone had to describe the city of Travelers Rest, genuine southern charm, minutes away from so many outdoor activities. Well, think about Kings Mountain. We have a lot of outdoor recreation opportunities right at our doorstep. Crowder's Mountain State Park, Kings Mountain State Park. We're not far from the Whitewater Center, and there's lots of things in between. We're undertaking a Parks and Rec master planning project that's going to focus on enhancing and improving outdoor recreation opportunities in our community as well. So we are not very far away from what Travelers Rest was, and we're moving ourselves in the direction of where we want to be. Prior to the connection of the Swamp Rabbit Trail from the city of Greenville, South Carolina to Travelers Rest, 1/3 of their storefronts on Main Street and Travelers Rest were vacant. Sound familiar? Today, demand for space in Travelers Rest is incredible as businesses and restaurants are thriving. It's become a foodie destination. If you like food and you like to eat, I highly suggest take a road trip down to Travelers Rest. And it's really transformed that city. I went to the Travelers Rest. They have a tourism and visitors website. I pulled some information from there. So today, Travelers Rest is home to numerous regionally lauded restaurants, local hidden gems, a craft brewery in a restored building, classic Southern fare, and a trendy pizza hangout. They had a list, and I stopped counting at 15 or 16 restaurants. All different flavors. The Station, which is a luxury hotel, as well as the Swamp Rabbit Inn a bed and breakfast, have both been located right along the Swamp Rabbit Trail in Travelers Rest. We're talking about a boutique hotel in our community. I mean, we have the opportunity to connect our trail that we want to talk with you about to downtown to continue to bring people into our community. This Swamp Rabbit Trail, the Station Luxury Hotel, the Swamp Rabbit Inn have become a hot spot for cyclists. When you have 28 miles of trail, you have a lot of folks that want to come ride. This is the prime location where these cyclists come from all over the southeast region and stay in these hotels to utilize the amenities along that trail. You'll also find tons of retail shopping as well in downtown Travelers Rest. I started looking through all the retail opportunities, and my wife could probably shop for 3 days down there. There's plenty of opportunities. So again, I go back to thinking about 1/3 of the storefronts vacant before the trail was connected, and now you have this booming, thriving economy in downtown Travelers Rest that, remember, Southern charm. It didn't lose its character. We can grow without losing our small town character. We can still have that Southern charm. It'd still be a thriving community. A couple other examples of how greenway trails and outdoor recreation benefit communities. Again, along the Swamp Rabbit Trail, just north of Greenville and Travelers Rest, Velo Village, a small little community, 21 home sites at Travelers Rest, homes ranging from $500,000 to $750,000, right because they have access to that greenway trail. Milford, Delaware, credited the trail construction with complete downtown revitalization and the attraction of reinvestment in their community. Leeville, Colorado built a greenway trail, saw a 19% increase in sales in the first year after construction, and it continues to grow. Outdoor recreation is an opportunity to drive economic development in our communities. So as we started thinking about these opportunities, and we know we have a mining operation coming to our community that I think, as Jim has shared with you, 12% of our municipal land mass is going to be taking out of productive or moved from one use into another use. So how do we capitalize on what we have left, and how do we continue to focus our attention on economic opportunities to grow our community? So I drew a red line on a map. It's only a line today. It's just a line, no permanent, there's no easements been acquired. But let's think about the future. Not what we have today, but what we want, what we could be. So this map represents a 10-mile loop. Remember, I was talking about the Swamp Rabbit Trail's 28 miles today. They had to start somewhere. There was a vision. They started somewhere. Let's start with a 10-mile loop. What does this 10-mile loop do? Well, it connects downtown. You see downtown at the top of your picture. The purple blob that I put there that I highlighted in purple is the Kings Mountain Gateway Trail. That section with Cardio Hill, all that will remain. Down here in green, we have our entertainment district. Just below the entertainment district, you have the Dixon Ridge development. As we move back to the east and north, 2 city lakes. Great opportunities for us to use existing resources that we have to leverage additional economic development opportunities. You've heard Jim speak about the Wellman property before, the big box in yellow that's currently owned by Albemarle. There's a unique little distillery that's soon to open there on Highway 161. I've highlighted this area as well. This is Pinnacle Point. This is industrial development. You want to talk about recruiting industry? Give those people something to do on their lunch break. That's a place where industry wants to locate. And then you tie it back into downtown. Kind of looks like a big elephant at this point. And we talk about, you said something about how do you eat a tiger? One bite at a time? Well, let's try to do that. Let's eat this tiger one bite at a time. This is how you take a idea and you transition that idea into reality when you break it into small sections, small bites, find partners. We can turn ideas into reality for our community. So let's start in downtown. Mooney Village. This is a project that's being considered for downtown. Kimberly and the team in the planning office are working with them. Our staff throughout the city is working on development agreements. There's opportunities for a downtown park here. Could be an opportunity for a downtown trailhead. So City Hall, potential for a parking deck. Now we have a trailhead, a downtown park. We're starting to create some synergy. We're connecting people to our downtown merchants. Again, let's don't focus on the immediate proximity of the red line, but this is just an example. But now we start taking a small bite. From downtown to the existing Kings Mountain Gateway Trail, 1 mile. That's it. 1 mile of opportunity. Now we have connected downtown to an existing amenity in our community. That's fantastic. We have great facilities out at the Gateway Trail. We have a downtown full of opportunity. We have a location that's already on everybody's radar. Now we're starting to connect those things. We also have partners in our community that want to work with us. As the mine starts their operation, certain portions of that trail will have to be removed from service. How can we leverage that as an opportunity to connect to our downtown? A lot of folks use that trail. It's a great location. Let's talk about some of those amenities. Things that are staying as a part of the existing Gateway Trail. The rail trail loop, the plateau loop, Cardio Hill, all of those things remain. So in addition to that 1 mile from downtown to the Gateway Trail, you have those things. Pets are allowed. They have the workout stations. There's restrooms. There's picnic shelters. Now we're creating an opportunity, even if it never went any further than that, if we have downtown residential folks that want to have an opportunity for outdoor recreation, now you start connecting those two. But I think it's much bigger than that. I think we got to think big. So this is, one bite of that big elephant or that big tiger that we're trying to consume. Next bite, we start at the Gateway Trail and we move down to the entertainment district and the casino. We have an opportunity to add 3 additional miles to that. So now we're up to 4 miles, plus all your running around Cardio Hill and the rail loop and all of that. So now we have 4 miles of trail. Now we're connecting downtown with a future 404-room casino resort, entertainment opportunities, shopping opportunities, restaurants, all those things that we anticipate will occur as a part of the entertainment district development. One of the things that when you go visit somewhere, how many of us have gone and we stayed at a hotel and we've been there for a couple of days, especially if it was a conference, and we wanted to get out and explore around. The first thing you do is you find those trails that are nearby, and we hop on those things and we take a walk. Now we have an opportunity where we're tying people back from our entertainment district back into downtown, whether it's for outdoor recreation opportunities going back to Cardio Hill, or whether it's for economic opportunities, shopping opportunities, connecting back to restaurants in our downtown. There are great opportunities for entrepreneurial growth as well. That Swamp Rabbit Trail down in Greenville, bike shops have popped up in a couple locations along that. Jim and I both have visited the Swamp Rabbit Grocery and Cafe. Very unique reuse of an old existing building along the rail trail, but now it's a little grocery and they have fresh baked bread and charcuteries and other things. So you rent your bike one spot, you ride over here and you enjoy some fresh baked bread and a charcuterie here, then I ride on into downtown and I go shopping. And so now you're starting to see how we're connecting all of these opportunities, but we're also stimulating economic development and entrepreneurial growth in our community as well. Let's look at the next segment. So again, we're eating this elephant a bite at a time. We pick up at the entertainment district and we start coming around to the city lakes, both city lakes. Again, we've added another 3.5 miles of trail at this point. There are partners along the way. Dixon Ridge, we've already got in our development agreements that they would provide easements for our greenway trails. There's opportunities to partner with them potentially to build portions of our greenway trails for us, so it doesn't cost the city and our taxpayers those opportunities. That is where we again think about this location, the public-private partnerships. Those are the opportunities that we have to partner. I kind of failed to mention, but with the entertainment district, there's going to be a lot of private partners in those areas, and as we work through those development agreements, it's imperative that we include some requirements of their partnership to build trails so that it's not all on the backs of the City of Kings Mountain and our citizens, but then we wind up with a great amenity for our community. As we move into this segment of the Greenway Trail, think about the abundance of outdoor recreation opportunities, the views that you have. If you're in this area, the views back to Crowder's Mountain and the Kings Mountain are unbelievable. We have opportunities to take advantage of the lakes. I'm thinking kayak rentals, paddleboard rentals. We could do zip lines just like they have here across those lakes. Lots and lots and lots of opportunities, but also, there could be potential for new residential development. Talked about that with the Greenway or the Swamp Rabbit Trail. Opportunity for new residential development along this trail at any of those points. Who wouldn't like to live at one of these lakes or at least nearby and leave your home, jump on a trail, go down, rent a paddleboard or paddle boat, kayak, paddleboard, and have a day on the lake. Great opportunities. The next segment of the trail, now we're starting to move back north towards town. So if we picked up at the city lakes, we come through Wellman property, we go by our distillery, we stop and have a taste, right?
Absolutely.
I'm not missing that opportunity. And now we have the opportunity to connect back into downtown. This final leg of the loop, 2.5 miles. And again, I mentioned some of those points of interest. Wellman. This is 485 acres that's currently owned by Albemarle. Abundance of outdoor recreation opportunities. There could be trails. There could be zip lines. There could be other types of outdoor development opportunities that could occur, or residential development opportunities, or commercial development opportunities. Abundance of opportunities along this area. I have big hopes, aspirations for the distillery and what that would bring to our community and the tourism that would bring in, the visitors. And then as we go, we're connecting back into downtown.
Matt,
Yes, ma'am.
can you tell us what's on Pinnacle Point now?
All right.
Where is it?
Pinnacle Park is
Park,
actually.
okay.
So Pinnacle Park, this is I-85, Highway 161. Holiday Inn is this one small building here. So this is vacant industrial property right now that it's owned by a development group. They have plans for up to 4 200,000 square foot. Kimberly, is that correct? 278. Yeah, 278. So let's say on average 4 200,000, 225,000 square foot manufacturing facilities. And having those opportunities for potential employees to, like I said, go out on a lunch break and take a quick walk is important, when folks are...
So nothing is there now?
Nothing is there today.
Is that privately owned or is that city owned? Privately.
Privately owned. The solar panels are here just below it. I heard someone in the background. So the solar panels are just below it. You all may This is Bay Valley Foods, a big 500,000 square foot distribution center that you can see from 85. This is some vacant property in between. It's wooded right now with some pines.
And right now, nothing is on the Wellman property. I know we talked about that, didn't we?
No.
That's correct.
That's the big.
Completely undeveloped, densely wooded at this point.
Albemarle spoke about building, maybe adding to the trail and building some, because it's almost marshland, swampy. They were talking about building some walkways and so forth there at some point. And I'm sure you know about that.
Absolutely. One of the interesting things, it's just off this map here, is the Ridgeline Trail that connects Kings Mountain State Park and Crowder's Mountain State Park. I mean, who says that we don't, if this comes to reality, that we don't connect over to those and have an opportunity to really connect to even more trails in our community.
And as Matt mentioned earlier, partnerships, a catalyst, we talked about our partnerships with Albemarle, partnerships with other people. So again, gives us greater opportunity, value add, our money goes a lot farther.
When we think about trails and outdoor recreation, it's not just economic development. It's health. It goes back to Kimberly talked about health and welfare of our community. It's the health of our community that giving those folks in our community the opportunity to improve their health through outdoor recreation. Well, guess who's interested in that? The hospital systems. They are certainly, that's why you see Prism Health as a major corporate sponsor of the Swamp Rabbit Trail. We have the same things in our region. We have Caramont over in Gaston County. We have Atrium that has a presence in Cleveland County as well. So outdoor recreation is about fun, it's about fitness, and it's about economic development. So when we imagine this big 10-mile loop, let's start imagining what other opportunities, what other spokes might come off of this 10-mile loop. So I threw just a couple of examples out that I just want us to start thinking about as we think about this as an opportunity to really grow our community. So I just called this the Crocker extension. So if we came from downtown and we headed west along Beeson Creek, we could connect Crescent Circle, we could connect all this residential development here to the high school, the middle school. Now there's opportunities for grant funding to get students outside the classroom, outdoors, and into the environment. So there's another partnership, there's another source of funding. But we're connecting to the schools. Now we're connecting over to Country, I always forget the Country Creek, right? Country Creek. And then the development that's occurring on Crocker Road. We have a proposal that we're working on right now with staff and a developer on some property, and we've already included in the development agreement, the developer will commit to construct a 10-foot wide greenway trail along the southern part of their property. Again, now we're starting to build those opportunities for public-private partnership and get segments of this trail built for us, just like we get segments of sidewalks built with development, and then we go back and we work to connect those dots in between.
Is that a buffer between Country Creek and the new subdivision?
This is future development that may occur.
Well, I know that,
yeah.
It's on the lower portion of it.
So this is where a sewer easement. This line that I drew actually follows the Beeson Creek sewer easement, and that's a very common place to put greenway trails.
Okay. So that's Country Creek that's to the top of that. That's
Country Creek.
To the left.
Good. Brinkley's property.
Yeah.
Yep, to the left, Brinkley's property. That's correct.
Okay.
So we're at Long Creek, Beeson Creek.
Yeah. Okay.
So that added an additional 3 miles. So now you start seeing how we get this cumulative effect of more and more miles. That was 3 miles. Let's just throw another line on the map. We've got a lot occurring along Kings Mountain Boulevard. There's a lot of interest in this area. This is another opportunity. 2.5 additional miles. Now we start connecting, another connection from all of these residential opportunities down to our entertainment district. How nice would it be to hop on your e-bike or your scooter and go down for dinner and then come back home? And there's lots of growth. This is a corridor for future growth. So let's get these lines on the map so that we can take advantage of those public-private partnerships to leverage some private investment in growing these opportunities. Again, it connects back to the high school, the middle school, the Brinkley Ridge development that's already underway, in the entertainment district. Now, let's really think big picture. What is this, and this is going to lead into the next presentation, but what's one asset that we have that's really underutilized? The lake. So how can we connect our downtown to our lake? Great opportunity to connect to additional outdoor recreation opportunities, to connect to additional economic development opportunities. Think about things that you have. Again, I brought this line, so we're following Potts Creek. There's a sewer line easement that goes. I come by our treatment plant here before I turn north to go to the lake. So there's a lot of opportunities to follow easements that we already own. Not a lot that we have to acquire. There will be some areas where we'll have to acquire some easements. Hopefully we have friendly partners that want to contribute to that because there's benefits to improving their property values by being located along a greenway. So again, we go through the T5 data center parks out to Moss Lake. What an opportunity to connect our RV campground back to downtown. My wife and I camp. Typically, we take bikes with us. We typically go for long rides. This is 6 miles. We're not talking about, a long way. 6 miles on a bike, come into downtown, have a bite to eat, ride back to the campsite. Great opportunities. I put Moss Lake Beach. We used to have a beach. Our manager's going to talk about Moss Lake Beach in our next presentation. Why do we have to be content with what we have today? Why can't we dream big, take that dream one slice at a time and make that dream become a reality for our community and continue to drive growth? This expanded idea or reimagined idea of a larger gateway trail is about connecting our citizens and our visitors to amenities in other areas around our community. So connecting them to the existing gateway trail, connecting them to the casino and the entertainment district back to our downtown, connecting to the Dixon Ridge development, the distillery, the Wellman property, the high school, the lake, future commercial and residential developments, connecting all of this and creating some synergy in our community and driving some of that traffic, creating this loop that comes back to our downtown. What other opportunities might that provide? We could be a host for a 5K. With enough trail, we could be a host for a marathon or a half marathon. Other race events, other outdoor recreational opportunities. Again, entrepreneurial opportunities beyond our beliefs, from bike rentals to kayak rentals to bakeries and bread shops and wineries and things all along the trail. Additional outdoor recreational opportunities, aerial recreation, mountain biking. Again, utilize those assets we have at the city lakes. Growth in commercial, retail, residential. Remember, I was talking about the Swamp Rabbit Trail and the boutique hotel that popped up right on the trail, the bed and breakfast that popped up right on the trail, all of the commercial and retail opportunities that are on the trail. All of those would not have been possible without that Swamp Rabbit Trail. Not that it's at the bottom because it's the least important, but the health and wellness of our residents and the visitor of our community are vitally important as well. There are a plethora of funding sources available for greenway trails and outdoor trails and outdoor recreation. Most important are our public-private partnerships. Those who are in our community now, or those who are investing in our community, we have to share the importance of outdoor recreation and how we want them to be our partner moving forward. This is a team sport. We're in this together. We're where we're at today together, and we're going to move forward together, so we have to do this collaboratively. Part F, North Carolina Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, opportunity for grant funding. Land and water conservation funds. In Gaston County, when I was working there, we received 4 congestion mitigation and air quality grants to build greenway trails. When our manager worked in the city of Gastonia, he worked on a Rankin Lake project right off of 321 just north of 85. The county is now connecting or building greenway trails to connect the town of Dallas to Rankin Lake. There are greenway trails that the city of Gastonia has already built that connects Rankin Lake all the way down to Lineberger Park, and there's a series of greenway trails that go out from there. So I think last I heard 18 miles of trails. We can do that in our community as well. So I say all that to say there's many, many, many funding sources, and we can get creative to make this a reality. It's not monumental. It's not something we can't achieve. So I'll be happy to take any questions or hear more from you. What would you like to see us, how would you like to see us move forward?
The best way to imagine the future is to create it. And the way you create it is to plan for it. And when the plan is in place, then everything you do, you start imagining how it can happen. So if as part of our Parks and Rec master plan, we make certain a plan that looks like that or something similar is in there, and then every time we work on one of these projects, Matt talked about it, development agreements, someone comes in next to where that might be, and they own land next to it or part of it, we say, hey, in order for you to do this, it's got to include at least an easement so that we can do this, and maybe you build some of it or all of it. And every time we do some other partnership or some kind of thing, we're thinking about it. So if we don't have a plan, I guarantee it will never happen. But if we have a plan, then it's not nearly so monumental and so impossible as people may think. And the way it happens is imagine it and then create it. Questions, answers, thoughts?
So if we're focusing on the first bite being from downtown to the Gateway Trail, are there homes that are there now that would have to be removed, residential?
So I think you have to look at where the best opportunities are. So these trails can take multiple forms depending on where you're at, so depending on your environment. So you get away from town, we get out into more natural areas, it may be a more natural trail. As you move into your more urbanized areas of downtown, it may be that we expand sidewalks to go from an existing 3 or 5 foot sidewalk to a 10-foot wide trail. I think a lot of that is determined based on engineering, and we haven't done any engineering yet. This is a concept that we wanted to present to you all today to get your feedback. So a lot of that would have to do on engineering. It would also have to do on, would be directly impacted by easements that we could acquire or maybe able to acquire for that. So greenways, as I mentioned with the Swamp Rabbit Trail, so it goes through city parks in Greenville, South Carolina. It also follows along streets into rail trails, old abandoned rail lines where they've converted those to rail trails. So it's going to have multiple different forms based on where it's at in that, in the growth.
So how far down the road is the study that would answer that question then of how residential would be impacted?
So from what we hear from you all today, that's how we will proceed forward with putting requests for funding for engineering, design, partnerships, things like that.
The other thing to understand is, obviously, we're working on a development agreement with Albemarle. Albemarle owes the community, when it takes out several miles of existing greenway, the responsibility to put back at least that many miles somewhere. Mm-hmm. So we see that as an absolute responsibility, but beyond that, we think they can do better, they can assist us in doing better. So if they're controlling land, if they have resources, this is a partnership that we will leverage as much as possible. So that's a big piece of this too. It'll help, it'll get us a much quicker, faster jump start on a lot of this because of the fact, both from the resource standpoint and the lands that they control.
So McGill is constantly in their presentations so far talking about Gateway Trail or Gateway Trails itself. Did this come from them? Did this come from us? Is this a like-minded thing? Them speaking and us speaking? Is it like two separate places speaking the same thing?
Well, much of what they're doing is listening to us.
Got it.
So in this case, this is coming from us, and
Excellent.
we're going to demand that they include it.
I love that. So this is what I've really enjoyed with Jim, is that Jim is definitely leading, and because some of this, and he knows if I have issue with something, and I'll share one of the things I have issue with, I ask him directly. He's been so direct that it's like refreshing to me. But I ask that because studies, and this is why I said in the other vision thing that we presented, that we should always question research. And part of that is I've known people to have research studies done so that they could back their own agenda.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's why I asked that question. I love your answer because it's exactly what I'm trying to poke holes into.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and it allows me to offer something else to all of you. And that is, what we'll always do, and this doesn't have anything to do necessarily with this presentation we're doing right now.
Right.
But for instance, it might have something to do with what Wayne works on or others do. We will always vet things against multiple opportunities. We're not going to stay with the same consultant over and over. Because you stay with the same, you're probably getting the same answer.
Absolutely.
So on a regular basis, we will be vetting it against 2 or 3 different entities, and oftentimes, if we've worked with somebody for a while, we'll change it up, just for the opportunity to say, you gotta question research.
Right.
Because after a while, people become co-opted. They want to start giving you the answer they think you want because they want to stay employed by you. Well, we're making it clear to everybody, we always start fresh. There's no such thing as you have an in because we used to employ you in the past. We may not employ you in the future. And that's really important to always vet what you're doing and to always have lots of different people working for you so that you don't get co-opted by any one individual consultant or engineer, whatever that looks like.
Please excuse me because I had to step out, but I got a question and comment. Question, what is the, are most of the trails 10 foot wide? And most asphalted or something like that, and that's...
Well, most of the time you want them at least 10 foot wide.
Right.
Asphalt tends to be the cheapest hard surface.
Right.
But as you know, depending on the terrain, you may have a boardwalk.
Yeah.
Right.
You may have an actual bridge that is concrete. You may have an area that, for whatever reason, it may have to be a section that's some other surface material, maybe concrete, whatever. But yeah, you like to have a hard surface that's easily maintained.
Is there any cost estimate to like, for every 100 foot?
Oh my God, it's interesting that you asked that question, because the last thing that you're going to do today is an exercise that's going to let you get educated.
Okay, right. The comment I have is that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we had 3 dominant institutions that funded stuff for our county. First National Bank, Dover Foundation, and the hospital. 2 of those are gone now. But Atrium, and I'm involved, all they want to do, because they just took money out, they helped us with a lot of different stuff. Now they want health-related things. And I will stand with you and say, all right, put your money where your mouth is, because they took over $100 million out of our town to get $18 million health care facility, health department. And so.
Health and fitness. Most of what he just described is about people maintaining their health and fitness by walking or biking, right? Or maybe kayaking or paddleboarding. Yeah, absolutely.
So we need some of that money coming back to us in Cleveland County.
Absolutely.
Travelers Rest, by the way, is a great example because I left Greenville in 2001. And Travelers Rest was literally that town you're driving through that still had clothes hanging on a line. It was the eyesore capital of the world to me. And when I drive through there now, I am blown away by the transformation. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I never expected it because I thought it was still too far away from things.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yes, and it's amazing how that's come together,
Yeah.
for sure.
You guys should do a field trip.
That's what I'm thinking too.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is.
Anything else on this particular?
Real quick, years ago when the Gateway Trail was just sort of coming about, there was talk about connecting that trail with future trails west of us, like the Shelby, whatever they're calling it now, Rhythm and Roots Trail, and then further on to Rutherford County. Your vision just stops at Moss Lake, but would there be a way, and I know, because I know Shelby's working on their trails, they've got their one link in town, but I believe it's going further down to the state line, and so I don't know if there's a way.
I'm not sure if this is the answer, but I think I'm going to remind you all of something I told you recently, and that is our friends at Cleveland County recently sold a small section of essentially the land associated with the Gateway Trail to Albemarle for $2.5 million. This is a section that they paid $40,000 for back in 2013. So our position has been, you owe $2.5 million or something close to that back to putting a trail for the benefit of the city and the citizens of Kings Mountain. So, getting to your issue is another partner that we feel we can have and should have is Cleveland County, because they certainly have some resources now. We know that they will have $2.5 million. They received $1 million up front, and they'll get another $1.5 million when that trail actually comes out of commission.
And I was in a meeting with Jim where he actually, in front of the county, brought that up exactly as pointed as he did here. I directly asked that question.
I do that.
I dig it, because.
And they just handed you, did you have the check with you to show?
They didn't have the checkbook that day. But as the mayor will attest to, we finally got them to say, that's worthy of a conversation.
Absolutely.
That's worthy of a conversation.
Yeah.
It's a start.
Yeah, so that's a
It's a
start.
start.
Any other items? Okay, Matt, I'm gonna ask for that mic. I'll let you take this one. We'll do a little mic up thing here.
While you're doing it, and it's nice we're going to the lake, the last thing that hit me, and sorry that you don't have recording on me, but the two lakes that we have on that past presentation, which are near Alex D. Owen, is that correct where that is?
Yes.
At? Okay, so you have the two lakes over there. It's interesting, like with the vision, because, you know, I love the vision of the trail and the timing and everything, but to me, I know you're heading into Moss Lake here, but to me, the opportunity seems huge for that to build to something starting now versus, and I don't want to, you know, step all over this, but, you know, with Moss Lake, I love that you're looking at it and saying, hey, there's opportunity that's been here the whole time. Let's maximize it.
Yep.
But we have two lakes that are barely utilized except for fishing and, you know, whatever else is going on over there. But there's so much opportunity there that if we were to focus on that separate of the trail, we could actually build something that's already community oriented. So when we're tying that trail, it's already built.
Exactly.
And I don't know what the plans are, but I've seen that since we almost bought a house over there when I moved back.
And that's the thing, we don't have any final plans yet, but I think it's so remarkable. And again, there are these unique things about Kings Mountain that literally you can't find anywhere else. The city of Kings Mountain owns 3 lakes, 3 separate lakes.
Right.
2 of them, as the mayor's referring to, completely undeveloped, have nothing on there, unless you want to consider this really old rundown police shooting range. Which again, that's a discussion to be had because there's some things that can be done there that are totally, completely underutilized, but this magnificent spot on this beautiful lake. So again, at minimum, a plan as we're developing for a loop trail should certainly do something to move about and not completely circumnavigate them maybe, but certainly go around them in some regard and connect to the rest of these. And then there are other questions to be had as to what do we do long-term for development with these lakes? Great problem to have. We'll figure that out as we move along, but what an opportunity, what an asset. Owning 2 lakes, not to mention what we're going to talk about Moss Lake, but just 2 that have just really kind of been neglected for a long, long time.
There was a developer that came and wanted to take our land, basically.
Well, yeah.
And develop it. So that was a discussion several years ago. And then we also looked at doing for electricity.
Oh, yeah.
And
Pumping one
pumping water
elevation
and
to
run- and
another
run it,
elevation.
yeah. And
The change in elevation wasn't
yeah,
significant enough to
right,
make it work. Yeah.
So there has been some discussion about that.
But again, think big and imagine, say we've got an entertainment district, and here we talked about how this started up at one time, and it was envisioned as, and it became an Olympic training center. Who thought that could come to this area out here by Charlotte? Well, what if we imagine our entertainment district, and we have 2 lakes, might become the permanent home for the X Games water sports? Well, where could you do that? Well, you could do that where there's a big entertainment district and maybe some lakes that you could control. Again, think big. Maybe there's some kind of crazy opportunity like that. We're going to have this place that everybody's going to come to. Let's really make everybody come to, so that when they're filming the X Games somewhere in the future and they're doing the snowboarding in Aspen, you know they're going to do the aquatic sports in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. I don't know, but there's an opportunity, right?
How do you sell this to the public when you live in a town, and I don't know the exact number of the demographics, when most of your citizens are probably 45, 50 and up, who will say, well, no, we don't want to do that because it doesn't affect them directly. They're not going to go out here and do these things. And with our demographics, what it is, with no housing, no jobs, our kids go off to college and they move away. The people that would vote to support that.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you sell this to the public when your demographics is more?
I don't have to sell it to the public.
than
I just have to sell it to you. I'll give you
That's a valid
plans where
point. I'll
if
give
you
you
vote
that.
for it, we'll get it done.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So,
That's a valid point.
so, he is right, he does only have to sell it to you, but I did think in that last presentation, I think about the park by the Y all the time. And it's because I have kids that age.
Mhm.
And, Mr. Hawkins had made mention to, Jimmy, can you pass that down?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Mr. Hawkins.
And actually, if I'm next to you,
Oh,
it'll
great.
pick it
It's
up from me.
covered, right.
That's why I'm coming
Mr.
by
Hawkins
you.
had made mention to a picture on Facebook where I'm on seesaws with my kids. That was here. So we as a family will come here because that's where the opportunities are for kids that age. If that park by the Y was not trash, we would leave Kings Mountain less. And that's what's happened to the town we live in. It doesn't offer the right opportunities for a family with kids to do the right things. And so one of the things Jimmy's saying is, how do we sell this to the public? That's not on your hands, it's on their hands.
Mhm.
But we do need that win. We need that win where we show them, hey, we're not just ignoring what your needs are. So we need that, in my opinion, it doesn't have to be on the Y grounds, but it has to be somewhere that's public, that a park like that or swings and everything else exists for, playground for kids somewhere.
The
I think-
low-hanging fruit.
Correct, because then it's one thing that's sitting,
Yes.
that's being utilized, and they're like, this is so much better than what's happening over there. I think that's how you sell that to the public.
And we're going to give you that opportunity in this year's budget. That's how we start.
And I agree with you. I think how we help our older folks, and I'm probably in that age range now as much as I hate to admit it, but I think the way that we do that is through the young people because, yeah, we want our kids, if they want to go away, to go to college and then come back. And so they have to see that we're making improvements to make them want to come back, and then that makes their parents and their grandparents happy to have them back, and helps them to accept some of these ideas that they may not go out on the walking trail, but they'll accept it and they'll be happy for it because they know that their children and grandchildren have come back to be a part of the community. And so, but it does, a lot of it starts with not just fluffy dreams like we're doing today, which, I mean, we got to start with the dreams and the visions and all like that, but we got to show them also that we're going to make those dreams a reality. But it's going to take some time, and I think it will help when the people see our excitement. Yeah, we'll be criticized by some who
want things to stay the same, because we know that there are a lot of people that want Kings Mountain to just stay the same. But I think your favorite word, synergy, that synergy, the excitement that comes from this group, this room, can get out there in the community, and it'll overshadow the,
When
we
we
don't
get
want
some,
things
when
to
we get
change.
some market rate apartments, which, you know, that's gonna bring some of the kids back home. They don't know where,
It's all
there's no,
That's
they
true.
can't live
together.
here.
I mean,
They
Yeah.
can't. They
You know,
can
it
live
would
in-
be nice if it could all happen at the
Right.
same time, if all those wonderful restaurants and neat little shops that I'd like to shop in, and Matt's wife would like to shop in, if they could all drop in at the same time as all the trails and the parks
Well,
and everything, but it doesn't happen that way.
It doesn't happen at the same time, but relatively speaking, we'll look, it'll happen in the next 10 years. That seems like a long time,
Yes,
but
it
10
does.
years from now, you're gonna look back and say, oh my God, you know, yeah, that'll happen. So it's coming.
It's not me, not now. Did you start the presentation off with that?
Absolutely.
Not me, not now.
That's right. That's
It,
right.
it would be great, and Matt did a great job, and I appreciate it, Matt, and everybody has so far, to be honest with you. Wayne presented doom and gloom, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, but we're getting the cow poop.
Truth.
Well, that
It's
was-
called
that was the
truth.
right
We're giving
side
you
of it.
truth and
That was-
transparency.
No, I get that, but it
Yeah.
would be great if Matt was doing this and the public was sitting there watching it and saw the enthusiasm that he had. and
But
the
that's
excitement.
why this is all recorded, and we're going to ask you all to tell the public to watch it when we're done. I mean, really, this is a public meeting. It's going to be recorded for all eternity, so you're going to be able to go on YouTube later, 10 years from now, hopefully still, and listen to us do this. That's the whole goal of why we're making certain this microphone passes around, that you get picked up, because that's what this is. This is a public meeting. We want people to hear this. There's no question about it. So, the next thing that I want to talk about is another one of those incredibly unique things that this city has that most people don't. We own Moss Lake. It is a huge water reservoir. Its purpose is to provide a very large source of our drinking water, and that's why we have it. But, however, it is an underutilized gem. So, there is 1,660 acres to Moss Lake. It has some 57 miles of shoreline, 300,960 linear feet to be precise. There are 550 waterfront homes out there. There are 751 total waterfront parcels. And the total combined tax value of waterfront property on Moss Lake is $277,797,423. And I'm going to ask Councilman West, how many dollars in property taxes do you suppose that generates for us?
A lot.
That would be how much?
I have no clue.
Precisely zero.
Zero.
Precisely zero. All goes to the county of Cleveland, Cleveland County. This is not in the city. We own this lake. It is our water reservoir. It is not in the city. We do not get a single penny of property taxes. However, if you take that value, and Chris could do that for you fairly quickly because that's the kind of guy that he is, and you took the 54.75 cent per $100 of valuation that the county gets, how much does the county get, Chris? A lot. A lot. Well, Chris is going to run that number as I tell you more. So anyway, the point is, though, there is this dichotomy, this balance, this struggle. It is a water reservoir. So we have to be concerned about the quality of water and maintaining it as such. But it also has opportunities potentially for recreation. That's why all those people live out there. That's why they wanted to have their home out there. There's some real amenities to it. So while protection of the public health and drinking water quality should always remain our highest priority in any operational decisions we make, because this is a reservoir, it is also used for recreation. So there is an opportunity to responsibly take advantage of bringing back environmentally sensitive recreation. And in fact, you had a lot of this before. There was a beach out there. There was other opportunities. Slowly over time, for whatever reason, probably because of resources, because we didn't have them, they went away. And we want to talk about the way to maybe bring some of that back. Got a number, Chris?
What
I'm sorry, say that again?
A little north of 1.5.
A little north of $1.5 million a year, all going to the county.
Plus school district tax, plus lake tax. That's just the base rate.
Well, there you go. So, when you have a water reservoir versus recreation, this is a clear example that I know a great deal about because this is a project that I did while I was a city manager in Gastonia. When I came to Gastonia in 2007, one of my first weeks, I got a tour of all of our facilities. And one of the facilities I toured was Rankin Lake. And I went out there and I was told it's our backup water reservoir. It wasn't our primary, it was our backup. And it was encircled by a cyclone fence with concertina wire on it, brush for about the first 10 or 12 or 15 yards next to the lake, no ability to access it anywhere near, and just an awful, awful place where nothing was developed. It had become notorious by the police department as a place where lots of illicit activities went on, particularly drug dealing and other things. Been completely neglected and there was nothing there. And I said, well, why in the world this incredible gem, this great lake, this beautiful lake was never utilized? And someone said, well, because it's our backup water reservoir. Well, so? We were told we can't do anything. Well, I said, we're going to change that. So we went about the process of, through a whole lot of different things, building about a $3.9 million redevelopment out there. That included a 1.6 mile paved walking trail that circumnavigated the lake, fishing piers and boat docks, including those that served developmentally disabled people, people in wheelchairs, people who were blind, other people that couldn't otherwise get out and fish or utilize them, made certain that they had that opportunity. Places to rent canoes, kayaks, john boats, pedal boats, beautiful picnic shelters, a clubhouse, opportunities. Many people get married out there now, weddings you see. It is probably the signature, nicest, most beautiful park that the city of Gastonia has at this point in time. And it's built, that I was particularly proud of, in an otherwise underserved minority area of the community that was largely African American. So not only did we bring back this beautiful park, but it was brought back for an area of the community that prior to that time really wasn't getting much help and they were really underserved. But just the idea of what you can do when you really put your mind to it, on around a body of water that otherwise might be neglected. So this just indicates some of the things there. There are actually 8 small picnic shelters. There's an 18-hole disc golf course, 2 horseshoe courts. There's an outdoor classroom. There's restrooms. The trailhead, I think Matt had mentioned earlier, connects to the Highland Rail Trail. There are 2 boardwalks that go over Kaler Creek. Lots of wooden boardwalk, fishing piers, viewing piers, on and on. Back in 2009, and again, inflation is an amazing thing. We got all that done for $3.9 million. Hard to believe. So, any decisions that we make on planning for and permitting recreational uses at Moss Lake will, and we want you to understand this, they will always consider these things. We will always consider any potential for water quality degradation because we can't allow that. This is our primary reservoir. It will never happen. We got to worry about the public health risk. We got to make certain that any health risks can be fully accepted. We worry about the level of treatment that might be required by anything that might be done or introduced out there. We also worry about any treatment requirements. But as we look further to allow for recreational use at Moss Lake, the water utility will constantly work with our stakeholders to develop an integrated reservoir management plan that includes consideration of factors such as nutrient loading, invasive species, boating and body contact activities, water quality monitoring. Now, nutrient loading, for instance, is that a problem with having internal combustion engines on outboard motors that come there and do bass fishing? Usually not very much. Those things are really well developed these days. They're contained. You see very, very little spillage. Nutrient loading is happening primarily because those 550 homes, they are on septic systems and leach fields. Every single one of them. There is no sanitary sewer system out there. So everything about the nutrient loading problems that we have at Moss Lake are happening because of people whose homes are around that lake that don't pay us essentially anything for property taxes that are contributing to the degradation of our lake. What's happening? Algal blooms, Remember the taste and odor problems that you all dealt with all summer long that was really problematic? Why did that happen? If I can pinpoint, basically it happened because people fertilize their lawns out there. They have septic systems and leach fields, and all those extra nutrients get into that lake. They create algal blooms, and as a result, we have taste and odor problems. That cost us a lot of money. So all those folks in their $500,000 or $700,000 or $1 million homes along there that never bothered to have a sanitary sewer system, that are enjoying their life on the lake, are not contributing a damn thing to our water quality. Just keep that in mind. So, we continue to do things that will look out for it. But again, our problems don't come from simple boating and water activities. They come largely as a result of what is happening on the lands immediately adjacent to the lake. So, we do have the John H. Moss Reservoir Commission, and they are your advisory committee that we look to, and they make recommendations to the council for the annual budget for Moss Lake operations, which tends to be relatively small, the rules for the recreational use of the lake, any fee schedules for recreational uses, and policies related to environmental conditions and uses of property adjoining the reservoir itself. Now, Rick, I'm going to ask you, how many members to that commission?
There's 7 members, 5 that live inside the city limits.
5 that live inside the city, and then a couple of them actually live at the lake.
Yes.
Okay. And those are appointed obviously by the city council.
The 2 for the lake are appointed by the homeowner association of Moss Lake.
Okay. But they're a minority, obviously. They don't represent the majority of
But
the...
they all have to be approved by this council.
Yeah, exactly. So, the greatest beneficiary then of the Moss Lake Reservoir right now, is it Kings Mountain residents? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no question about it. Did I hear someone have a statement? Okay. Cleveland County residents, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the people who live out there, they are Cleveland County residents. Visitors to the lake, yeah, somewhat if you're a boater, primarily. We have a small campground if you're a camper, somewhat. You're getting really, really good deals on your boat permits and on your camping permits and on your opportunities to get out there, because we charge next to nothing. So current operations we are having significant increases to the cost of treatment due to the recurring taste and odor issues, as you know. So this last year, we started doing dramatically bigger, better, more things, particularly with carbon filter treatment and other things that Rick and his people started to introduce in order to deal with this. We started working very closely with DEQ, Department of Water Quality, as well, to make certain that these kinds of issues could be dealt with. And understand, there is absolutely nothing about the quality of the water. The problem is it's strictly taste and odor. And that's not very fun or pleasant. So the water's never going to hurt you. There's not a problem. We always make certain of that. But the idea is when it smells kind of bad or it has a different, color, character, or whatever, that's something nobody wants to see. So that's where we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, we have an ongoing cost for dredging, but understand that we have no obligation whatsoever to do dredging out there, because dredging is done for navigational purposes. What's the reason for this to begin with? It is a water reservoir. So water quality is our responsibility. Do we have any obligation to provide dredging for navigation? Well, we do if we care about someone who lives next to the lake and they want to have a nice boat dock and they want to access their boat dock, but then they don't pay us anything. So should we in fact care about their navigation? Well, here's the position we have been taking. When we get grants from other people, like the federal government or the state government for dredging, we get them and we use them. But if we don't, we're not putting our money to it, because the people out there who benefit from them are not contributing to pay for it. So back to growth paying for growth, and people who get benefit should pay for what they get benefit for. Again, tying those things together. How do we actually get revenues out there? Really from 2 sources. What we call a dock lease and boat permits. And right now the grand total of what we generate from dock leases and boat permits don't tend to be that much. So here's a look at our budget for Moss Lake for fiscal year 23 and 24. So the revenue side, we get a grand total of $5,000 in concessions. Those lake leases for everybody that lives on that lake. The county gets $1,500,000+ in property taxes, and we get $147,000
What is the fee per household, for a house?
per household. Well, it's more of a dock fee than it is a household.
We have a family plan that's, you get your dock lease, your boat permit, and it's $300.
Okay.
Wow.
So a pump permit, $29,500, boat permits, $130, camping permits, $60, late fees, so $375,000.
You know what? Because that's the way it's always been.
$375,000 is the revenues we're producing. How about our expenses? Well, we're doing next to nothing, but we still have expenses substantially higher than our revenues. So 62.5 in deficit, just on the very little that we have to be doing out there, okay? So at a glance, remember 550 waterfront homes. I would guess the average value of these waterfront homes, and you could do a simple calculation of that by simply taking 277 million, divide it by 550, and I'll look to my friend Chris again, and he could probably bring out his calculator and tell me what that average is. And then 750, because there's still some parcels out there that are undeveloped, but they contribute every bit as much or more to that nutrient loading as do these. Why? Because in many cases they have lawns, they fertilize it, or maybe they got cows grazing there. Remember our cow duty problem? Well, that really contributes to nutrient loading. We're gonna make Wayne Captain Duty over here, but Captain Rick and Captain Duty. So, Chris, do you have you got a number on that one?
It's about $370,000 per parcel.
So $370,000 per parcel. So we know in most cases these homes are worth more than $400,000, typically. So if you've got the money to live out on that lake and you've got a nice home, you should be contributing, obviously. So there's the value of the land itself and the value of the buildings. And again, we've repeated, I shouldn't have had to ask Chris, I put him on the spot, didn't realize that I had this in a slide later. I already knew that $1,520,000 is going to Cleveland County. So here's just a quick revenue comparison of boat permit fees, because we wanted to give you some comparison of what we're charging, the old because we've always done it this way versus some of the other places around. So, for instance, Lake Bowen in South Carolina, here we charge $8 for a motorized permit. They charge $50 if it's an outboard, $200 if it's an inboard. This idea that you might have a little bit more spillage and gas problems if you got an inboard, so there's a clear differentiation there that you ought to pay a lot more for the potential harm you might do. Well, we got it figured. It's $8 for us, so we're doing that right. Lake Blaylock, again, $50, $200, but $8, okay? Now, some of these others seem a little bit odd, but don't forget, they're probably getting property taxes, and maybe they're as backward as we are too, so I'm not quite sure. Again, some indications here of what's happening with if you're a non-resident. Oh, these are residents. These are residents. If you're a non-resident, well, you know, we go all the way to $16 when you're a non-resident. Then they, of course, double up. Now you're at $400 versus our 16. Annual, you see the difference there? And then annual non-resident. So the point being is there's a lot of opportunity to dramatically increase just the simple fees for using the lake with a boat. The other thing, again, if you can afford a boat, you probably can afford the permit. Okay, let's reimagine this lake budget and consider reinvesting in it. We'll talk about how we can reinvest in it, but first of all, let's imagine the lake budget. Well, what if instead of what we're doing now, we imagine that if you own land out there, we said there were 300,932 linear feet of shoreline. There should be a fee for every linear foot of shoreline. So if you got a 60-foot lot wide, or a 60-foot wide lot, or a 150-foot wide lot, or a 400-foot wide lot, you ought to pay based on the potential impact you're having to the lake. And that is directly, attached to the size of the lot that you have. So wouldn't it make a lot of sense to have a per linear foot cost yearly to each person out there. We determined if we charge $4.43 a linear foot of shoreline, that would create lake leases instead of $130,000, $1.3 million. If we could do some of the things that you're going to see us talk about in a little while, we'd make a lot more in concessions at about $80,000. If we increase boat permit fees substantially, it would get to $400,000. If we just got camping permits a little closer to what is the current going rate and some equipment rentals of 20, you're just under $2 million. So our current budget is $375,000. Our current expenses is $400 and some thousand dollars. We're talking about moving that budget up potentially to almost $2 million. Now, what could you do with that then? Well, more than anything, you could reinvest in capital almost $1 million a year, and you could start doing lots in the way of operation and maintenance, $500,000, and you could make certain that you had enough people to take care of the place. How do you do that? Well, we have to really reimagine and reinvest if we want to create diverse recreation, dining, entertainment, other opportunities for the residents of Kings Mountain, and we think they deserve that. So if we develop a destination location that balances those opportunities for residents and visitors and tourism, we can solve a lot of those things. But again, it's owned by the city. The city ought to have some benefit to be able to use it, and right now they really have none. So there used to be a beach out there. It went away. There used to be parks that were better utilized. I don't know what happened along the way, but we want to suggest bringing some of these things back. So we really want to capitalize on outdoor recreational opportunities for our citizens out there. We'd love to connect it as a trail to downtown. You heard about that plan. We'd love also to expand the opportunities as far as ecotourism goes and visitors, and that's great, and it just adds to the economic vitality of our community and the region. But some of the things that we're talking about is a swimming beach. There's an opportunity. It's out there. There's land. And here's an interesting thing. We met with Albemarle recently, and they have millions of metric tons of high quality, very white, effectively sand. It's mica tailings. There is no environmental problems with it, and it would be incredible as beach sand. Somebody just has to put it in trucks and move it. So we have a great source to develop our own beach. We just have to decide that that's something we'd like to see done. So the opportunity to bring a beach back there is we know we got the materials for it. We could expand our fishing locations. We could create, like at Rankin Lake Park, opportunities for canoe and kayak rentals. You could do sunset boat tours. Certainly we could develop nice new restrooms and better parking. There could be a concessions area. There could be a cafe. There could be a beer garden. What would really be cool is we own an island in the middle of that lake, a really cool island. Imagine if now the most attractive, most iconic, most expensive, highest end destination restaurant in the entire Charlotte-Mecklenburg area was an island in the middle of Moss Lake. And you came there and you got a launch, and there was a guy in the launch wearing a tuxedo and he had a bottle of champagne in his hand, and he took you over and you had a wonderful evening sitting on an island in the middle of Moss Lake, out on the balcony, having dinner. You got back in the launch, you got taken back to the thing, and you went home. Wouldn't that be cool? It's a possibility. It could exist. It could exist. We have a beautiful RV campground. Matt has told me that it's an incredible place. You know, he goes camping, and this place could be so enhanced, and also we charge so little for it. We could invest a little bit and really make this a destination. Just a few amenities here and there beyond what it already is. We could expand it a little bit, but our fee structure is probably not at all competitive, and we need to market it. So it certainly can be a recreation destination. We can bring back a lot, but the biggest thing is we have to start actually charging the people that cause economic harm to it in a manner that is appropriate, and have the political will and desire to do that. And then as a result, we'll have a budget to really start bringing a lot of the stuff back. It is not so unreasonable to say you should pay $4.43 a linear foot every year because you have land on this lake. If they did that, we would have a budget of almost $2 million a year. That You could then say, hey, the kids in Kings Mountain who'd love to have a beach all summer long, I would much prefer giving the kids in Kings Mountain a beach that they can go to all summer long than giving them one event or 2 events or whatever. You know, a facility, something to really enjoy, to, you know, and a play structure out there, and concessions and restrooms and places for the adults to go and enjoy while they're there, and all these other things that support tourism. But right now we're not taking any advantage of that. We're being taken advantage of. So the advantage never comes to us, that it's always we're being taken advantage of.
With a beach, you can also have events at the beach.
Absolutely. Can you imagine that? Oh, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool to have those events at that beach? A beach, a real sandy beach. And Rick Duncan's next job in his second life, he's going to open up Captain Rick's Tiki Bar, and I'm going to be the first one there. So next year, coming soon. Sign it. Remember this temporary signage. Temporary signage coming soon. Captain Rick's Tiki Bar. It's not even our UDO. We can put that sign up. We don't have to worry about it. Coming soon.
We're going to raise the rates.
Yeah, we'll get back to
Debbie
you.
Cleary, the Senate, or whatever she was.
Hold on.
Debbie Cleary tried to take the lake away from us.
And how, you think the state legislature is going to take
They
away our
almost
lake?
did.
Yeah?
Almost did.
I'll be in for that fight.
Yeah.
Let them try.
We was going to raise the rates. And they came out with a force to stop us.
So, you're telling me a state legislature
Debbie
would go out publicly and state, I'm going to take your lake away because you're trying to raise the rate that will personally impact me.
But Debbie Fleury, she lived on the other side, on the
She was on the chair.
North Shore.
Again, let's think about this. Is that a good look for a politician to say, I'm going to take away your lake because personally it may cost me a little bit more to live on this lake?
That the federal government paid for, not
That
the
the
state.
federal government paid for.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we'd win that fight.
They took the airport away from Charlotte.
Pardon?
They took the airport away from Charlotte. They took Asheville's lake away. So, I mean, it has happened in the past, although I'm.
But let's look at the reasons those things happen. Mismanagement of those things. No one has ever taken something away by you saying, we are appropriately reinvesting in this facility and we're appropriately charging people for the negative environmental harm that they're causing to our lake. Again, I want to have that discussion in the public.
I can see
I
that
got
if
no
you were-
problem
if
having
you
that
increase
discussion
your
in the
rates
public.
$10,000. But you're talking $1,000.
Because it's raising the fees.
I don't know what the number is.
Yeah.
But you're not talking about.
Okay, if you have a 100-foot long, right, lakefront, $4.43. That's $443 a year. Is that inappropriate? The tax they're paying to the county on that same thing would be several $1,000s. And we can't charge 400 or 500 or 600?
Well, if you look at the amenities you're gonna add to it, there's nobody gonna question.
Shouldn't we have a right to have a number that almost looks like a property tax, given that they live on, they take advantage of the lake? What's the added value you get from being on the lake versus just being out in the country? At least everything you're gonna pay us.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate just for,
Sure.
does that, okay, I'm gonna be a lake owner for a minute. Okay?
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you right now, though, you charge me this, I want that thing dredged to where I can get out of my property. What is our response?
So the first thing I'm going to think about is, okay, you want some navigational dredging that affects maybe you or 3 of your fellows, and I got 550 people on this lake. If it was a homeowners association, we would specially assess just the people impacted. So we'd be glad to dredge that for the people impacted, right, Rick? Because it only impacts a very few number, right? 5. So absolutely, sir, we'll be glad to you and your 4 friends. We'll specially assess you for the value of it.
Good. That's just what I want to make sure that.
Absolutely.
Because that is an issue. Because correct? Is it just for those 5 people?
Yeah, that's the biggest complaint is that Eagles Cove is bad.
That's just.
Matt, you have something?
So, and Jay, the point of these fees isn't to cover the cost of dredging.
Yeah, it's not.
We're setting these fees at a level that we need for water quality reasons.
And for recreation reasons for our residents, and recreation for our residents.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing it for your dredging,
Right.
because that's a navigational
I
issue
just brought
for
it up.
5 of
I
them.
just brought it
Nope.
up because I thought it
Exactly.
was, yeah, okay.
So, Jim, question on, you talked about the water quality from, not the water quality, but you talked about the homes that are on there with the way their septic is. So is it pouring right into the lake? How's that septic?
Well, think about the way that, you got a septic system and then you have a leach field that basically just broadens it out and puts it into the ground.
Right.
And think about basically every home at some level is higher than the lake. The concept of gravity, we all understand gravity, and a leach field, it's ultimately in some way or another going to percolate through and wind up to some degree in the lake. Some sooner than others, others more so than others, depending on how they're designed.
Sure.
And the worst thing, of course, is someone's lawn. You fertilize your lawn, it goes immediately there. That's the worst thing you can have. But those leach fields are bad too. Again, I've seen very few that large of lakes, that well developed, that have no sanitary sewer system at all.
Who has the ability to change that over time? Nobody?
Cleveland County.
Got it.
Yeah,
So is that
Cleveland
something, when you're
County.
speaking, is that something that you have in your vision to go after, or is that not even in your realm of?
It would have been the thing to do before they ever developed, to develop, that's what we would have done. Had we been in charge and there's a lake, we would say, you can't develop on a lake without a sanitary sewer system, period. It's not going to happen. So until you can develop a sanitary sewer system, we're not going to allow you to develop there.
Yeah.
Well, someone else had a better idea back then, let the entire lake be developed, and now you got it.
Right. So with taste and smell, you have, the biggest, for instance, to me, is we have a downtown that we're trying to grow. And we had an out-of-towner who came because of the billboard with the steak on the fork. And they came to Kings Mountain and tasted that water, and then they blasted that all over, how terrible the water tasted.
Mm-hmm.
Don't we have the foresight to get ahead of that as far as how it gets treated so that doesn't happen?
Yes, and that's why we're telling you some of this thing. In the past, it was never this bad, but between climate change and all of this nutrient loading, we are seeing it getting much worse year after year. And this last year was probably the worst we've seen in a very long time, in 20 years. So that forced us this last year to get really close relationships with the Department of Environmental Quality to help us. How can we do this? How can we get ahead of it? Is there carbon filtering? Is there other methods we can use in advance to know it will stop it in advance? Yes, we're looking at all those things, trying to make it, but that's expensive too.
Sure.
That's adding more cost to what we do.
Did you, as you were getting the complaints, did we not have the capacity to treat it until it was?
The issue was we could not pump enough activated carbon with the equipment we had. So we had to go out and pursue equipment.
Yeah, I never knew. I remember you sharing that during the orientation.
Yeah.
But it was so good that I couldn't even conceptualize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it gets back to resources too. We weren't even developing anywhere near. As you can see, the little few things we were doing, we're still over budget. We're running a deficit.
Right.
So we clearly have to, and you're going to see in this next budget, that kind of proposal. So a big part of what we're telling you today is, you can tell me no, but I'm coming with a proposal that says $4.43 a linear foot.
Yeah.
So it's coming. And if you thought Dixon Ridge was bad, guess what? You're going to have a whole lot more people in that audience, and they're going to think that they're special. And you should make decisions for them. But they don't vote. They don't pay property taxes. And
David, you don't have to worry.
So,
At one time, the lake we had a drought.
Uh-huh.
The lake went down. Everybody had pumps in the lake getting water for free. They went around and pulled all the pumps out.
Yeah.
They was pumping water out of the lake. The golf course has got a lake up there. They was pumping water out of the lake.
That's another
to
thing.
fill
We're
their
gonna
lake full of water.
put an end to pumps of getting free water out. That's the other thing. There are people that are pumping out of there all the time, and again, we're getting nothing for it. No, or worse, they're pumping out of the lake in order to better irrigate and fertilize their lawns, to make it worse on the nutrient loading. Right?
Always put a fence around it.
Any more before we go to lunch? Any other questions? We're running late, so we're going to suggest you go and grab that we're going to do prior to our exercise is another one of those things that we're sort of looking to the future and starting to think about how we might reimagine some things because of some of the things that we know are going to change and opportunities that maybe we can take advantage of. So specifically, the Kings Mountain Tourism Development Authority, and sort of much like the Housing Authority, where in the past it was kind of very stationary and it ran a certain way and it was a certain way and it did things a certain way, and then we're starting to see a future that may require something different, a different approach. I think we could potentially see a different approach here too, and I want to offer some thoughts. So, the big thing here is if we are correct, if we are accurate in that exit 5 on I-85 is likely in the future to become the single most visited yearly tourist destination in the state of North Carolina, and I firmly believe that will happen. That will happen if we plan it correctly. And right now we would supplant, if that happens, the exit at Concord, where the Concord Mills Shopping Mall and the Raceway is basically, and all those other things over there. That is currently the single most visited destination in the state of North Carolina. And it's about 15.5 million people a year go there, something like that. So I believe in the future, I don't know when in the future, but sometime in the future, Exit 5 and all the things that will exist there will supplant that. Why? Obviously because it will have the biggest, largest, highest volume casino resort and all the things that wind up being attached and come as a result of that. So we just have to make good decisions. But given the likelihood of that, our Kings Mountain Tourism Development Authority becomes really very important to potentially aid us in certain manners, and that's what I want to talk about. So right now, when you look at our current structure and status of the KMTDA, we have a board of directors that has 9 members, as well as 3 alternates. There are 3 hotel representatives. There are 2 representatives from the Catawba Two Kings Casino, and 1 city council member who serves as the chair, and then a non-city staff person who is the director, who has a modest salary per year for doing that. So, right away I see there are 2 representatives from Catawba Two Kings Casino, a casino which pays no property taxes to the city, no occupancy taxes to the city, provides nothing that I know of to the city, and yet they're holding a very substantial position on a tourism development authority who's fully responsible for, largely supposed to be, spending the occupancy taxes that are generated within our community. So if you're not generating any and we don't get any from you, the first thing I would say is, what in the hell are they doing there? Sorry for my language. But I will offer you something Chris just told me a little earlier. He says I should change my business card and or my signature on my email from what it is to, hi, I'm Jim Palahniuk. If I haven't pissed you off already, just wait. There you go. You don't have to wait. All right.
Read that second line right there.
Second line. What?
Try not.
Try not to piss anyone else off. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't do that anymore. Sorry. Okay. In any event, okay. We've established that. It's too late. Enabling legislation. Our Session Law 2001-439, Senate Bill 92, Part 2, Sections 2.1 and 2.2, is a local bill exclusive to the city of Kings Mountain, and most communities have these local bills when it comes to their tourism development authorities. But some are rather different than others. So in our case, ours is created as a separate entity with a board made up of at least 1/3 of the members have to be affiliated with a business that collects tax, and at least 3/4 of the members currently active in the promotion of travel and tourism in the city. Notice I bolded in the city. Travel and tourism in the city. So, it also provides us authority to levy a room occupancy tax on all overnight lodging in the city of Kings Mountain equal to 3% of the gross receipt that are produced. So right now, the grand total of that comes from the following properties. There are 4 of them. We have the Holiday Inn Express and Suites that was built in 2000. It's 74 rooms. The Quality Inn was built in 1987. It's 72 rooms. The Comfort Inn, built in 1980. It's 102 rooms. And the Motel Royale, 1995, has 15 rooms. So the total is 263 rooms that we know of exist and are paying us occupancy taxes. So the yearly revenues from that in fiscal year 23, actual, $205,926. In fiscal year 24, we budgeted a slight increase in that to $210,750. So our yearly expenditures from those funds, currently this is the fiscal year 24 budget. We make grants from the KMTD. A lot of it goes to our own marketing, tourism, and development, marketing, tourism, development, and other programs and events. And some people do come and ask for individual grants if they're tourism promotion related, and they benefit tourism in the city. We do a capital reserve contribution to the fullest extent that we're allowed to by law, which is only 1/3 of the revenue. And that's one of our limitations. Only 1/3 can go that way, so $52,500. We have miscellaneous expenses of $10,000. $6,000 of that goes to the director's salary. We have an audit we're responsible for, $3,000. We have collection expenses that are $6,300. Dues, subscriptions, and advertising of $15,000. And then travel and training for basically the board members and the staff for $15,000. So hence makes up the entire $210,750. So basically the function of a tourism development authority, we always use the term to support heads and beds. The idea is all of the money gets generated by hotels and overnight lodging. So what it's supposed to go back for is to support further heads in those beds. That is tourism. People coming to our community that otherwise wouldn't, because when they come here, they not only fill up the hotels, but they spend money elsewhere. So our local statute requires us, we can only spend money for the following reasons. In our case, this local bill of ours is quite unusual compared to an awful lot of others, and I'll tell you why. So first, 2/3 of our net proceeds have to go to so-called promoting travel and tourism, but that's really what we think of as traditional promotions, advertising, marketing, tourism attraction activities, promotions. None of that can be capital. So they immediately tell us 2/3 of everything you get cannot go to capital. That's hard. That really takes away from some of the abilities we would like to talk about. And then 1/3 can go for so-called tourism-related expenditures, which is everything else related to tourism, which can include capital. So hence we take the full 1/3, we're reserving it for capital, but it doesn't amount to that much money, it's hard to do much with. Now, conversely, let's contrast this with Cleveland County, who has the only, I always get back to Cleveland County, what is that about me? Cleveland County has the only local bill in the state of North Carolina that I'm aware of in which 100% of their occupancy taxes can be used for any general government purpose. Basically can go into their general fund, can go to do tourism promotion, tourism capital, or anything related to tourism or not tourism, or any darn thing they choose. It doesn't matter. It just can be used for whatever they want. So, City of Gastonia, somewhat like ours, but it flips it the other way. Their local bill says that they only have to put 1/3 to promotion and travel, and then 2/3 so-called tourism related, which means they can do 2/3 for capital. So even that 2/3 flipping makes a big difference, because now the vast majority of what you get can potentially go to capital. So I'm thinking the future could very well require us to want to look at a possible do-over. And the reason for this is as follows. Right now, of course, we only have 263 rooms. They produce about $210,750 a year in revenues. Well, the future, we can see into this near future. It's not that far off. We're already talking about a downtown boutique hotel that would have 76 rooms. But again, forget about the occupancy taxes there, because we've already said we need those to finance a parking deck for 15 years. Now, after 15 years, that occupancy tax will come back to the TDA. But right now, let's just assume that's going to support a deck that's critical to the development of that project. Now, we've had on the books for some time the idea of having a York Road Candlewood Suites of 104 rooms. Those folks have come to us, they've submitted site plans. It's more about financing and some other issues, but at any given time, they could walk in and ask for a building permit. So we sort of assume, hey, there's one, there's 104 rooms. In the entertainment district, well, we know the Casino Hotel is going to have 404 rooms. Again, set that aside because as of right now, the county has a payment in lieu of taxes agreement that says instead of getting occupancy taxes for those 404 rooms, they're going to charge the tribe 6% for a payment in lieu of occupancy taxes and calling it I think they call it an infrastructure tax of all things. And it's designated, though, very clearly attached to the occupancy of the hotel rooms. So it's very odd, obviously, because there is no legal enabling authority for a county to ever charge 6% for occupancy taxes, but only 3%. Typically what happens is the city, like the city of Kings Mountain, would charge 3%, and the county would charge 3%, and then combined there would be 6%. They happen to write their agreement that they will get the equivalent of 6% in occupancy taxes. Now, if we simply got half of their 6%, which typically would be something coming back to us if it was in Cleveland County and in the city of Kings Mountain, we think that would be about $565,000 a year just from that hotel. Just the occupancy tax associated with 3% from that one hotel. Now, almost certainly in this entertainment district, you'll have at least one large convention hotel, not less than 280 rooms. You'll have at minimum 3 more limited service products, at least 124 rooms each. That's another 372. You'll probably have a water park hotel with 144 rooms. So not counting the casino, that's 900 rooms. So let's just say 900 rooms, 365 days a year. That's 328,500 room nights. Let's have a rather modest stabilized occupancy rate at 68%. That's 223,380 room nights. Let's again have a modest average daily room rate of $140 a night. That's $31,273,200 a year at 3%. That's $938,196 a year in new occupancy taxes. Now that's starting obviously to become substantial, approaching $1 million a year. It does not include the $565,000 from the casino, does not include the downtown boutique hotel, etc. And if there are more, they start to build over time. So our existing revenues at $210,750. Say we added that $938,000 in the relatively near future. Now we're at $1.15 million a year. We start getting into these numbers and we could support some major capital financing if we had the legal right, the enabling legislation to do that. Say we had an agreement, a local bill like Cleveland County does, and we could put all of those monies to capital, or say we could at least do 2/3. Well, we potentially could then build a convention or conference center attached to a private sector hotel to really start generating a lot more people, because now conferences would be likely coming there, not just people for entertainment. I mean, how many of us have gone to conferences or conventions that happen to be in a place where there are casinos or a casino hotel? Anybody ever go to Cherokee for a convention? Raise your hand. I'm guessing most of us have, right? Yeah. So that means you start bringing in the North Carolina League of Municipalities and the Attorneys Association and the Doctors Association and the dentists and everybody else. And that becomes really valuable. How about a performing arts center? You know, DPAC, anybody familiar with DPAC in Durham? Really great, fantastic performing arts center. Familiar with the Peace Center in Greenville, Tanger Center in Greensboro? Blumenthal Center for the Performing Arts in Charlotte, any of those? How about the KMPAC? People want to come to see a touring Broadway play. They want to see Garth Brooks. They want to see Adele. They want to see Taylor Swift, heaven forbid, whatever the case may be. Hey, KMPAC, right? How about that major amphitheater as a concert venue outdoors? So that too could happen. Then the other thing that generates a lot of tourism development are these regional sports parks, tournament venues. Bessemer City is building a nice one, and it's not that expensive, it's not that big. You could make it bigger. Martha Rivers Park down there in Gastonia has a lot of facilities that hosts tournaments. Things like that generate lots of people coming into your community. But right now, our local act limits us to only 1/3 of our revenue going to the capital spend. So it would be very, very difficult to start financing any of these things if we can only put 1/3 of the capital to the spend. So, in addition, I'm sorry, I'm having a real trouble in the throat, so just please bear with me. So in addition to the enabling legislation, that's one thing that I really think we have to work at, and we have to get it changed. Because most of the communities in the state of North Carolina have the minimum 2/3, 1/3, where 2/3 can go to capital, and it's highly rare to only allow 1/3 to go to capital, but we're one of those few. And of course, there's only one, like Cleveland County, that allows you to do anything with it. I would never suggest we try to change it to do anything with it, because we don't want to do anything with it. We want it to go to tourism development. But tourism development has a very broad range of things, particularly it can be capital. And when you have that iconic facility that draws people, that can be oftentimes the very best way you draw large numbers of tourists. Again, a convention center, a performing arts center, things that really draw people from a long way away because they're there for a particular reason. Now, the other thing is the board itself. It's large, it's unwieldy. I'm going to give you an example of what we did in Gastonia when we wanted to develop the downtown conference center, which we ultimately did. I'm not an apologist to say we redid the board from what was essentially what looks like the board that you have now down to a 3-member board. And all 3 were actively engaged in the promotion of tourism. So we met the thing about being actively engaged. And one of those members was a hotelier. So we solved it. In that case, we had a hotelier that the council appointed. We had the mayor by title, whoever served as mayor. The city manager by title, whoever served as city manager. And then we had a director as just a city staff member, so there was no additional compensation. Another example might be you have the hotelier, maybe you have city manager or mayor, maybe you have a development services officer, city manager, again, but people who in effect are closely tied to the city, that have a real desire and an involvement with tourism promotion because it's their job. And then you can always have the director be city staff because some of our people do this anyway, and now they're sort of sticking to the things we know we need to do. So then the thing is, and again, I'm not going to be an apologist for it, it's clear city control over expenditures for prioritized use. So much of what we've been talking about here today is prioritizing to really get something done, accomplished. Catalysts and cornerstones, prioritize use. So if that's a goal, if you want to get something like that done, you have to basically change, number one, the enabling legislation without question, and you may want to change the board. And again, if nothing else, I'm going to tell you, please take the people from the casino off there. They have no business telling us how to spend our money at this point in time. Until or unless they want to contribute or participate, it makes absolutely no sense. It's a little bit like our discussion on Moss Lake. Who's running the show, as it were?
So how is that board assembled?
You appoint them. Not you specifically,
Right.
the city council
Yes.
appoints them.
Got it.
Yeah.
So the current board is appointed from council?
City council, yeah.
Got it.
But for instance, we could also pass a ordinance, and you did this only a couple of years ago, in which the ordinance itself could say, you're eliminating everybody on there currently and reappointing in their place different people. Different number of people, different type of people, etc. So we could pass an ordinance that says everybody that's currently on there, their term ends effective this date, and on that same date, you're reappointing the following people to serve. It would be an ordinance of city council.
That'd be a good idea to do on all of our boards?
I'm not speaking to all your boards. I'm only speaking right now to the TDA. So. No, it wouldn't be a good idea. But in this case, again, I'm offering the thought that it could be a good idea. Okay, and as I said, of greater importance is actually the enabling legislation. So this will take some lobbying. It will take work. We have to get to the legislature. We would have to offer up a local bill that we think could get sold to to the legislature and get approved. So again, we don't want to go as far as Cleveland County. We're not going to ask for any general government purpose. I think that is abusive. I don't think you want to do that. I think occupancy taxes should go for what they're for, heads and beds, promoting and supporting tourism. However, it should be allowing for capital. So I think there ought to be a new bill that would say only for the promotion of tourism, but that it should allow for up to 100% for capital improvements. And why? Because we're unique among all other cities in the state as having an entertainment district of substance. And I think that's why you could sell it for us that would be very different. Nobody else can really claim that they have something or will have something like what we have. You know, because I don't think Cherokee out there, I don't know what they look like, but a lot of that land's probably owned by the Cherokee and controlled by them. And it isn't so much a city that's driving that development. Now, you look at larger urban cities, they also get, and this could be something in our future as well, a prepared food and beverage tax authority. So in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, where they're financing NFL stadiums and NBA arenas and things like that, and very large minor league baseball arenas and a NASCAR museum, they get a prepared food and beverage tax authority so that on every prepared meal, every beverage that's served, it's something like 2%. So now you're really generating a lot of money. And again, it also has to go to fund these kinds of things like the NASCAR museum or the stadium or things like that. So if we had an occupancy tax that we had more control over and potentially a prepared food and beverage authority and an entertainment district that might have $1.5 billion or $2 billion worth of investment, now there's real money coming back. It might be $4, $5, $8, $10 million a year coming to a TDA. Now you can do something. Now you can afford to finance and build and construct a very substantial, very major city-owned facility. Now, casino doesn't contribute to the occupancy tax. I think I've already said they shouldn't be on the board. Let's just say it out loud. They shouldn't be on there. Focus needs to be highly prioritized and geared to support a long-term comprehensive plan. And we need the authority to use most, if not all, of those revenues to finance large-scale tourism-supporting facilities. We've shown how successful just a very small amphitheater can be in our downtown. Imagine one that, you know, could serve 20,000 people and it'd be out in the entertainment district, or a performing arts center, or a convention center. And that's what we have. Questions?
Are most TDAs allowed 100% for capital?
None are, except Cleveland County. But again, they're also created with local legislation. So you'd have to get a new bill no matter what. And I'm saying if we have to get a new bill and we're going to promote ourselves, and we are unique, there's no question, we have an entertainment district, we'd want to go 100. And if not 100, then give us prepared food and beverage tax authority, at least within the entertainment district.
Say that again. If not 100, what?
If not 100% for capital from the occupancy tax, allow us the authority to impose a prepared food and beverage tax. So Charlotte, Fayetteville, I think Durham, Greensboro, most of the big cities have the ability to do a prepared food and beverage tax. It generates large amounts of money.
Would you be recommending to institute that if we've got it passed immediately?
I think that we'd have to have more discussion on that. We'd probably want it attached only to the entertainment district, because I don't think we necessarily want to impose it on our downtown, for instance.
Thank you.
So I think it should support the entertainment district, but be paid by the entertainment district too.
What's your recommendation for the board? Who's going to be on the board?
Well, if you're asking my recommendation, make it a 3-member, 1 hotelier, and then 2 positions from the city. Mayor, city councilor, city manager, somebody whose job it is to represent the city and be involved in tourism.
So in the current board, you had was it 3 alternates?
I think you have 9 members and 3 alternates.
So it's allowed.
Yeah, you got 9 members and 3 alternates. 2 of them are from the casino.
And Nikki gets on me for trying to make it just kidding.
Market Authority.
Mike, the chairman, I'm an alternate.
So, if
And
you're alternate,
Andy, aren't you an alternate?
so if you're an alternate, when do you come in? Is it when someone's not there for the time, or
Correct.
just for, if
I'm,
there's,
I'm there at the meetings, but I don't vote.
got it. But if somebody is not there,
If he's not there, then I replace him.
got it. Are you an alternate for him specifically, or
I think that's
anyone
what
who's
it is.
not?
We had a problem in the past of people not showing up.
Sure.
So we put on some alternates, so if somebody didn't show up, that we could still have a meeting.
Excellent.
The hotel people have been very non-attentive.
And I'd like to make a real point is, I so much appreciate the work that's been done in the past, and this has nothing to do with anything in the past. This is, again, looking to our future because we're going to change so much. This has been a great answer and a great structure for the past. But as you move forward into a very different future, that's when you evolve to different structures, different reasons, different whatever. So definitely enabling legislation we should be looking to change. And I think we could and should consider some board changes as well. And why? Let's be honest, it's about control, so that you get the best answers being made on behalf of the city to focus the resources to something that will make a huge difference. And I think it's tough to get that kind of consensus, perhaps, among a wide, varied board that might have a whole bunch of different hoteliers and private sector people. But if most of the people, the majority of them, represent the city, and the city's plan is, let's prioritize some major destination facility, now that board is likely to approve that. That's how we did it in Gastonia when we built the conference center. You know, I'll be honest, it was the mayor, the city manager, and one hotelier. I was the city manager. I had a mayor that believed that way, and we always had 2 of the 3 votes. So obviously we got it done.
I know that it is only in the last couple of years that we have got it to where it's a third is being put back for capital expenditures.
That's right, you've just done that recently. That wasn't done before. Yeah.
So what, it was the rest of it was going out for
It was
grants?
just, we didn't require putting that away, and it was just spent for different items around town.
It's been done for about 3 or 4
Yeah.
3 or 4 or 5 years. We put a third back. I mean, that's all we could put back.
Right, but up till that
But
point.
if you're gonna turn the tourism board over, now just my opinion, to the city manager and if you got a 3-member board, one for the motel and city manager and Chris, you got if you got a vote, the city manager and money's gonna go where they wanna put it at.
No, I never suggest, I think you'd have to have a mayor or a city council member, a manager, or a development services director, economic development person, marketing, tourism, somebody else from staff whose job it is to care about marketing, and then a hotelier. That was the proposal.
Would there be an advantage to having, not necessarily another hotelier, but someone from downtown? Yeah, no, you have to have a hotelier, but instead of 2 or 3 like it's on there now, and you say that it's hard to get them to attend the meetings, have that hotelier and have city manager, staff, mayor, whoever that you're recommending, but also maybe a business person from downtown business or a restaurateur or some other business-minded person on there, just so that.
Yeah, so long as we meet that requirement of 3/4 of the people being representative, their jobs are to support tourism.
Right.
As long as you meet that standard.
And I know.
And at least
hoteliers
1/3 be people who pay the tax. That means a hotelier, people who pay the tax.
Right.
So yes, you can add as many, and that's why we got to 9 as you want, if you meet those criteria.
It's gotta be an odd number to
Right,
vote.
so you'd have to add 2 more to have a minimum of 5. I don't know, it seems to me that you put a whole lot of alternatives on there or alternates, then that sort of gives people permission not to attend the meeting.
You don't need any alternates. You should not have alternates
but
at
you
all, quite
You
honestly.
can have a 3 or 5 member.
I think it's very easy for me to say, I would like to get more
that we could put away for capital. Because a lot of our things that we have done in the past might have been goodwill, but, my experience with the sports commission, your job is to put butts in the bed with travel and tourism, and quite frankly, we're at a disadvantage because we don't have the hotels.
Right.
We don't have the hotels that people are gonna come. You know, if we built a sports complex right now, they're gonna be staying in Gastonia and Gaffney and Shelby. The World Series is the same way. I mean, so we need to have that capital to, you know, maybe we could attract another hotel, you know.
And actually, but the way you spend these dollars can never be for the hotel. It can be for the convention center, which
Right.
attracts the hotel.
Right.
It can be for the performing arts center, which attracts the hotel. It can be for a parking deck, which attracts the hotel. But what it can't be is for a hotel.
But so I'm all in favor. I think that given what I know, I think our speaker serves until November.
Yes.
I think it would be wise that we immediately get this on
Some
the
local
docket.
legislation. And that's what I wanted to hear from you, because number one, what's most important is change our enabling legislation. That's what we need to do first and foremost. So if you don't object to us trying to work and lobby and support that effort, and again, it's flexibility. It still doesn't mean you have to do it, but when you have the flexibility to do it, it means we can do it. Not that we have to do it, but that we can do it. So if it says, in the future, you have to spend all your dollars in tourism-related expenditures, and that can include up to 100%. It means it could be 0% or 100%. You have the flexibility. So, yeah. If I'm not hearing objections necessarily to that.
Well, you know, this isn't based on what our end goal is. It's based on what I walk into when I walk into a meeting, and this has happened 4 times in the last 3 months. So I walk into a meeting and someone says, oh, we met yesterday with Scott in Maryland. And it throws me. I'm like, why is he still out there acting like he's a part of City Hall? So that throws me. But then when I see the way that this is structured, let's say that you and me were point people together, it's got this unfair advantage to it. I mean, if we're all about collusion, which we're not, but if we were, then that 3-person board looks strange to me, because it allows for agendas to just be driven through instead of things to really have that ability to, I mean, obviously you have to bring it before, but do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but and I'm hoping that if you're open and transparent enough about all of those discussions and things that you do, it still gets vetted and people wouldn't allow you to do something that was inappropriate. Because, you know, go back to Gastonia, we had that structure, but the city council knew all the time what we were planning and what we were doing, and they were on board with it, believed in it. We would have never built that conference center, obviously, if we couldn't do that. But it still had a board that was the mayor, the city manager, and a hotelier.
Did you then report on expenditures?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we had to approve it? The council had to approve it, or did?
Well, they had to approve anything related to that conference center, because in addition to the occupancy taxes, there were other forms of support.
But I think
So
what you're saying is that we don't have to change the composition of the TPA board right now.
no, you certainly don't.
But we can.
But we could certainly start looking at the
local
enabling legislation that would change how we can use the money. That's correct.
And then the composition of the board could be changed.
And actually, I'm not asking to change the enabling legislation there. It already allows us to do exactly what I said. 1/3, 3/4, you can have a 3-member board doing that. So we don't have to change that at all. What we have to change is this idea of where you spend the money. So that other issue is just your decision. You could pass a local ordinance saying, everybody on the board now is gone, and the new members are these 3, or these 5, or these whatever. It's entirely up to you. We don't ever have to change that. What we have to change is how to spend the money.
One thing you could do also, if you're worried about transparency and things of that nature, as part of that local ordinance, you could define the new board as members 1, 2, 3, and then inside that ordinance, you can put a requirement that existing council also approve the TDA budget. We're already treated as a component unit anyway, so we'd have to present the budget to you, we'd have to present quarterly reports. You could put some safeguards in there that
Absolutely,
ensures
absolutely,
that
yeah.
we're being transparent. And oh, by the way, these are open meetings. Anyone who wants to attend the TDA board meeting, just like a council meeting, can attend those meetings too. So it's really more about functionality and synergy. Like Mike said, we were having problems. That TDA a couple of years ago was probably meeting 3 or 4 times a year because we couldn't get a quorum. You know, and then if you do have at least some city control, at least there's some synergy. You know, but you're right. I think the transparency thing is important. So I think I don't have a problem changing the board. I think functionally it's going to work better. But yeah, just throw some safeguards in there that says, hey, we ultimately have to approve the budget. We have to, you have to present us quarterly financial reports or updates or whatever, just like what we require of KM Forward, for instance, or whatever. So,
Yeah, and I think it's unfair to hold Jim to what's happened in the past, even in the way I presented it. I think it's unfair because I think that you have shown that you have a willingness to share transparency and details at a level that perhaps the council hasn't seen in the past. So I just put that out there just because of.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. I would still tell you, though, I would ask you to take the members of the tribe off there unless they start contributing. I just don't think it's appropriate. You know, hotelier's on there because they contribute. That's why hoteliers are on there. The law says because they pay the tax.
Were they not on there because they were contributing to the concert series downtown?
That has nothing to do with the
Okay,
TDA.
I'm just asking. I didn't know
I mean,
that
that has
was
nothing to do
part
with
of
the
it or
TDA.
TDA board was consisted of, they had 3 motels and had 1 person for each motel. They never did show up, never did show up. So that's why we put some alternates on there, because we had I'm just saying a 5-member board, and you had 3 motels. They didn't show up. Then if somebody else would lay out, you didn't have a quorum to have a meeting. And all we did was, people would present a request for money for the Art Society, the Historical Museum, whatever, Beach Blast, and we'd donate a certain amount of money, what they asked for. And then the other part would go back into a savings account. We didn't just give money away because we wanted to. The only reason we gave money away one time was the World Series, and they didn't do nothing for us, so we quit doing that. If it didn't do anything for us, we didn't give them money.
Well, whose idea was to put the casino people on the board to start with?
I have no idea. They just showed up one day and then they was there, and they voted on them.
So who had the authority to put them on there?
They just kind of showed up and the board voted for them.
Okay.
I mean,
No, that's the reason, I'm guessing.
no, the mayor don't put them on there.
In any event, that's a suggestion. I think it should be strongly considered again because there's real reason. People that contribute should absolutely be part of it. They have to have representation. But if you're not contributing, I don't think that you should have a disproportionate say in what's going on there, or frankly, any say in what's going on there.
Well, we just thought when the casino was here, I guess that if we had a casino member on the board, we might get something from them, and later on. They ain't been on our.
No, Jim Palahniuk's theory is you don't hope somebody gives you something. When they give you something, that's when they get
Well,
it in
you gotta-
return.
Okay, let's go back. I'm not sure how it got there, but I will say this. We were told that we were on board with the casino. Amen? Thank you. And so that's how they got on. I mean, because they were gonna be a part of it. They're gonna have a hotel, they're gonna, that was anticipated.
Yeah, we
It
might
was
have thought we had
incorrect.
somebody negotiate
It was
the deal
incorrect,
with us, too,
but
they
that's
didn't.
what we were
I
told.
understand.
Okay.
So again, that's why we're having these discussions
I
tonight.
know we can't take a vote, but I'd like to say that my vote, or my consensus is that we try to get a bill in to change it to where if we go up
Great.
to 100%, that'd be great.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I think that's very helpful. Again, it's just flexibility. It allows us a much better opportunity in the future if we know that's in place. We know it exists in one case, Cleveland County has it, and most of the other jurisdictions at least have 2/3. So if at worst we did was to get it to 2/3,
Flip it, that'd be-
then we're like most other places, but we're literally the minority. There are very few places in the state of North Carolina that are only allowed 1/3 as for capital. So I appreciate that very much. And if there's no further ado, we have this last fun opportunity for you. It's an exercise. Y'all ready? This is where you guys get to do work. This is gonna be difficult. You gotta make difficult decisions. Okay, are you ready? This is it. For the next 30 or 45 minutes, this is what you're going to do, okay? Catalysts and cornerstones, remember that? Remember how we talk about allocating scarce resources among competing demands? Guess what? Each of every one of you, 8 individuals, we're giving you $5 million in monopoly money to spend, okay? You have to spend them on one-time capital items. But you have 40 million cumulatively among you, right? We're going to get a final spending plan from all of you taken cumulatively. You have to allocate every dime of this 40 million on no fewer than 3 or greater than 40 different discrete items or projects. Any single item must be fully funded, or the total funds are allocated to it will be forfeited. The cost listed, which you're going to see a series of 55 different items, takes into account the cost of land acquisition and site support and preparation wherein no current site likely exists to support it. Now for each of you, you can use your money for only things you want and believe in and prioritize in your ward, your district, your neighborhood, or just things you like. Or you can join with one or several or all of your colleagues to fund items that far exceed the amount that you have individually. Sound familiar? Okay. You can barter with your colleagues. You can advocate for certain purchases. You can agree or disagree on any number of means on how you want to best utilize your scarce capital funds. You can check with your colleagues. Do not allow multiple members to fund the same item in the same place. So if you are working on your own and you both think you're doing the same thing, you're wasting that money. So you better pay attention to one another, talk to one another, okay? Because the duplicates get forfeited and you wasted that monopoly money, okay? You can fund multiples of any item so long as the funding exists. So for instance, you really love basketball courts, you can fund 4 of them. You really love splash pads, you can fund 2. You really love soccer fields, 3, 5, whatever. 3 sets of permanent restrooms, as long as the money's there. You got 30 minutes to complete this exercise and forever impact your community in a positive and meaningful way. So good luck, and this is what you're going to spend your money on. Karen's going to give you each a list. You're going to have time to sit and work it out compared to the others. So, remember you started asking what something would cost? I think there was that question?
Yes.
Okay. A small play structure is $75,000. A medium play structure is $200,000. A large play structure, the size that might replace the old existing one that's fallen out, is $400,000. Park restrooms, permanent, men, women, from family, $500,000. Basketball court, $100,000, that's lighted and uncovered. If it's lighted and covered, it's $600,000. Splash pad is $800,000. Football field with artificial turf is $1 million. Football field lighted with natural gas is $650,000. Youth baseball field lighted with dugouts and bleachers, $700,000. Adult baseball field lighted with dugouts and bleachers, $800,000. A complex of 4 baseball, softball fields lighted with concessions, dugouts, and bleachers is $4 million. Just one of you could do that. Soccer field lighted artificial turf is $1 million. Soccer field lighted natural grass, $650,000. Pickleball courts, complex of 6 is $600,000. Hey, I'm gonna advocate for this one. A Moss Lake beach with handicapped access, permanent restrooms, lifeguard station, concessions, and parking is $3 million. All-purpose athletic field with natural grass, $600,000. Large picnic shelter with barbecues, $200,000. Small picnic shelter with barbecues, $100,000. Skateboard park is $500,000. Multi-station fitness course, $65,000. I'll let you continue to look at these. A fully developed downtown 2.5-acre Gold Street Park at Mooney Townhome project with a connection to the trail is $4 million. Now, somebody asked, what's the milling and paving of a street 24-foot wide per half mile? $250,000, so it's $500,000 a mile. Do as many miles as you want. Sidewalk construction, 6-foot wide concrete, $160,000 for every quarter mile, $320,000 per mile. Do as much as you want. Non-motorized ped bike asphalt trail, that trail that Matt was telling you about, 10-foot wide, $725,000 for half mile. So it's $1,450,000 a mile. Public safety, a lot of us like a fire station in Dixon Ridge. You're going to have to put up pretty much all you got, $4,750,000. Police substation within the entertainment district, $2,750,000. An outdoor aquatic center, $4 million. An indoor aquatic center, $14 million. You got to join together on that one. Community center, $12 million. Performing arts center, $18 million. Teen center, $3.5 million, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A downtown streetscape on Railroad Avenue, $2,330,000. Downtown streetscape on Battleground, $1,750,000. Streetscape on Gold Street, $4,200,000. Streetscape on Piedmont, $1,750,000. A downtown permanent farmers market that's covered, $1,250,000. A food truck oasis, my absolute favorite. This is Jim's food truck oasis that he's going to do after he retires, with a center bar, beer garden, games, fire pits, and 6 truck pads, $1,100,000. Downtown parking garage, 200 spaces, $6,500,000. RV campground high-end 75 pad, $3 million. Now you can also, if you want, the capital campaign for a new $30 million YMCA. You want to contribute some of your money to that? Put it down. You want to contribute capital campaign to the Davis Association's efforts to raise $800,000? Put it down. You want to give money to KM Elite to help them build an all-purpose field with a fitness center facilities, $1.5 million? Put it down. Crisis Ministry, standalone $400,000 building? Pull it down. Now, we did not just pull these numbers out of the air. They're not perfect. Don't hold us to it. But we had McGill and Associates, who are doing our Parks and Rec Master Plan and who do an awful lot of parks design, building, and construction all across the state. They helped us with this. And they keep an ongoing inventory of all the up-to-date costs on most of these things. So while these won't be perfect, they'll be fairly close. So as you look at these things, keep them in mind for the future. With that, get started. Have fun.
Your groups can get together.
You can use the things, do whatever you want. You better go lobby. You want that police substation, you better go lobby. You want that fire station, you better go lobby. Start lobbying. You want a trail, go lobby. And then you're going to have to report out how you spend your money. When you're done, you're going to have to report out how you all spend your money. Don't forget that, and why you spend it that way.
I've got it ready. Stop.
Couple things about this exercise is, more than anything, it was just so great to watch every one of our elected officials really interacting with one another, engaging, having high-quality discussions, talking about prioritizing what this community wants and how to get there. More than anything, I love that. That was the whole reason for this, more than anything. So, no. And the second thing about this exercise is, we think there'll be a real chance in the future that you'll be engaging in something like this with real money. So, that was the other piece. Now, Mayor Wagman, you're going to tell us how you spent your $40 million.
Well, these are not in the order that they came up, but I'll take them in the order they're on here. Number 3 was for the large play structure, get rid of the condom and the needle infested playground at my kids.
Where you were going with that.
Smile, you're on camera.
That's the playground. If you're going to do a college YMCA, you don't need that $40 million for.
Maybe. So number 4 is for the restrooms, $500,000 paying for the restrooms. Number 12 would be for the complex of 4 baseball, softball fields. We thought that all of these could be. Are you mic'd up? I'm not mic'd up.
I'm sorry, let's get in the mic.
So for the people at home.
There you go.
That'll help because that's close, but if you want to just actually have the, I think I got all messed up. There you go.
Sure. Thank you. All right. And it's on?
It's on.
Great. Clip it. Great. All right, so in review, you have number 3, which is the playground. Number 4 is the bathrooms. Number 12 is a complete baseball, softball complex with dugouts, bleachers, etc. All of those we'd have in one spot. Number 15 is pickleball courts for $600,000. It's an expensive sport. What was that?
Maybe in the same area because of the bathrooms, Maybe in the same area because of the bathrooms.
Pickleball players can hold it, Jimmy. This is definitely going to be separate.
The man's loosening up here on us.
I forgot, they wear,
All right.
they wear the adult diapers.
Number 16 is the Moss Lake Beach for $3 million. We thought that was a steal. So number 22 is a dog park for $750,000.
75,000.
I want a much better one. I want one that's 10 times as good as that. Thank you guys, $75,000. Great. Let's see, 30 and 31 is a new fire station and new police station for $5.5 million, not what was on the paper, because they're going to be in the same spot.
Oh.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
What? It's a combination deal, and we spoke with the representatives from the police station and the fire department, and we came up with that price
They
of.
lobbied us, they worked together and came
Yes.
to us,
I
so.
thought we could combine the police station and the ABC store.
We
That
could.
could work
We
too,
could
I
for
guess.
sure. All right, and then 41 through 45.
ABC store out in Lost Lake.
41 through 45 is, I'm only speeding up because my wife has already threatened that if I don't get home, no more for me for the rest of the year. And then,
Which goes back to number one.
somebody had to say it. 41 through 45 is streetscape for Railroad, Battleground, Gold Street, Piedmont, Cherokee, and
10 million.
and that's $10,905,000 of well-spent money. All right, 51. So here we get charitable. 51 through 54 is we're giving $1 million to the YMCA. We're going to give $1 million to KM Elite. We're going to give $800,000 to Davidson Association, which takes care of everything they're asking for, and then $400,000 to Crisis Ministry, which takes care of what they're asking for as well. So then we're back to 29, a multi-purpose, non-motorized asphalt trail. We're going to pay for 1 mile. We're going to pay for Matt's first mile of the trail. So where does that leave me? What, number 40?
1.45 million.
Yeah, that one, exactly, for 1.45 million, that takes care of that trail. All right, number 40 is a community garden, 25 plots for $100,000. Then we're at 37. We're doing 37 and 39, so those are kind of together. City Hall expansion is 37. Internal reconfiguration, add 2,400 square feet of offices, and conference room for $1.25 million. 39 is maintenance, new roof and a new HVAC for $1.3 million. HVAC. All right, and then 7 is splash pad outdoor. Our discussion of the splash pad was an increase to what is there. Is that correct? For $800,000 there. And then number 26 is fully developed downtown, 2.5 acre Gold Street, Park at Mooney Townhome project with connection to trail, $4 million. And then Jim said if we don't spend it all, we don't get any of it. So we're using the rest, $2 million, or check our math, whatever's left, on milling and paving of the streets.
13 miles there. All right. That was fantastic.
Did we leave anything out that disappoints you?
No, what I love is just the activity that you went through and how you thought about it, how you prioritized it, and how that whole process. And I think you'll wind up doing things much like this. So I was glad to be able to finish our strategic plan in this manner and to sort of introduce to you a lot of the things that we're dealing with. These are kind of costs that are pretty close to this. We're going to develop the Parks and Rec master plan. You can see a lot of these things in there. We're doing streetscape. You're going to see a lot of things.
It's my wife. Goodbye, everybody.
And then
Just
our
kidding.
public safety issues, we're dealing with that. So, again, it's been great, really great. The only thing we have left is just to sort of wrap up. Anybody have any final comments or thoughts or ideas you want to share with everybody else?
Thank you.
Very enjoyable.
Well, I sincerely appreciate it. You know, we love this opportunity because I like to, when I get a chance, just to walk around and see what's happening. And so often I'm watching people who might not otherwise really talk to one another, share information they might not otherwise share, start to hear things that isn't part of their particular department or whatever. And then for all of you to really understand things that maybe you didn't get a chance to understand before, and for us to really get closer as a team. So
I think, and I'd like to say, you know, to the staff, okay, I'm not sucking up to y'all, but you know, if you see my garbage truck, a bit larger than 5x5 pile, please just pick it up. I appreciate what y'all do, and I think that would be a united thing here for y'all. Thanks for what you do. Keep it up, and you know, we pinch those pennies because he dealt us this, and then he doesn't give us the 40 million. So,
it's coming.
So it's going to be.
It's coming.
We want all this to happen and then some.
Yeah.
But now we'll work harder to get you 40 million, because
That's
now
good.
we know the things that can happen as a result
That's
of
right.
it.
That's
So, you know, and the other thing is, we started out talking about that leadership is hard, it takes courage, and we sincerely appreciate all that you do. Because it is hard, it does take courage, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort. You just gave us 2 days of your life, 2 days on a weekend. So we really sincerely appreciate that, and we hope this turns into many better things in the future, and it's only the start of catalysts, cornerstones.
Opportunity for us to exercise courage.
Absolutely. I've given you many opportunities to exercise courage.
Yes.
Coming up
I
soon.
appreciate what these guys, Matt, and I know Wayne's already gone, but what they done, I had no idea that Wayne was smarter than he was.
Oh, there you go. And I'm glad he's gone, because we wouldn't want him to hear that.
Yeah, I know he's gone. But I really do appreciate that, even though I hate what he said, but it's the facts.
I hear you.
I appreciate what Matt did today. I thought that was very insightful, very informative, and I hope the public takes the time to read this. I appreciate what you do and everybody in this room. I would love to be able to pay our staff a lot more money than they make. I've said that all along, you'll know that. And if we could cut Jim's salary, I could.
There you go. You heard it here first. There are, I think, 209 slides to this whole presentation over 2 days. We have it all electronically. Anybody that wants it, we'll make certain that you get it both electronically. If you want it printed, we'll get it that way to you. We're also going to have it available as a recorded thing, and in the next week or so, that'll be on, and that'll be available to everybody. So let us know.
Can I just say thank you too?
Yeah.
Because it was, and at some point I'll stop saying that I'm new, but it really has been helpful once again to hear so much about what we're already doing and what we can do, and just to, like you said, just to get to spend a little bit of time. But yeah, we may have given up 2 half days, but y'all did too, because you would have been working today, you wouldn't have been, and so we appreciate y'all giving up your time
Please
as
stop and
well.
thank the little girls outside if you see them. They've worked very hard
Whatever
for us.
money's left, don't buy a fruit tree, so Jimmy gets some low-hanging fruit.
And again, if anybody had paid the parking fees, you'll get reimbursed. Just check with the city, we'll take care of it, so.
Just bring me your,
Ticket.
things that,
Yeah.
Yeah, they stopped us this time.
There you go. See, you
Flying
found it.
past yesterday.
They chased me down.
Sincerely, thank you all. Have a great weekend. Be safe. We appreciate it.
Thank you.